Declare open this hearing of the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for the Additional Estimates 2024-2025. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for the 2024-25 for the portfolios of Home Affairs and Attorney General and other related documents. These are additional estimates proceedings, and the outcomes to be heard during today's estimates are from Home Affairs and Attorney General's portfolio. The committee has set Monday the 24th of March 2025 as the date by which answers to questions on notice are to be returned. The committee has also decided that written questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by 5 p.m. Thursday the 6th of March 2025. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege, and it is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to the committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretary has copies of the rules. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. And the Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer or to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest or immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the order, but instead witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. I remind senators of their obligation under the Behaviour Code of Australian Parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones. Mobile phones should now be switched off or turned to silent mode. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, the Minister for Emergency Management and the officers from the National Emergency Management Agency. Minister, welcome. Would you like to make an opening statement?
I do have a brief statement.
Thank you.
I should indicate that this is being emailed to the committee secretary, so it will be able to be incorporated into records easily. But can I thank you, Chair and committee? This has been a very challenging couple of months for many Australians. So since before Christmas, we've seen bushfires right across southern Australia, actually in a very wide range of places, but notably in the Grampians in Victoria, in southwestern West Australia, in South Australia and in Tasmania. Communities have experienced record-breaking monsoon flooding across North Queensland and a Category 5 cyclone crossing the coast in northwestern Australia. Sadly, we have lost lives. Road and rail systems have been flooded and damaged, supply chains have been disrupted, many communities have lost access to power, water and other critical infrastructure. I have had the opportunity to visit a number of these places, and I want to thank local leaders, families and businesses for sharing their experiences with me. I have seen extraordinary resilience and community in these places. People have shown grit, they've looked after one another and they've worked cooperatively with first responders and other emergency personnel. The truth is that compounding and concurrent disasters like this really test our capacity to respond. This is the exact type of scenario we practice for in the Commonwealth's Preparedness Summit. Responding to multiple fires, cyclones and flooding events simultaneously has required a huge national effort, from the persistent work of interstate crews at stubborn fire grounds to the SES and other volunteers helping with clean-up. It has required the private sector to work cooperatively with government to bring food to isolated communities and to quickly restore water and phone services. It's seen our defence personnel step in to help rebuild a bridge and to provide heavy airlift support, and they can be rightly proud of their contribution. The Commonwealth has worked hand in glove with state and territory counterparts to get assistance to where it is needed on the ground, and we will continue to work with communities as they recover from these events. This high-risk weather season has called upon many of the investments the Albanese government has made in our national capability, including the first use of the Commonwealth's aerial capabilities to support flood-impacted communities. The Coordinator-General will go into the detail of some of this assistance in his remarks. I've been grateful for the cooperative and constructive engagement with local mayors, with local members of Parliament of all political persuasions, with my state and territory counterparts, and with Senator Davey as the opposition spokesperson. This high-risk weather season isn't over yet, but the investments we have made over the past 3 years place us in the best possible position to respond to whatever may eventuate. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Moon, welcome. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to share with the committee?
Chair, I do have a short opening statement, if I may. As you've heard from the Minister, this year's high-risk weather season has again underlined not only the vulnerabilities of our community, but also the resilience of our communities over the natural hazards we've had to face yearly at this point in time. For the last 2 months, the scale of damage to homes, communities, the environment and the economy that were impacted directly or indirectly because of these events is now becoming more evident. Through each of these events, NEMA has worked closely and collaboratively with Commonwealth and state government agencies, local governments, supermarket chains, logistics providers and communities to ensure that Commonwealth support, both financial and non-financial, has been timely, it is coordinated and it is targeted. In a first, the strategic investment in a multi-purpose aerial capability enabled the deployment of the Australian Government's Sikorsky S-61 helicopter to support flood-impacted communities across North Queensland. The aircraft was then redeployed to assist those communities in Western Australia responding in the wake of severe tropical cyclone Zelia. The other Australian Government-funded aerial assets continue to support firefighting operations in Victoria, Tasmania and also are available to Western Australia. NEMA offices located across the country have been part of crisis preparation and planning, response and now importantly into the long-term recovery. Embedded in state emergency control centres and into recovery groups, working to make sure that that Commonwealth support is getting to where it is most needed. We also have again deployed a Commonwealth Recovery Liaison Officer into Queensland to streamline Commonwealth support for the North Queensland flood recovery. Financial support is being delivered to those most impacted through several disaster funding programs. These include immediate financial support, assisting people during these early stages of recovery. Already over 24,000 individuals have received assistance. And similarly, local governments have rapidly commenced the clean-up of their communities and the important work of re-establishing vital road networks, confident of the financial support available through our national disaster arrangements. NEMA continues to administer programs in risk reduction and resilience to better prepare Australian communities for the future. The third round of the Disaster Ready Fund is now open, offering up to $200 million in Australian government investment for the 25-26 year. The first two rounds funded around $400 million in programs across Australia, focusing on resilience, adaptation, preparedness and risk reduction. The current round has an additional focus on infrastructure investment to reduce natural hazard risk, and a total of $1 billion will be invested across the life of this important program. The events of this season have underlined the vulnerability of the transport infrastructure that supports our essential supply chain networks. There will be a need for a whole-of-society approach to building resilience of these supply chains. We will need to engage with communities as they prepare for the next high-risk weather season Business continuity plans for supermarket chains and logistics providers will need to be aligned with the challenges these events are placing on our transport networks. We will also look to infrastructure owners to continue to invest in the betterment of their vulnerable and vital road networks. And this is why betterment programs such as those administered under the DRFA, currently approaching $1 billion in delivery by states and territories, are vital to the resilience of our communities. We still have 2 months to go in the high-risk weather season. We have ongoing high fire risk in Tasmania and the southern states, and we have just been advised of a tropical cyclone developing in the Coral Sea. This will remain the focus of the agency in the coming months to support those communities that may be impacted by these events. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll start with questions with Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and from the outset, I just want to thank both the Department and the Minister's Office for making me available to provide briefings during this high-risk season and with all the catastrophes that have occurred around the nation. I want to share the Minister's gratitude to all the volunteers and emergency services personnel who have responded and made our communities safer places. Which then brings me to my questions. We saw bushfires in Western Australia, in southwestern Australia, particularly around areas near Mundaring and Kalamanda. Before the 2022 election, and I asked this at the last estimates in November last year, the then ALP candidate, now MP for Hasluck, Tanya Lawrence, announced with the then Shadow Minister an election commitment of $1.25 million for a new incident and response telecommunications failover centre in the Mundaring Shire. I asked about it last estimates. It was taken on notice. We finally got a response, slightly delayed, but we got a response on the 3rd of February, which said, and I quote, "The Commonwealth Government is working with the Western Australian Government to deliver an incident control centre for Perth Hills communities committed under the Protecting Our Communities program." We've had that response before. The last time that response was given, the Western Australian Government actually said they didn't know anything about it. Why has it taken nearly 3 years to deliver a funding commitment that was an election commitment prior to the last election? When are the people of Mundaring and Perth Hills going to get their failover centre?
Thanks very much, Senator. I might kick off and then I can ask some of the officials to speak through the arrangements that are in place with Western Australia. So in the lead up to the election, you're correct, a number of commitments were made in terms of strengthening the resilience and emergency response capabilities in those parts of Perth. I can confirm that a Federation funding agreement is in place to deliver a range of those commitments that sit with this agency. And so in particular, that funding agreement is in place to provide support for the Wanneroo Emergency Management Complex. $2.5 million of Commonwealth funding has been provided for that. $1.25 million has been provided for mobile incident control centres, which are being deployed in that part of the state, and we continue to work with the West Australian Government to provide the upgrade to the Wanneroo Recreational Centre. There are a range of other projects which are being delivered into those regions, and I'm happy to come back to those. In relation to telecommunications projects, they are actually being managed in the Department of Communications, and so I think that they appear obviously tomorrow. I'll be in the chair. I think that would be a better place to direct the questions around telecommunications. So
I understand when that election commitment was made, there were two parts to it. One part was the 2 telecommunications towers, which I'll ask about tomorrow, and the other part was for the failover centre, which has not yet been delivered. From your response, are you saying the funding has been committed to the Western Australians and the delay is on their part?
No, what I'm saying to you is that the commitments that sit within this portfolio go to 3 different projects. One is the upgrade of the Wanneroo Recreational Centre, and we're working with the West Australian Government to make that happen. The second is $2.5 million of Commonwealth funding, which have been provided to a very substantial new commitment in the Wanneroo area, the Wanneroo Emergency Management Complex, and then the $1.25 million which is available for mobile incident control centres, which I had the opportunity to visit earlier in the year. These are really terrific facilities. They include telecommunications capability, analytic capability. They essentially provide a safe, professional, contemporary workspace for incident managers to work in during an emergency, and they can be moved and redeployed, which is actually a really terrific and quite remarkable capability. In terms of commitments regarding telecommunications, they do need to be asked about in the communications portfolio.
Yes, and I will come to them in the communications portfolio. Given that a lot of emergency management response is managed by the states, but one of the things, the design of the disaster recovery relief funding arrangements was so that federal funding could roll out the door as quickly and efficiently as possible. What we are constantly hearing, though, is that there's different response times and there's no consistency in the rollout of DRFA between the states. And one example is in the November 2023 fires in southern Queensland and northern New South Wales. We had the immediate disaster declarations, and then further Category C and D announcements. In Queensland, eligible farmers in 9 severely affected local government areas were given access to $75,000 recovery grants. But in New South Wales, after farmers were originally told that they would likely get the same thing because it was the same fire, they were only offered concessional loans and transport subsidies. Can you explain, and maybe Mr Moon, it's you, can you explain that discrepancy?
Senator, I think I will ask Mr Moon to step through it. I think at the heart of this is the core idea that states and territories lead both in the response and the recovery. But we want to be good partners to states. We provide, in particular, financial support to the states, but it is the states and territories who define the local requirements. They are well placed to do so as the jurisdiction that is most intimately involved with these incidents and these communities. They understand the impacts, they define the requirements for their communities, and they approach us for extraordinary support, as you say, under Category C and D. And Mr Moon can speak to you, I think, about some of the specific issues that you've raised in your question and the general approach that NEMA takes to working with states and territories when they bring these requests forward.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thanks for the question, Senator. It is implicit in those DRFA guidelines that are jointly agreed with the states that states are indeed best placed to determine the type and the level of assistance. Notwithstanding that, NEMA works very, very closely with the states because of our understanding of the impacts to those communities on the ground, to start to inform what are the relief measures that will be timely and targeted for those communities. And we will often embed our own teams, Dr Charker's teams, within those state arrangements to start to work on dealing with some of the key issues that have been exposed by a particular event. This particularly goes to, and quite rightly to your point, the activation of exceptional relief measures. And oftentimes this requires a significant Treasury investment at a state level, but certainly also at a Commonwealth level. But our approach very much is to work with those communities, those state agencies that actually design and submit those requests to the Commonwealth for approval so that they do meet the needs of those communities. There's just that other step in the process, which usually requires a state to have to go through their own treasury arrangements to determine the size of their contribution. But also, if I could just add as well, I recognise that there is a lot of pressure on immediately after an event to give people confidence that their recovery will be supported. I think it's also worthwhile noting, Senator, that we need to have a long-term approach as well, so that when those recovery needs that start to appear at 18 months, 24 months, when they start to appear, that we have the capability actually to deal with those as well. So I recognise getting the balance between short-term needs and some of those medium and long-term needs. Sometimes we need the passage of time to truly understand the impacts of those events.
When Andrew Colvin released his, or when the government released Andrew Colvin's report, he actually identified in the report that there is a range of issues relating to accessibility, equity and effectiveness and confusion about the different approach to DRFA by the different jurisdictions. And certainly the feedback I get into my office, this is the highest point of contention, particularly where it's cross-border issues. We saw it in the 2022 floods between New South Wales and Victoria. We've seen it with fires between Queensland and New South Wales. We've seen it also recently with two different emergencies, the Grampians bushfires in Victoria, the floods in Queensland. Queensland have already done their assessments for Category C and D funding. Victoria still have not made an assessment to Category C and D. The businesses around Halls Gap in Victoria are crying out. Now, I know it is state governments who do the assessments, but is there anything that NEMA or the federal government can do to try and streamline processes or make states aware that there is an expectation that these assessments will be done in a timely way?
Yep. Senator, you make a good point, and we have been working over the last 2 years now to streamline a number of those relief measures so that states know that there is consistency in terms of how they will be assessed, and also the processes required to move through that funding process. What I might do is ask Dr. Charker, who's just been to the Grampians actually, to discuss with those communities about the impacts of that event and some of the outcomes that they're seeking, and maybe also mention some of the work that's been done and shared from the Queensland experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Jill Charker, Deputy Coordinator General, Disaster Resilience and Recovery. Senator, as Coordinator General's noted, I did visit Halls Gap a couple of weeks back, expressly for the purpose of meeting. I met with the Mayor of the Northern Grampians there, the CEO of Grampians Tourism, and spoke to some local business owners as well. Senator, I think the overarching issue which was expressed to me is ultimately the lifeblood, of course, for Halls Gap and numerous other villages like Pomonal and others in the area is, of course, incoming tourists. Mm-hmm. And ultimately that's the underlying issue that they articulated. There can be other support measures which might be made available, short-term grants for businesses, etc., but the underlying root cause of it is how to get tourists back into the region, noting that contrary to some popular belief, much of the region's park is actually still open. So the core issue which was articulated to me is we need to get tourists back. The best way to do that is through some kind of promotion advertising campaign, which is not, in the relative scheme of things, particularly costly. I have fed that back into Emergency Recovery Victoria. They're very aware of the issue. They in turn have been working across Victorian state government departments to articulate this and to raise what could be done. I have sent one of my staff down to ERV Emergency Recovery Victoria, to sit with them and work through some options around DRFA Cat C or D packages, which might be able to be considered by Vic State Gov. We continue to be in very regular contact, at least once or several times a week, with various members of Brendan, myself and my team. So essentially we have tried, I suppose, and we maintain very close contact with Victoria to support that process. As Coordinator General has noted, it does need VicGov to I suppose, land on what measures they feel would be most helpful. I think there is appreciation very much of the tourism issue I've just touched on. Similarly, in Queensland, as you've noted, Senator, very significant events, of course, 12 months ago, of course, with Jasper, which also had a tourism impact very significantly. This event as well, albeit we're probably in some earlier stages of recovery, I would anticipate that there'll be a tourism impact as well. As the Coordinator General's mentioned, we've deployed the Commonwealth Recovery Liaison Officer again to Queensland because of the size and complexity of recovery, and she is embedded with Queensland Reconstruction Authority and working with local councils to understand impact and make sure that where there is a need for Commonwealth assistance, be it DRFA or be it non-DRFA, opportunities that can be streamlined.
And so I think if I may just sort of provide just an additional note, I think what you're hearing from Dr Charker is the practical ways that we do seek to be good partners. We don't seek to step in and take on the role of the states and territories, but we do want to be good partners, and that means working with them closely, giving them good information and providing them with some indication about our expectations and how we work to process their priorities. Ultimately, though, we do accept that this is a role for the states and territories, and our best efforts lie in working with them to help them be ready to meet the needs of their communities.
One of the other pieces that we did do, sorry, Senator, to interject,
Sorry.
and the Minister did touch on an important point there. We know after these events, pardon me, where there's significant impact to small business and also to the tourism industry, there's a real risk they lose their workforce. And as a result of that event in Victoria, the disaster relief allowance, which provides income support to those businesses that were impacted, their staff members at least it enables them for a period of up to 13 weeks to be able to maintain that workforce so that they're ready for the next season. And obviously Easter is a focal point for those businesses, Senator. Sorry to interrupt.
Come back to you, Senator Davey. There were some long answers there, but we will come back to you. We have time this morning, so thank you.
We'll tighten it up.
Yeah, that's okay. They were helpful answers, but long ones. I just have a few questions if I can, and then I might hand over to colleagues if we have time. Minister, I just wanted to start by thanking you for the time that you spent and your officials spent on the ground in North Queensland. We've obviously had significant weather events, widespread weather and flooding over the past couple of weeks. Can you tell us about your engagement with local and state officials while you were on the ground and otherwise? I'm sure even when you weren't there, there was lots of communication back and forth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I was grateful to the Senate for allowing me leave to be in North Queensland during that period, because I think it was important that I was able to be present and be engaging with as many people as I did in that period. And obviously officials travelled with me for that purpose. So at the heart of the Queensland response is their Queensland Disaster Management Committee, and I personally participated in that committee, as did our officials. It's a really important forum where you can get quite direct information from some of the mayors who lead local emergency management response, but also the other officials who are engaged in the response, to understand what the challenges are and the ways that Commonwealth resources and capabilities might be able to assist. I also was able to visit impacted communities in that local area, which was also really helpful. So in that week I was able to visit Ingham, obviously was in Townsville, was able to visit Magnetic Island and Palm Island and see what some of the impacts were in those more isolated places, because an island is definitionally isolated and it presents some unique challenges through an event like what occurred up there. I really do want to just make one particular acknowledgement, which is that in the Queensland system, the local mayors and the local council personnel play a really particular role. And I couldn't be more impressed than I was with some of the leadership behaviours, the commitment, the energy and the skill that I saw in those elected officials and council personnel. They were truly remarkable, and I'm very grateful for the warm way that they engaged with me, but I'm more grateful for the work that they were able to do for their communities. I will say that I did have a chance to return to Townsville at the end of the last sitting week, reconnected with the Mayor and her officials, was able to visit some of the local primary producers with you, Senator Green, and I'm grateful for your work in making that opportunity available, because I think it was very valuable to see what was happening on farm in for that particular enterprise. And of course you also worked to assemble a really wide range of businesses through Townsville Enterprise, and I was really grateful to hear so directly from them about the impacts. It's a really quite diverse and complex economy, the local economy in North Queensland, and it means that a weather event of this kind has impacts on a lot of different kinds of businesses. As I said, the Queensland Government will define the kind of recovery response they want, but for me, when we receive that and when we start working through that, having that direct information from those businesses makes all the difference.
Thanks, Minister. These questions might be better directed to officials. It's just in regards to NEMA's engagement with local officials. You've spoken about the recovery officer, but what was the engagement across the flooding event? What do you expect NEMA's role to be going forward?
Thank you, Senator. And if it is okay with you, what I might do is split the answer into two and ask, because there were two parts to this. There was the preparedness piece. There was the actual deployment of what we would call more generally non-financial assistance, but Mr Buffoni will be able to describe it in a much less bureaucratic term than I would. And then what I might do is hand to Dr Charker to talk about that involvement now in this recovery stage, if I can, Mr Buffoni.
Thanks, Coordinator General. Senators, Joe Buffoni, Deputy Coordinator General of Emergency Management and Response. In line with the arrangements and the Australian Government Crisis Management Framework, we worked very, very closely in line with what the Senators highlighted. We worked to be very good partners with all states and territories, and that was no different with Queensland. So we made sure that we established close connection. We were tracking the cyclone before that it actually made impact and trying to determine what the potential impacts would be. We activate ComDis plan, which is the arrangements for non-financial support. We established a crisis coordination team and did some joint planning with Queensland to understand what the impacts were. Obviously, as the event started to unfold, and it was an interesting event where you had repeated significant rainfall. So, unusual in that you had, 500 mils plus in different areas, and that started to have an immediate impact on isolated communities, obviously communities that were directly flooded, communities that had to be displaced. But what was becoming very, very evident was resupply very, very quickly. So we started to look at what the needs were. There were requests for assistance, which the ADF dealt with, some of them at the local level. And this is in line with the changes to the ADF arrangements. When we say changes, just resetting of the ADF arrangements where they weren't first port of call. So we're looking at what other options could be deployed. And the ADF provide local support from the local ADF crews. Then there was the more significant deployment of aircraft. So they put 4 large helicopters to support both movement of personnel, resupply and other rescue activities. activities should that be required. And then, of course, the bridge, the building of the temporary bridge, which was quite significant and, done very, very quickly, where that was deployed and provide that urgent access, which occurred then. The other key part, Senators, was as part of the whole complexity of the supply chain, we actually ran a national coordination mechanism at the request of Queensland to bring together the private sector, the road networks, the logistics and freight, sea faring capabilities and aerial capabilities in the private sector to look at what the most appropriate options were, and then pretty much connected them to establish a sea bridge to resupply up into North Queensland and support the Queensland Government in their pursuit to actually put aircraft in for urgent resupply. And then, of course, the defence aircraft provided even the more urgent supply. So you could see the system coming together to supply North Queensland and support North Queensland itself in all of their activity. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator, just over onto the financial assistance side, which of course complements what my colleague Joe's just outlined as well. So my team works incredibly closely leading up to the event and then from the event going for quite some period into recovery, particularly with Queensland Reconstruction Authority. So when we talk about financial assistance, at least in Queensland, that's coordinated through QRA, mainly in two primary buckets. One is the disaster recovery funding arrangements, which, as you know, are cost shared. We activated various LGAs as quickly from the 30th of January that started, and then continuous rolling activations with Queensland for categories A and B. A being the personal hardship measures for people, and category B being measures for councils around reconstruction and counter-disaster operations. Those were rolling. We've now activated 30 LGAs for various category A and B measures since the inception of the event. We have also worked with Queensland around some category CD activations which have been agreed around community relief funds, primary producer and small business grants, and some other grants as well. That involves my team working very closely with Queensland to understand the need, the impact and the proposed measure. And finally, Chair, the Commonwealth only recovery support payments have been activated with data and advice from Queensland officials as well. So that goes to the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and the allowance, both of which have been activated for certain locations in North Queensland.
Okay, thank you. We're still in cyclone season. I think we've got about 4 to 6 weeks to go. I'm just wondering, there's a tropical cyclone that's formed off the coast of Far North Queensland in the last couple of days. Can you let us know how NEMA is working with local authorities to prepare for that weather event and, well, I guess any other subsequent cyclones across Northern Australia over the next couple of weeks?
Thanks. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say I might ask Mr Boconi to respond to the issue around the cyclone in particular.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. Thanks, Senator. So we're tracking 2 cyclones at the moment, and as you've highlighted, we've had a very, very active cyclone season. In actual fact, we had 6 low pressure systems that all were threatening to become cyclones, and 2 of them actually did become cyclones. Currently, we've got Tropical Cyclone Alfred, which is off Queensland. It's currently tracking to the east, but there's a fair bit of instability and uncertainty around the system. It'll start moving south and then southwest. At this stage, it is unlikely to make landfall at this stage, but we are monitoring closely. Again, we're directly engaged with the Queensland Government and Emergency Services, obviously the Bureau. We have Bureau embedded in the National Situation Room so that we're monitoring that. The other one is Tropical Cyclone Tropical Cyclone Bianca, which is off the WA coast. That is heading west and not going to impact on any Australian territory at this stage. Again, we're engaged with Western Australia and the Bureau to keep tracking. We're pretty much on a lean forward posture across the country at the moment. You know, we've just been through a pretty intense fire weekend in southern Australia, Victoria, Tasmania in particular. So that's the current outlook, Senator.
And I think, Senator, one of the things to be, when Mr Bafoni says lean forward, sometimes what that requires is pre-positioning our assets so that they are ready to assist. A recent example would be with the prospect of a cyclone off the northwest of Western Australia. We were able to move aerial assets, to start moving aerial assets westward in anticipation that they might be required. Now, that cyclone was predicted at a point in time to cross the coast at a Category 5 strength. Fortunately, it didn't, but there was still substantial impact on those northwestern communities as a consequence of that cyclone, and it was important that we did have aerial assets in place to provide that support.
Okay, thank you very much. I might leave it there and go back to Senator Davey, and then I'll come to other colleagues after that.
I think Senator Scarr first.
Quick follow-up,
Okay,
if
sure.
I could. I've had reports from the transport industry in Queensland in terms of the impact of the cyclone on the transport industry, and in particular trucks being stranded in certain places. And I should note, as Senator Green will well know, that people in Queensland are extraordinarily hospitable and did everything they could to support the drivers in that position. However, some of those trucking businesses were incurring substantial costs between $10,000 to $130,000 a day, depending upon the size of the fleet. There were also dozens and dozens of trucks mobilised to deliver urgent supplies, and they were on standby to deliver those urgent supplies. So my question is, in the course of the discussions with the state government and internally, what provisions are being considered with respect to compensation or assistance to those trucking businesses, many of whom are based in the north and actually employ people from those local communities who are impacted?
Senator, thanks for the question. You're right that there are lots of businesses across the north that have been impacted by this event, and you're also right that people were incredibly kind and thoughtful to one another, and it's nice of you in your question to acknowledge the hospitality and support that was offered to some of these individuals too. I think, as we've indicated in answers to some other questions, essentially the way that recovery is mobilised in Queensland will be a question for the Queensland Government. I'm not in a position to provide information about the specific nature of what they request. I can take it on notice to see what we can provide. But I think the broad answer is that we are aware of impacts across the economy, and we'll work with the Queensland Government and their assessment of impacts. Mr Mean, do you have anything you would add?
So, Senator, in relation to direct support during the event, in terms of resupply, states can claim through the Category A and also Category B under DRFA for resupply costs that were directly and importantly directly came as a result of the event. So it may be worthwhile if some of those trucking companies do make contact with Queensland authorities. I will certainly, after this hearing, have a conversation with my counterpart at QRA. The other piece too is that under Category B, Senator, there is the allowance for freight subsidies also to be provided to entities that were involved in this particular event. Now, to your, I suppose, broader point about the challenges around the indirect costs, unfortunately the DRFA doesn't go to indirect costs. It's very much focused on those direct costs. So freight subsidies, resupply, the ability sometimes to claim those costs back can be met through the DRFA, but the indirect costs is a challenge for the DRFA as it's currently drafted.
Can I just ask one follow-up question, and then happy to go to Senator Davey. In terms of this categorisation of direct costs and indirect costs, it's probably pretty clear when it's clear, but sometimes it's going to be at the margins as to what a direct cost or an indirect cost. One example that just came to mind, Mr Moon, as you're giving your helpful answer, was if a trucking company has to pay for a helicopter to go and pick up a driver who's stranded in a very remote location and needs to actually be picked up. Is that a direct cost or an indirect cost? Happy for you to take that on notice.
All I'd say is Queensland have a highly developed system by which they make that judgment. They are ultimately they determine what's eligible and what's not, Senator. So once again, I'm happy to take that on notice and certainly have the conversation with my counterpart within Queensland.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll just quickly come back to the support in Queensland that you've provided and that Dr Charker outlined. With regards to the disaster recovery payments and the disaster recovery allowance, I note my colleague Phil Thompson is still calling for all of Townsville to be covered. It is a federal government allowance. It's not matched funding from the states. Is there a reason why it hasn't been extended to the whole of Townsville? And given that there's been flash flooding in some suburbs, there have been people in suburbs such as Kerwin and Pimlico who've been evacuated, and because there are already stringent eligibility requirements that people have to meet that they would be able to prove or otherwise if you did extend it throughout Townsville?
Thanks, Senator. I'll speak broadly and then I'll ask Dr Charker to make some additional responses around some of the criteria. I think the important thing to note is that we are very aware of how much this event impacted on people at a household level. We've talked a bit this morning about industries and the economy and tourism, and those things are very important features of the recovery. But in the emergency, the place that we start organisationally is to think about what is happening at the household scale, what is happening to people in that emergency and how we can best assist. And so many of the early measures that we are able to roll out quite quickly do go to those questions of households and people and helping them in that moment. And so the payment that you refer to, the AGDRP, is one of a number of payments which speak to that question of personal financial hardship. And so we have made available through our partnership with the state government a series of payments that do allow people to offer tailored support depending on the particular experience of that household. So for example, across Townsville, in a wide range of suburbs, it is possible to obtain support for loss of essential household goods. It's possible to obtain support if you have lost power for an extended period of time. It is possible to obtain support under certain circumstances if you have experienced structural damage to your home. And those are all payments that have been activated in a range of locations across Townsville with the support of the Queensland Government. They're administered by Queensland, but we co-fund
all
them.
Of Townsville, only in selected suburbs, which is Mr Thompson's concern, that you can be on that side of the line in that suburb. I mean, this is the cross-border issue at a micro scale. You can be in one suburb and get support and get payment for your lost white goods, but across the street, because you're in a different suburb, you're not eligible. And that's Mr Thompson's concern.
May I offer this? The locations that are activated for these payments are determined by the Queensland Government. When you will have seen over recent weeks that the list of suburbs that have been activated for payments of that kind has lengthened. when we receive notification from the Queensland Government that they have evidence of impact in those areas and that they seek to activate payments in those areas, we have moved very quickly to turn those around, sometimes in a matter of hours at our end. So we work very closely with the Queensland Government. They provide us impact information, and when they indicate that they wish to activate payments of these kinds in certain areas, we've moved very quickly to respond to that request and to make sure that those payments are able to commence.
Well, let's hope the Queensland Government are watching estimates and hearing and heeding the calls for an expansion. I want to also come to, before I passed on the call, Mr Moon, you were talking about in the Grampians, we had, and Dr Charkers was talking about, we'd opened the disaster recovery allowance to allow people impacted by the bushfires up to 13 weeks, which is very welcome. But I do note that some of the businesses, particularly in Halls Gap, and I agree that we need to get tourists back there, so I'll give a quick plug to the beautiful Halls Gap community, and the Halls Gap Zoo is outstanding as well. Recommend anyone who wants to go for a weekend visit, go out there. But some of the businesses, their workforce are on short-term visas, working holiday visas, or palm scheme visas. They can't access the DRA, and that's been a long-standing requirement that you need to be an Australian citizen to access DRA. But in the absence of having access to concessional loans or grants through Category C or D, these businesses can't afford to keep them, so they're losing their workforce anyway. That's why the assessments for Category C and D is so important, noting that I know tourism is the most significant impact loss of tourism, but if businesses could access Cat C or D funding arrangements, they could at least pay their bills in the absence of, while we're waiting to get the tourists back.
I agree with your observation, Senator, and as Dr Charker, and I think I'll go to my earlier answer, we're working very closely with Victoria. You know, we send our own people down there to really sort of hear about what that community's priorities are in recovery, and we'll continue to work with the state government to ensure that as best as possible we can meet those needs, Senator.
I just have concerns given that following the February 24 fires, and the federal government made council assistance a package available not long after to the Victorian government, yet the payments only rolled out from the Victorian government to the councils, including Ararat, at the beginning of February this year, and really only after I myself and others started kicking up a stink about the delay. These councils are facing the next fires, and they still hadn't got payments for work that they had legitimately undertaken following the preceding fires, that they had been told they would get the funding for, because the Commonwealth and the state made a big announcement about the funding, and then the state sat on it for a while. What can the federal government do to ensure the state governments get the funding out the door as quickly and efficiently as possible? Can we tie the state governments to a timeline?
Under a number of, if I may, and I might hand to Dr Charker to talk specifically about the council payments. Under a number of relief measures, Senator, there is an allowable time limit for state expenditure, which puts the pressure on the states to actually deliver the program in a specific time limit. And after that time limit has been exceeded, states have the option either to appeal for an extension or the Commonwealth support is not available post that if they don't get an extension. So that's the direct signal to the state, Senator, in terms of the need to get these funds out.
So what is that time
in a timely? It can be 2 years, up to 2 years, Senator. Jill.
Just on the Council Support Fund status, Senator, that you're referring to, as of the 14th of January, so not long ago, NEMA, we have confirmed with ERV at that point that funding allocations were yet to be communicated to councils, but 28 councils had been identified to receive funding under that. So it was being progressed by ERV as of about a month ago.
The government released the Colvin report last year. One of the comments Mr Colvin made was that NEMA and the Prime Minister and Cabinet should coordinate a whole of Commonwealth approach to natural disaster management. I was a bit confused to read that because I thought that was the role of NEMA anyway. Am I confused, or is and what moves have NEMA undertaken to more clearly become a whole of government coordinating body?
I think, Senator, it is one of the very important achievements of this government, to be honest, to establish the National Emergency Management Agency and to provide it with the resources that are necessary to perform that coordination function. I will allow officials to speak a little about some of the ways that that practically occurs across preparedness, response, recovery and investments in resilience. But perhaps point to this one, I think, quite important example, which is that the preparedness program that has been conducted by this agency over the last 2 years is a very significant step up in the level of coordination, not just across the Commonwealth Government, but across the Commonwealth Government with states and territories and local government counterparts, and also with the private sector and NGO sector. And indeed, one of the core roles that the National Emergency Management Agency performs is making sure that we do have very good communication in a whole of society way. Because the truth is that the kinds of disasters that we've encountered over this high-risk weather season are going to increase in frequency and intensity. That is all of the scientific advice before us suggests that this is true. It is one reason why this government remains committed to effective climate action, but it is also why we've made the investments that we have in having a national organisation capable of engaging all parts of society in preparedness for events of this kind. Mr Moon, you may wish to make some more specific comments about the coordination function.
Senator, if I may just describe the architecture of our National Emergency Management arrangements very quickly. NEMA chairs the Australia-New Zealand Emergency Management Committee, which is all the state commissioners and leaders for recovery as well, in terms of determining key strategic policy issues. We also chair and coordinate the National Coordination Mechanism for specific issues, not only across the Commonwealth, but also with the private sector and other sectors. We do run IDCs for recovery, and also we have a number of round tables which we chair with the disability sector, with our First Nations people, hazard insurance partnerships. So there are a range of entities and governance structures in place where we actually manage the arrangements, bearing in mind that our emergency management arrangements not only include our response agencies, but also many other sectors as well, Senator, and NEMA coordinates all and leads all of that.
So you do have a whole of government focus already?
Very much so, Senator.
Senator Davey, I need to share the call. Thank you. Senator Ghosh, coming to you.
Thank you. Can I pick up on the establishment of NEMA and the amalgamation or the bringing together of the National Recovery and Resilience Agency and Emergency Management Australia? Can I ask across, first can I ask actually, what was the rationale for that creation of NEMA? And then secondly, has it, in the view of the officials, been an improvement in terms of how disaster response or emergency response is coordinated and planned?
Well, I think, Senator Ghosh, in some regards, my answer to Senator Davies' questions went to some of these same issues. I mean, it was very clear under the last government that the Commonwealth arrangements for responding to natural disasters and supporting the states and territories needed to be improved. And that arose for a number of reasons, but it is in part because all of the advice in front of us is that these events are going to become more frequent, that they're going to become more intense, and that an increased level of Commonwealth leadership would be necessary. And so we came to government understanding that we would need to step up the Commonwealth's capabilities in this regard. In part, it meant funding NEMA properly, bringing all of the functions together in an agency that could provide that coordination function. In part, it also meant making additional investments in capability. We've spoken this morning already about the significance of the investments in aerial capability and what it's meant over this high-risk weather season to have the additional heavy lift assets that have been used in a range of locations. But we've also understood that in this context, we will need to invest more in resilience. And so we created the Disaster Ready Fund. It's a $1 billion fund. We have had several rounds of funding already, and we are working with the states and territories and other partners to make necessary investments to reduce the risks faced by communities and improve their capacity to withstand events when they do occur. We can't actually eliminate all of the risk, but we can prepare for it, and we can mitigate some of those risks and treat them. That is what we are trying to do with our funding arrangements.
Unless either of you would like to add something, I can...
Senator, it was also a recommendation of the 2019 Bushfire Royal Commission, which has been delivered on. Significantly, it also provides an end-to-end emergency management solution. What we see in terms of many of the organisations globally is that preparedness, response, recovery are separate, and also disaster risk reduction are separate entities. NEMA brings together all of those elements, and there are specific capabilities such as the National Situation Room, National Security Hotline. There's a whole range of capabilities that have now been brought together, and as I go back to my opening statement, so that it is support delivered by the Commonwealth during large-scale emergencies can be timely and targeted. We can mobilise across the Commonwealth, but also the capabilities of the agency itself.
If I could drill down into some of the things that you said, Minister, on funding of NEMA, and really ask about what does a stable funding trajectory allow NEMA to do that without it, it wouldn't be able to do?
There are some core capabilities in NEMA which we're able to build and develop over time, and Mr Buffoni can talk to you about some of the personnel in the National Situation Room and some of the work that they do. But I can assure the committee that the work that is done in that centre is invaluable in supporting states and territories, communities, NGOs, the private sector, in understanding the nature of an event when an emergency is underway and developing a response to it. It's also the case that with significant additional funding required to meet the recovery needs of communities, NEMA is developing an enhanced capability to manage those resources. The volume of funds that the Commonwealth is expending and providing to states and territories for recovery activities has grown very significantly in recent years. We want to support states and territories, we want to be good partners to them, and we want to support their communities, but it does need an additional level of oversight and program management capability, which Dr Charker is responsible for within the organisation, and she or Mr Moon may be able to speak to that. I think more generally, the coordination work that's already been discussed is incredibly significant. We don't imagine that this is a task that can be met or solved by government alone, and having the resources and the capability to be able to reach out through the preparedness work, to engage with a whole range of different entities and make sure that they have the information and the data that they need to make their own businesses and their own communities more resilient is also a core feature of NEMA's work, and is utterly dependent on having stable funding arrangements and a clear sense of organisational mission, which is what we consider we've been able to deliver by establishing NEMA in the way that we have. Mr Buffoni, did you want to speak a little bit about the work in the National Situation Room? Because I do think sometimes there is there are amazing capabilities there, and I think it's a good opportunity to inform the committee about those.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks for the question, Senator. So I put the coordination elements in three sort of areas. Number one is across Australian government. So making sure that the Australian government is coordinated and cohesive so that it can respond in a timely way and in a very effective way. The second is in support of states and territories, so coordinating across the nation, and we work with states and territories, the National Resource Sharing Centre, and again linked back into the National Situation Room. And then the third is the private sector, which in particular, as the outcome from COVID, we've seen as a critical part of the system. So we look at it through that system. The National Situation Room itself runs 24/7, and we've actually built significant capability within. So it's no longer just a pure watch room. It actually has a global outlook with a domestic focus, and it covers all hazards, not just natural hazards. And very quickly, it identifies, it notifies, it activates, and more importantly, it starts to do very quick analysis. And you can't undervalue near real-time situational awareness. So that's bringing together all the information. If you think about recently what we've had, we've had cyclones in the north, we've had flooding in Queensland, we still have fires in Tasmania, we've had fires in Victoria, and on top of that we've had national security sort of events that we are not directly responsible for, but we support the other relevant agencies. That all happens within that National Situation Room. We've got a scalable model as well, and I have to call out that there has been significant work done that was led by Prime Minister and Cabinet, but the update and review of the Australian Government Crisis Management Framework. Now, the reason I put that into the frame is it actually changes how we operate, how we coordinate, and also how we scale to deal with catastrophic events. So we're not just preparing for the here and now, we're actually preparing for those catastrophic events that we might not even imagine what they look like at the moment, and that consecutive, concurrent and compounding effect. That is all done through the National Situation Room, and the important thing is it's not NEMA's National Situation Room, it's the Australian Government National Situation Room. So it brings together all the agencies, all of the respective organisations that have responsibility. The National Coordination Mechanism, which is part of that, quite a significant mechanism, 663 since it was sort of implemented. It's part of the Australian Government Crisis Management Framework, and it really, again, is a critical part of coordination. But it all links back to that being able to be right on top of what's the situation, what's the anticipation, so what is it potentially going to do, and also what are the potential consequences so that we can actually be ahead where we can and minimise the impact. So our key focus, contribute to saving lives, reduce harm and maintaining public trust in the system.
Now, in terms of that increase in scope and capacity of what you're doing, as well as the increase in funding, has that meant you've taken on more people, more public servants?
I might hand to my colleague here.
Thank you, Senator. Vidushi Jana, Chief Operating Officer. So as part of the 24-25 budget process, yes, we did get an uplift of 135 staff to support all of the things that my colleagues in the Coordinator General has mentioned. Certainly it has helped us in supporting our workforce. So prior to 24-25, we weren't able to really provide certainty to our staff. So that sustainment funding has certainly gone to building a very positive culture in NEMA, where we can now actually retain and attract more staff.
And 135 were added in this cycle. What does that bring the total?
The total is we have 425 average staffing level for 24-25 and onwards.
So that's quite a significant increase proportionally. In terms of where that leaves the organisation, if that 135 were removed in future, what impact do you think that would have on both your plans and the capacity to deliver your current scope?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. It would have a huge impact on our ability to provide the standard services that Mr Buffoni's just articulated, the National Situation Room, the National Hotline, the coordination units, to be able to actually provide assurance over the $11.6 billion of DRFA assurance funding that we sit over and preside over and provide that assurance to the government. Also providing assurance over all DRFA and DRF sustainment sort of funding, as well as all the grant programs that we actually administer. All of those will come to a risk if we are unable to sustain this funding, particularly in the National Situation Room, which is a 24/7 one-shop stop for the Commonwealth. That will not be able to be sustained in the long run should we not be provided this 135 ASL.
Taking that answer and taking the answers that we've heard across a number of rounds of estimates now in relation to the increase in risk and number of high-risk weather events and disasters, is it then at a general level correct to say that a loss of those additional public servants or cuts to that public service number in NEMA would make Australians less safe?
Certainly, Senator, if we are unable to provide that security and have those staff available to us, we will not be able to service the National Situation Room or provide immediate recovery to our staff through our CPO network, through all our staff who actually provide and deliver DRFA payments or the different categories of DRFA support immediately to communities who are in need. So it certainly will put a huge risk to the Australian community.
Thank you. I'm just going to check with the Chair. Do you want to share the call?
I think Senator Polly wanted to quickly mention your own state.
Yes, I just wanted to put on record, Minister, the way you've communicated with Tasmanians over the recent fires and also the officers is greatly appreciated. It's still underway. Just wondering if you, again, our concern is if that funding isn't secured, what impact that would have on Tasmanians, because it's not just fires, it's floods. We may not have cyclones, but, we're all vulnerable right around Australia. This is really an investment in Australian people's safety.
Thanks, Senator Polly. And you're right that since I've been sworn to the portfolio, the Tasmanian community has endured a very big storm, and now they're enduring a very significant fire event on the West Coast. We seek to be good partners to the Tasmanian government also, and to work very closely with the Premier and his team to provide support to Tasmanian communities and Tasmanian people. In the most recent fire events, it's been important for some of the aerial assets that we have funded, an additional I think $35 million across 2 years to uplift the funding program for aerial assets, and it's made a real difference. And Mr Buffoni can talk to you about the way those have been deployed in the Tasmanian context.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. Thanks, Senator, for your question. I was actually down in Tasmania on Wednesday and Thursday to have a look at the fires, and it's significant work that the authorities have actually done down there. In relation to the aerial assets...
I might say just very difficult circumstances in that part
incredibly
of the state.
Difficult circumstances. I think that sometimes it's underestimated the difficulty of access, the remote terrain, and the cross values, environmental values, cultural values, mining values, communities, all of that, which is quite significant, but an incredible effort by all of the agencies down there. So that's incredible. But just in relation to the firefighting capabilities, and in particular aerial aerial, I think it's actually, it is a good news story in the last 2 years around the investment for multi-use. So we now have seen a capability that has shifted from being purely fire focused, although its primary purpose is fire. You know, we can't step away from that. That is a significant risk. But the multi-use element means that we can actually move the aircraft. When I say we, it's done through the commissioners and chief officers. They determine what the operational movement is. So we've had the aerial capability that you've heard around is the S61, which is a heavy lift aircraft, but multi-use. It's got winch capability, it can move people, it can do resupply, and it can do firefighting. So it wasn't needed for the firefighting effort. It went to Queensland and it went to Western Australia to support those efforts. Across the country, we've seen the large air tanker, which is a C-130. Now, that's a very specific aircraft as well, with very specific capability that under certain circumstances can actually be modified to do resupply or other critical work if required. We've also got 2 Black Hawks, which are ex-military aircraft, again, that have been moved around the country where the risk is, and one's currently in Tasmania supporting the firefighting effort down in Tasmania. So that is the big focus, and we're now doing a review so that we can look forward and understand what the fleet will look like into the future.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Polly. The committees will suspend for morning tea until 10:30 a.m. and we'll be returning with NEMA. Thanks. All right, thank you, everyone. The committee will thank you, everyone. The committee will continue its examination of the National Emergency Management Agency. Senator Davey, you have the call.
Thank you very much. I just want to come to the Colvin review and some of the recommendations and assessments contained therein. I'm concerned about page 21 of the final report, where the review found that structurally the DRFA has accessibility issues whereby program configuration and administrative design hinders some jurisdictions and non-government organisations from accessing support, thereby creating inequities. Would you agree with that assessment? And if so, how can we improve the structure of the DRFA to improve accessibility?
Thanks very much, Senator. I'll make a top-line response and then I'll ask the Coordinator-General to provide some additional remarks. I think we welcome the report from Mr Colvin. We did want advice from him about his perspective on the funding arrangements in particular. It's worth noting that we also, of course, we also commissioned Mr Glasser to undertake a review of the governance arrangements associated with our national arrangements, essentially, and the way that we work with other jurisdictions. And the recommendations from both of those gentlemen are very important to us. We are working through Mr Colvin's recommendations with states and territories in particular, and consulting with them on their perspective on these same issues. And it's really important that we do so, as we've observed in answers to questions this morning. This really is a collaborative exercise. At its heart, the Commonwealth Government plays a role when events exceed the capacity of a local jurisdiction to respond to them. That's at the heart of the existing arrangements. We don't have any recommendations in front of us that recommend that that be changed in essence, and so any response that we provide to the recommendations from Mr Colvin or Mr Glasser need to be developed in consultation with our state and territory partners and with input from other stakeholders. In terms of the DRFA arrangements, we do, of course, seek continuous improvement. We're always looking at what's happening and what we can do better. We have, in the last 6 months, and in preparation for this higher risk weather season, made a number of changes which we judged would make it easier for jurisdictions to access and switch on some of that financial support that is available for communities. And I'll ask Mr Moon to talk you through some of that work.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator, yes, the independent reviewer did make commentary around accessibility, equity, structural design of the DRFA. And I think it's important to note, from a contextual point of view, this was post the largest floods this nation had ever experienced. And so the size, the scale, the impact, and also those repeat events really put pressure on not only the design of the policy and the guideline, but also the agencies, the local governments, the community groups that were meant to administer it. And also community expectation, I think, Senator, has certainly evolved over the years. But bearing that in mind, NEMA has always focused on improving that accessibility and the equity piece. Can I just go to the Category C grants at the moment? There was a time where primary producers and small business would have to retell their stories over and over again, provide invoices, provide a whole range of evidentiary information to support any request for funding. The administration of that has changed completely now that we have redesigned those grants, so that those sectors can now provide a photo or an estimate to start that funding, so they don't have to go through that really administratively complex space as well. And that's been done to a number of programs. The mental health programs is another example where we've refined the guidelines. We have standard guidelines that now can be accessed very, very quickly. I think some of the core frustrations that informed the independent reviewer's view of the arrangements. He heard from local government about the difficulty in mobilising support for the rebuild of their roads. And I think it's fair to say there are a number of controls there really in the guideline. It's how they're administered is with where the complexity comes in. We just need to know, was that asset damaged? What did it look like beforehand, and what are you going to do to fix it up? And can you cost that, please?
And
I
some
think
states take those 3 points and say, when they say, what did it look like before, they're asking for a photo of the culvert the day, the week before the flood, and councils have told me it's impossible for us to have photographs of every single one of our 5,000 assets, and they're not accepting the photos of the damage as proof of damage, because they're claiming that in their applications they're told, well, we need a before and after photo. I can understand insurance companies require that for asset insurance and households, but I'm even hearing that some insurance companies make life easier than trying to apply for DRFA for roads and bridges and the like.
yes, and we certainly recognise some of those design challenges. It also goes to some of those states and local governments hadn't experienced an event where they'd actually had to implement the disaster recovery funding arrangements. To that extent, though, Senator, we've been working now, so this is NEMA, working with states and also local governments around the country to really uplift that understanding about what's actually required to access those funds promptly. And I think importantly too, advances have been made to states around the country of their estimate of their program. So that facility was made available, so fast tracking of support could be enabled by the state. So that's the approach we've taken, Senator.
So when Mr Colvin observed that government officials who administer the DRFA describe its application as confusing and difficult to work within, is the work you've just described of going out there, talking to LGAs and state governments to address that observation? And was that observation about others like state and local government, or are there some NEMA officials who are confused about?
I think, Senator Davey, the best way to answer this is to say that we are working on the parts of the system where we can best have best effect. We want to make sure that our state and territory partners who lead on recovery have really clear advice from NEMA about the sorts of support that they can provide to their communities. And that's true for whether it's support provided to councils through that Category B funding that I think you're referring to now, or support that might be available as extraordinary assistance through Category C and D. In each of those areas, we have worked with our state counterparts, informed by consultation with local government and other stakeholders, to make sure they have really good information and clear information about what is within the funding guidelines. We try to make it flexible, we try to make it responsive to need, but we maintain a focus on accountability because that is important to us as well. Mr Moon has just spoken with you about some particular examples of changes that we've been able to make that we do think makes it easier for councils to access money. One of those has been the willingness to advance funds to states and territories so that prior to expenditure, so that they may assist their councils quickly. Other changes that we've made have gone to standardising packages or forms of support so that we can quickly assess an application from a state or territory partner as being eligible, and that allows us to quickly mobilise resources for that affected community.
And does that also include clarifying where betterment can come into play? Because in the past there's been, you're not allowed to have betterment. I know that federal government has been open to betterment. There's still a lack of understanding from a lot of local governments. So how does betterment come into play? And is it now across the board that councils or others can apply for, when they're applying for DRFA funding, can include betterment in the proposal?
I might, from a practical perspective, just sort of outline some of the work we've done, but then hand from a policy perspective to Dr. Charker. But we've been involved in multiple workshops with discrete local governments and the local state entities working through a range of their betterment options and the treatment options they'd be looking at, providing that policy advice on what potentially would be eligible and also the approach that they could take to betterment. And that's happened in multiple states, Senator, and I might hand to Dr. Charker.
Yeah, Senator, just on betterment, as you've noted, that sometimes is an area where people aren't clear about what's possible. As part of some of the standardisation and improvement initiatives the Minister also touched on earlier, we developed a series of new advisories effectively, so quite clear guidance notes for states and territories, one of which went specifically to betterment and resilient infrastructure. And how it works in the DRFA is that for a given asset which is damaged by a disaster event, which would ordinarily be in scope certainly of Category B for reconstruction, the state may choose to request Category B, of course, for that for reconstruction, plus additional funds for its betterment through Category D. So that extra amount that it would cost to better or harden that asset falls under Category D. And we've now, as I said, developed an advisory to support state, territory and local government recovery practitioners to understand where that is. We have... there has been almost, I'd say, $1 billion of betterment funding which has been allocated or approved by the Commonwealth dating back to 2021 under Category D arrangements, as I've outlined, Senator.
Okay. And just finally, the government's had the Colvin report for 10 months and the Glasser report for similar. How many recommendations have been considered in detail? I note that you have to work with the state governments on a lot of them, but for the recommendations that could be addressed by the federal government alone, how are we tracking?
I think it's best if this answer is provided in two parts. The Glasser review has been, many aspects of that have been progressed, not just unilaterally by the Australian government, but also by states and territories, because many of those recommendations go to the organisational arrangements that we have amongst ourselves to coordinate our efforts. In relation to the Colvin review, we're working through all of the recommendations before we provide a response on any individual matter. There are some aspects of Mr Colvin's work that were under consideration already by NEMA at the time he undertook his work, and we could point to examples of things that are already occurring at the Commonwealth level which align with Mr Colvin's recommendations. But we're not in a position today to walk you through each of those because we simply haven't finished the work that's necessary to respond to that report.
So, and chances of having those responses prior to the election?
Well, we'll release the report when that work's been done with the states and territories. One of the challenges in doing policy reform in the emergency management sector is that everybody is very busy from October to March. And it's one of the things we actively think about. If, you know, much of the work that we need to do with our state and territory partners needs to be done between March and September. That is just the reality of working in this environment. We couldn't responsibly ask people to divert staff resources away from some of the activities they're presently engaged in to do this kind of policy reform. We progress it as far as we can, but we are conscious of not seeking to burden our state and territory partners. They are primarily focused on questions of response and early recovery at this point in the cycle.
Thank you. I'm done.
Great, thank you. Senator Ghosh, did you have a couple of follow-ups, and then I might be done with NEMA after that?
I do, thank you. Can I just pick up on the answer that was given in relation to the $1 billion that's allocated to the DRF funding or projects? DRF, sorry. Is it possible to have that number in terms of the last 12 months and then also where it's gone states and territories wise?
Dr Charker can speak to you a little about some of the way that those allocations have worked, and perhaps about one or two of the projects which I think are emblematic of the kinds of investments that are possible through this fund.
Yeah, thanks, Senator, for the question. So, in relation to the Disaster Ready Fund, as you'll be aware, there's $200 million of Commonwealth funds allocated each year for 5 annual rounds of the Disaster Ready Fund. Monies and projects have been approved for the first 2 rounds, so DRF rounds 1 and 2. The Commonwealth contribution is complemented by additional contribution from the project grantee or the project proponent, which often is a state government or other entity. So it ends up being sizably more in total, that money that's being invested in risk reduction and resilience, than just the $200 million Commonwealth contribution as well. In relation to state breakdowns, to give you a sense, perhaps for the most recent round 2, that of course saw the $200 million allocated, as I've already noted, is the total amount per annum. It saw about $7.6 million allocated to the ACT, approximately $42 million to New South Wales, $16 million to Northern Territory projects, about $30 million to Queensland, about $20 million to SA, about $8 million to Tassie, about $38 million to Victoria, and approximately $38 million again to WA. There are different numbers of projects, etc., covered in those dollar amounts. In terms of a couple of key projects which, to use the Minister's term, are emblematic of this program, one of them would include, under round one of the program, funding of $20 million to the Household Resilience Program in central and northern Queensland. So that was funding to assist eligible homeowners in coastal parts of that northern region to improve the resilience of their homes against cyclones. A second one went to some support for vulnerable households to heat waves, and there have been other examples of disaster-ready fund allocations elsewhere to support the design of cyclone shelters and the like.
Thank you. Can I ask about the Emergency Response Fund, which I think was the structural predecessor to this? And I understand that was established in 2019. Happy if you need to take this on notice, but are you aware of how many resilience or mitigation projects were completed under the auspices of the Emergency Response Fund?
Yes, I can provide that, Senator. So the information I have is that projects that are in the closure phase, which is 91 or to 100% complete, at 30 September is 28, and that's of the total 119 projects for that ERF. Thanks, Senator.
Okay. Can I ask in relation to the prepositioning of assets, which was one of the questions that, or one of the answers that emerged to one of the questions before, and one of the observations was around prepositioning of assets in Western Australia for this season. Is there a framework or a basis on which that's done that's publicly available, or is that a dynamic process internally?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. It's actually a dynamic model at the. So again, we work with the state in the first instance, and then we look at where it needs to be pre-positioned. In relation to aircraft, it is actually done by the commissioners and chief officers. So NEMA does not have a role in that, although we do co-chair the commissioners and chief officers meeting, but it is an operational decision that is done on risk. In relation to our National Emergency Management Stockpile, we're still evolving on that, but the main positioning is South Australia and Victoria. South Australia in particular, because it can actually move in different areas, and we're looking at future options to have those capabilities pre-positioned. But the operational pre-positioning is really a call from the states, and we then support that.
In terms of having stockpiles pre-positioned in South Australia and to an extent in Victoria, is part of the thinking around that the stockpile materials are required later in the process or in the aftermath, or are they also required as preventative or prophylactic measures?
More so, again, depending on what the scenario is and the lead time for any event, there is the option to pre-position. So the arrangements are such that after discussions with the respective jurisdiction, we can pre-position. The main rationale in the first instance with South Australia and Victoria is close to transport hubs and the distribution, either east, west or north, in particular with South Australia.
In relation to the new aerial assets that the agencies acquired or obtained, can I just understand, are they assets that the agency owns or are owned by the Commonwealth Government, or are they leased from service providers either nationally or at a state level?
So again, we work through the National Aerial Firefighting Centre that is run by the Australasian Fire Authorities Council. That has been the arrangement that's been in place. What we do is fund the capability. The difference this year, though, is we've been very specific around the scope of those capabilities. So the multi-use capabilities and the heavy airlift capabilities, which is also aligned to the recommendations of the Royal Commission. So that's been the focus, but they are funded and facilitated through those national arrangements.
Are you able to provide an update in relation to the Kununurra Regional Multipurpose Emergency Evacuation Centre in terms of where that's at and if there are any updates?
So, Senator, that was funded under round 2 of the Disaster Ready Fund to the tune of approximately 14 million in Commonwealth funding. We certainly are in the process at the moment of signing the relevant agreements with states and territories for the release of that funding. And in fact, we have 6 schedules that have been signed with all of this, with the states and territories for that. So that project falls under that. And in fact, I'm just checking my notes here. The WA schedule has been signed. So what that means now is that lead agencies have got 3 months to then submit to NEMA an implementation plan around that project. So we're likely to be awaiting, I'd say, the implementation plan. I'll take on notice the status for that particular project of where it's at. When we receive the implementation plan, that enables that project lead to start accessing and drawing down on Commonwealth funding. They can actually start the project sooner than that using the relevant state or other funding if they wish, if they want to get on with it. But to access Commonwealth funding, they need an implementation plan. So I'll take on notice the status of that plan.
Thank you. One of the observations or one of the aspects of the work that NEMA's been doing is relating to future-proofing regions, communities and towns that are at risk of either flooding or fires and the like. Is there an indication of which towns are likely to receive that future-proofing or the process by which those towns are selected?
So it's, thank you, Senator. So really what you've described is, do we have an understanding of the vulnerabilities of particular communities, infrastructure, that built environment, and also the communities, to particular hazards around the nation? Each state is responsible for conducting their own risk assessment and also having treatments for that. But certainly we are looking, and at some of the work that we are doing with the Hazard Insurance Partnership, we're starting to look at some of the data sets that informs the insurance industry and how we can use that to identify the vulnerabilities and importantly what our priorities should be in terms of investment and also design of policy and also investment in capabilities into the future so that we can actually deal with those.
And I should say, Senator Ghosh, that this is one of the examples that was asked about earlier about investment in capability. So we haven't previously had a data set of this kind, but NEMA is working through the partnership that's been established with the insurers to understand the risk profile of various regions across the country so that we can drive our investments. And again, it's a feature of our government. We understand that investments in resilience will be necessary. It's why we've established the fund, but it's also why we've made the investments in capability in this agency so that we can have a good data set and a good evidence base on which to make future decisions.
Final question. In terms of that insurance data, is that something that the companies are sharing with you, or is that something you're inferring from pricing?
Dr. Chaka.
Yeah, Senator. So under the Hazards Insurance Partnership that the Minister just referred to, the insurance companies who are members of that partnership are sharing the data with the ABS, the Bureau of Statistics, not with NEMA, because that way all of the full confidentiality provisions of the ABS can be applied. ABS can then also link that data to some other data sets, again in a highly confidentialised manner, so that the benefits of other data sets, like if you think about socioeconomic data about individuals, whether they receive pensions, employment status, income, all of that can be linked, which gives you a much richer picture of risk, not just in terms of risk of a hazard in an area and insurance information about that, but also the nature of the community that lives in that area as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. That's all the questions we have for the National Emergency Management Agency. Thank you for your hard work during this high-risk weather season. We're going to have a very brief suspension from broadcast while we swap over to the next agency. Okay. You have to wait for me. The committee will resume its hearing, and I now welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, representing the Minister for Home Affairs, and I also call officers from the Department of Home Affairs, including Australian Border Force, in relation to cross-portfolio corporate and general matters. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement today?
No, I'm fine, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Foster, would you like to make an opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'd like to do three things in this opening statement. The first is to acknowledge Gavin Reynolds at his first estimates hearing as Australian Border Force Commissioner. Gavin's already making a huge difference building on Michael Outram's legacy. I'm delighted to have him as my partner on the Home Affairs leadership team. The second is to note the numerous achievements of Home Affairs staff since last November. On the national security front, last month we released both the counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy and a public statement on countering foreign interference. These drew on our strong partnerships with states and territories and respond directly to the changing threat environment outlined by the Director-General of Security. With these releases, we now have in place ambitious strategies for our core functions: migration, cybersecurity, countering terrorism, violent extremism and foreign interference. On 29 November last year, landmark cybersecurity legislation received royal assent, positioning us at the forefront of international efforts to tackle cyber attacks. And our partnerships with industry on critical infrastructure protection continue to deepen as we conduct a series of increasingly sophisticated exercises with key sectors of the economy. This genuine public-private partnership is also underpinning a roadmap for the growth and professionalisation of our national cybersecurity workforce, inspiring advanced sharing and blocking of cyber threats, promoting greater sovereign cyber capability, and collaborating in the face of persistent cyber threat. Building on a series of directions under the Protective Security Policy Framework issued in July 2024, on 4 and 21 February 25, I issued further directions prohibiting the use on Australian government systems of both DeepSeek products, applications and web services, as well as Kaspersky Lab Inc. products and services, respectively. These directions seek to manage security risks to our systems. Our Border Force colleagues have continued their successful targeting of harms at our border with major seizures of illicit drugs, cigarettes, tobacco and vapes, countering illegal foreign fishing and successfully resolving people smuggling ventures while continuing to facilitate legitimate trade and travel. Implementation of game-changing reforms to our migration system continue, driven by future skills and economic needs. I note particularly the introduction of the Skills in Demand visa and the National Innovation visa late last year, and our work building new cooperative mechanisms to manage migration with states and territories to better deliver this important national endeavour. We're continuing to transform our approach to immigration compliance following landmark High Court decisions. This has included the passage of 2 bills in November last year, which commenced in December and amended the Migration Act to introduce a range of powers to strengthen the integrity of Australia's migration system and particularly removal powers. Following the passage of this legislation, the Department established a third country reception arrangement with the Government of Nauru. This has created new options for settlement for those non-citizens who have otherwise exhausted all avenues to remain in Australia but have significant barriers to removal, strengthening Australia's ability to actively manage its migration system. Also in November, we supported the passage of a third bill, the Prohibited Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill, that will provide the Australian Border Force with new powers to search and seize items that pose a risk to the health, safety or security of people in the facility or to the order of the facility. We also responded to the social cohesion challenges with the establishment of a new Office of Community Cohesion, bringing together levers across the Home Affairs portfolio and building collaboration across the Commonwealth with states and territories and with civil society. And finally, the third is to express my deep appreciation to the Home Affairs team across Australia and around the world for the extraordinary work they do every day to help keep Australia prosperous, secure and united. Their professionalism, their passion and their commitment make a difference to the lives of all Australians every day. I'm enormously proud of them and privileged to lead such a team. And we now welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you, Ms Foster. And we'll go to Senator Patterson. We're on cross-portfolio.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms Foster.
Good morning, Senator.
We have a lot to get through today, and as you know, an election could be called within days, but only the Prime Minister knows exactly when. But the effect of that would be that the Parliament will be prorogued and any questions taken on notice will be effectively put on hold for the campaign period. So I'm seeking a commitment from you on behalf of the Department that you and your officers will, as far as possible, seek to answer questions asked today in this forum, and will only take questions on notice when there is genuinely no answer available today.
Senator, we will do that. The other circumstance in which we need to take things on notice is when we need to consult with the Minister on whether a public interest immunity claim he would wish to consider.
Sure, I understand that. But a decision to take a question on notice is effectively a decision not to answer the question before the election. And so in the interest of transparency, I'm just asking that only be done when it is strictly necessary and appropriate.
Chair, can I make the point? This is hardly the first estimates hearing held in the lead up to an election. So I'm sure the officials will do everything they can to answer questions, but Senator Patterson also needs to respect the standing orders of the committee.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Patterson, if you could resist from paraphrasing the Senate standing orders incorrectly, that would be helpful to the committee's proceedings. Witnesses are allowed to take questions on notice if they meet the requirements of the Senate standing orders. I'm sure Ms Foster will meet those requirements.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Ms Foster, how important is it to you that the Department of Home Affairs be and be seen to be non-partisan and apolitical?
Very important, Senator.
What do the requirements of the Citizenship Ceremony Code have to say about citizenship ceremonies in the way in which they must not be politicised?
So, Senator, the officials who manage the code on my behalf are normally appearing in outcome 2. But in general, there are a range of provisions which go to the way in which people, the protocols around which people are invited, and the way in which we manage ceremonies that ensure that that's the case.
Ms Foster, I'm just going to stop you for one moment. Senator Patterson, we have a program that the members of the Coalition agreed to. We're in cross-portfolio and general matters. If your questions relate to another outcome, you'll have to ask them there.
Thank you, Chair. And I will have specific questions that go to the detail under outcome 2, but these are questions about the department and the risk of it being perceived to be politicised. I think that's appropriate in cross-portfolio. It's a question of the decisions of the Secretary in administering the department.
Well, they relate to a different outcome, Senator Patterson. If you want to make them more specific to cross-portfolio and general matters so that they can be asked in this section, then I'd encourage you to do that.
Chair, I'd be grateful if you allow me to ask the questions, and if you think they're out of order, then that's fine, but I think I should be allowed to ask the questions.
You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms Foster, the code says, and I quote, ceremony organisers must invite all elected officials of the locality at all levels of government. This is to allow local representatives to introduce themselves and welcome new citizens as full members of the community. Is it your expectation that the department and its officers follow the guidelines set out in the code?
Chair, this is clearly an attempt by Senator Patterson to ask questions that should be asked in a later part of the program in cross-portfolio. He's going to the guidelines relating to citizenship ceremonies. That is clearly a matter for later in the program.
Yeah, and thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Patterson, I did give you that advice before you asked your question. That question relates to another outcome. If you don't have questions in cross-portfolio and general matters, we'll get to that outcome a lot faster.
If you want to try and shut down questions on the politicisation of
Patterson, you
citizenship
can withdraw
ceremonies,
that.
please feel free.
Senator Patterson, you should consider withdrawing that because that is not what I have done. I'm asking you to ask questions in the relevant outcome so that the program that was agreed to by coalition senators can be followed today. We don't have a habit in this portfolio of skipping forward to meet the needs of senators. What we want to do is ask these questions in cross-portfolio and general matters that relate to the officials that are sitting behind the Secretary so we can move on to other outcomes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful for your advice. Moving on to another matter, and we'll return to that at a later point.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms Foster, there are a number of outstanding questions taken on notice from previous rounds of estimates, some which are seriously overdue. Senate question on notice 3494 and 3495 relating to NZYQ, and question 3492 and 3443 relating to Palestinian visa holders. These were asked on the 12th of August 2024, so they were due a month after that, but they still haven't been provided by the committee within the required 30 days. We're now more than 6 months on from these questions being answered. Do you have an update for me on where these questions to answers taken on notice are?
Senator, I don't have the details of those 4 specific ones. As I've said, often in this forum, I do attempt to provide answers in a timely way to the committee, but I can ask officers behind me if they have details of those particular 4 that they can provide answers to you on.
Thank you. Yes, overdue questions on notice are very traditionally dealt with at cross-portfolio, so if there's any officers who have that relevant information, that would be gratefully received.
I'm sure, Senator, they're just looking for those 4 questions and will let us know when they have an answer.
Just more generally, as a matter of process, it's still the case, isn't it, that the department prepares draft answers to questions on notice to the Minister's office, and it's the Minister's office responsibility for clearing the final questions that come to the committee?
So, Senator, yes, we do provide draft answers to the Minister's office, and those answers are provided to the committee once the Minister's office has indicated that they're ready for that to happen.
And in your experience, does the department meet its obligations in terms of timeliness in providing those draft answers to the Minister's office?
Senator, again, when Ms Sharp's found the answers to the other question, she may be able to help me with this answer. But I think typically we do a pretty good job of meeting the timelines. It's not perfect. As you know, we often receive a large number of questions, but we put considerable effort into meeting those timelines.
And just while the officials I have made this point before, but there has been an absolute explosion in the number of questions on notice asked at these hearings compared to previous parliamentary terms. You know, to give you one example, February 2024, 967 questions on notice asked, compared to February 2022, 104. And those sorts of figures are repeated at every instance. So I'm confident that the officials and the Minister's office do everything they can to answer those questions, but there is an enormous number that is now expected to be answered compared to what has traditionally been the case.
Thank you. Ms Sharp, did you have something to add on those specific questions on notice?
Senator Sophie Sharp, Deputy Secretary Executive. We're just trying to find the specific ones and we'll get back to you if we can, Senator.
Okay. Ms Foster, you said you attempted to provide the answers to the Minister's office in a timely way, noting the number of questions you received. Given that the standing orders require that they be returned within 30 days, would it be unusual for the department to have not provided a draft following more than 6 months after the question had been asked?
It would be unusual, Senator, but given the numbers, I would like to actually know what the facts are around those 4 before I speculate on them.
Okay. Ms Sharp, while you're looking or waiting for that answer to come through from your colleagues, I'll move on to some other matters, but I hope to return to this before the end of cross-portfolio matters. I also have some questions about unanswered freedom of information applications. Is there someone who can come forward who can provide a breakdown on FOI requests received by the department?
Yes, Senator, I'll get Ms Sharp to join us.
Claire Sharp, sorry, I just left my nameplate behind. Claire Sharp, DepSec Legal Group.
Thanks, Ms Sharp. Can you provide a month-on-month breakdown of FOI requests received by the department this financial year to date?
I do have extensive data, so let me see if I can locate that.
Thank you.
I don't think I've got it cut by month.
Mm-hmm. Well, what can you provide me? What you do have?
Certainly. So I can give it to you by quarter.
Sure, let's go with that.
So in terms of how many received?
Yes.
In the July to September quarter, we received 4,258 FOI requests. And in the second quarter, we received 4,178.
And presumably don't yet have the figures for this quarter because it's not complete.
That's correct.
Have you got the figures for how many of those are answered or responded to?
I can tell you how many in total were finalised, not whether those ones that were received.
Okay, well, let's go with what you've got.
In the first quarter of this financial year, we finalised 2,994 FOI requests. And in the second quarter, we finalised 3,271.
And from my memory, there's been previous evidence in this forum that a large number of those requests are from migration agents or people who've got visa requests. Is that right?
That's right. So the vast majority of our FOI requests are personal, like requests for an individual for information about them. We don't know the reason, like they don't have to, what I mean by that is they don't say, I want this information for my migration matter, but we do know anecdotally that many people do request the information to help them manage their matters, but they also request it for things like rental applications or other things that they need evidence of their citizenship or evidence of their migration status to help them with a bank application.
Surely there's a more direct way of doing that than by FOI, I would have thought.
So many of them we sometimes call them FOI, like they submit a request and we'll process it under the Privacy Act, which is a faster way. But yeah, I mean, you would, and most people, I guess, keep their own records. So they may have their own citizenship certificate and they can use that and not need us at all.
Not to diminish the importance of that, I do understand why people have a right to the access of their data, of course, but it wasn't really the purpose of the FOI Act to facilitate people's applications for rental properties. I'm concerned that legitimate public interest FOI, which is being made by journalists or member parliaments or others, is being swamped by these applications for personal information. Do you treat applications any differently based on the type of request?
One of the changes we made last year, because we were cognizant of that problem, was we stood up a second FOI team so that we can have more coverage and make sure that the non-personal FOI requests, which are typically from politicians or journalists or other kind of public interest stakeholders, are managed in a separate stream.
And are they prioritised?
They're not prioritised in the sense that we would. We just run two separate teams, so different skill sets. I wouldn't like anyone to get the impression we don't prioritise ones from citizens over politicians, but we do run two separate streams so that we can manage, because what tends to happen in the non-personal caseload is we'll get a big wave of FOI requests about a particular topic, and that can swamp that could swamp the personal caseload. So what we've done is separate them out so that we can better manage those big waves of non-personal requests when they come in.
But we have, Senator, been talking internally, but also with the Information Commissioner about alternative ways to manage the personal data requests. I hear the point you're making about the intended purpose of the Act and the need for us to respond to that. But we're also conscious that the sorts of things that people ask for their personal data for are important for them to live their daily life. And so we don't want to be in a position where we're stopping people getting a job or getting a house because we're not attending to their information request.
But perhaps maybe going to the finalisation in time rates might give you some sense. So for non-personal requests in the first half of last year, we finalised 73.6% of those in time.
So within 30 days?
Yeah, whereas for personal requests, we are slower on those and we finalised 44.5% of those in time.
Okay, I have a specific FOI.
I will have to share the call after this
Sure,
question.
thank you, Chair. I have a specific FOI that I have a question about, which is one that I submitted on the 9th of December 2024. It's FA 24-12-00506. It was in relation to the Adass Israel Synagogue incident. That was submitted on the 9th of December. The department made a request for a time extension of 30 days, which I agreed to, but that still required that the documents be returned by the 7th of February. And not only have the documents not been returned, no explanations been provided as to why they weren't returned, even on the extended timeline, so 60 days. Do you have any information about that request, and given your evidence that about 3/4 of these sorts of FOI, public interest FOI requests, are dealt with within 30 days, why this one hasn't been?
I don't have information on that specific one with me at the table. We can see what we can find out while the hearings.
I'd be grateful if you could, and if you could come back, that would be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Patterson, thanks, and we'll try to get that answer for you throughout the day. Senator Polly, we'll go to you now.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to see you, Minister, Secretary. Some pretty basic questions first. How many employees does the Department of Home Affairs currently have?
So, Senator, it's around 15,000. And so our total average staffing level for Home Affairs last year was 15,021.
Thank you.
And the estimated average staffing level for this year is 15,244.
15,244. Are you aware of media reporting about possible cuts to the Australian Public Service under the opposition? And according to those reports, the opposition has described 36,000 public servants as wasteful. A reduction of 36,000 public servants would equate to 20% cut of the public servants. What impact would that cut of 20% have on your department's ability to deliver important national security, the unity of purpose to our society, and to border and customs operations functions? Pretty serious impact. Would you be able to outline to us, if your department was to be part, which you would be, 20% cut?
So, Senator, like all government departments, we serve the government of the day and we adapt our priorities to the requirements of the government of the day and the resourcing they provide us to fulfil those requirements.
So the impact for your department by a 20% cut with the service that you currently provide, the impact on the national security, can you outline what that? I know a department will have to cut their cloth to suit the budget, but the reality is the investment that's been made over the last 2.5 years, can you outline what that cut would actually mean?
Point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order?
It's a hypothetical question.
No, it's not.
Really
it's what your leader is saying to the Australian community they're going to cut because there's waste.
I think it's very unfair to put the Secretary in the position to have to answer hypothetical questions of such a political nature.
Well, Senator Scarr, Senator Polly is entitled to ask her questions in this section. She should frame the question in a way that Ms Foster is able to answer, and I'll allow her to do that.
So, Senator, it's very difficult to give a generic answer to a question as broad as that. As I said earlier, typically governments will be clear with us about what outcomes they want us to produce and where they want us to invest our priority and our resources. And so if there were to be a cut, and as Senator Scarr has pointed out, I'm being very careful to avoid speculating, then it is likely that that cut would be would come with clear government priorities.
So with the employees of the Department of Home Affairs and their contribution within Home Affairs, the vision that we all share, I would have thought, was a secure Australia that is open and united. Are there any employees who don't help keep Australia safe in your department?
Senator, as I often say to my staff, typically they don't work in one silo. So in most cases, the work that people do will be contributing to both prosperity and security, or unity and security. And, you know, there are multiple examples of that across the department. The migration program, the citizenship program go to both unity and prosperity. The work we do in the cybersecurity space not only contributes to security, but provides an environment in which businesses can operate stably and contributes to prosperity. So, you know, every day as staff work on their various tasks, they're contributing to multiple of our outcomes. I smile because, of course, if I felt that there were any of my staff who weren't contributing to our outcomes, then I would be dealing with that in a performance-related context.
Well, the opposition leader has made it very clear that there's going to be a cut to the public service. And I understand you don't want to make any political statements, and I respect that. But a 20% reduction will have an impact on the legal group, will it not?
Well,
The
Senator,
office...
as I said, it depends whether or not there is a 20% cut applied to Home Affairs and where those reductions are targeted.
So if we talk about the legal group, the National Office of Cyber Security, Cyber and Infrastructure Security Group, Executive Group, Chief Operating Officers Group, National Security and Resilience Group, all of those employees are living within a cloud of uncertainty where a commitment's made to cut the public service. It must have an impact. You can't do the same job with less people.
Point of
Senator
order,
Paul, about if it assists you, Senator Patterson.
I'll
Senator,
still be grateful to be able to make the point of order if that's
quickly
right,
you
Chair.
can, and then I will continue.
Yeah, my understanding is that Senate estimates are for questions about the government's budget, not about potential future alleged opposition plans. And if you don't have anything to talk about in your own budget that you're proud of, that's fair enough.
Senator Patterson, that's not a point of order, and you know that. That's why I was reluctant to give you the call. Senator Polly, I think as Ms Foster has articulated, it might be difficult for her to comment on future impacts of policies, whether they're public or not. But
true or not?
Well, you should see the quotes that David Littleproud's made about this. It's plenty. But Senator Polly, if I can assist you, questions about staffing numbers and things like that, Senator Ms Foster would be able to answer, but probably on the impact of those changes or proposed changes is something she might not be able to provide to you today.
Of the 15,244 public servants, how many of those are actually based in the ACT?
It's a relatively small proportion of our staff, Senator, and I'll ask Ms Tressler to come up and help me with the split. But we have large offices in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, a fairly large one in Perth, so around about 1,500 in the two big capital cities, around about 1,000 in the other two.
So
and
the
then, of course, we have a workforce deployed across the world globally.
Yeah, so the majority of those public servants work outside of ACT.
Senator Charlotte Tressler, Chief Operating Officer. So around 36% of our staff are located in the ACT.
So the rest are around Australia or internationally, so that impact of the 20% is going to be felt beyond Canberra. Can you tell me how many employees does the Australian Border Force have?
So as at 31 December, the Australian Border Force has 5,633 staff.
And where...
That's an FTE, a head count of 6,178.
And where are those officers located?
So I don't have a split between departmental and ABF in terms of the regions, but we do have a fair number, of course, in our regional operations area that would be located outside of Canberra.
So that impact of that cut of 20% is going to be felt again outside of Canberra. So because the vision of some people is wrong, but they see public servants only reside in Canberra. But that impact will be on all economies and communities.
So, Senator, I can only repeat my earlier evidence. It depends very much on whether those cuts are applied to Home Affairs and in what areas.
Can you outline for us further details about the Transformation Action Plan?
Yes, I can, Senator. I'll get Ms Tressler to stay at the table and Ms Ver to join us. But essentially, Senator, the plan was designed around two primary things. One was a response to the capability review that the APSC led into the department that started in late 2023 and which made a number of findings about the kinds of things that the department needed to focus on and invest in, and in part in response to our consultation with staff, previous census results about what they were telling us they wanted. And so we've organised our efforts around three primary areas. The first is around exemplary leadership. It's my strong view that we can do all sorts of good things in the organisation, but if the leaders aren't providing an environment in which everyone can succeed, then we will make less progress. The second is around a game-changing agenda. That's to encourage staff to strive always to make a genuine difference on a daily, weekly, yearly basis, so that the work that we're taking forward is not busy work, but in fact has a target of improving outcomes for Australia and Australians. And then the third line of effort is around the way in which we collaborate. A lot of the work that Home Affairs does is dependent on really strong partnerships. And that was a piece of feedback that we had from stakeholders through the capability review, that we were not seen as collaborative as we needed to be. And I think there are sort of three main areas that I'd highlight with that. In areas like cybersecurity, our partnerships with industry are absolutely critical. We're not going to meet the challenges of the cyber threats without really deep and genuine partnership with industry. And I spoke in my opening statement about how well I think that range of partnerships is going. The second is with states and territories. And I'd highlight two areas. One is around things like countering terrorism and violent extremism. A lot of the programs that make a difference in those areas are actually delivered by state and territory colleagues. And as you know from previous evidence, we work very hard to get a national strategy which the states and territories have endorsed in those areas. The same is absolutely true of any efforts around social cohesion, Senator. The sorts of... there are a bunch of levers that Home Affairs has in that context, but there is much that is done by states and territories, by local government, and by civil society that will contribute. And without strong partnerships across governments and with the civil society, we won't succeed. And then finally, our relationships across government in the Commonwealth. And that's really important to make sure that Home Affairs can win the resources and the support it needs for the proposals it takes forward. We were successful in attracting, for example, an additional $100 million into our base operating budget by building really strong partnerships with the central agencies and ensuring that they understood where our gaps were, what our needs were. So though the collaboration, everyone says they want to collaborate, for us it's really existential that works well. And so they're the three broad areas that we're prosecuting.
So that
Senator
extra
Polley,
money...
I've got to share the call, but I can come back to you, Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I have some further questions on notice that have been unanswered that I want to follow up on. So I wondered if relevant officials could come back to the table, and also whether they've got an update on the questions I asked before. But I'll proceed in the meantime. This is questions from the November estimates round, SE 24012 and SE 24004. They relate to the Australian flag matter in the department's headshots. Ms Foster, you remember I asked you for any document or communication relating to it, which you agreed to provide, and I also asked by what means the Australian flag and other flags were airbrushed from the departmental headshots, and you agreed to provide that, but I have not had answers to either of those questions. So I wonder if Ms Sharp could assist, or whether you're able to assist Ms Foster as to why those questions haven't been answered and what the answers are to those questions.
So, Senator, on the question relating to all documents across the range of media, we are still in the process of making sure that we answer that question fully for you. Obviously, with an organisation of this size, a request for all means a pretty comprehensive search, and my officers were telling me that, for example, as they've been checking the answer, they will find a reference to a document in something else that's not included. So they're doing that quality assurance at the moment. Mm-hmm. On the other...
Just before you move on to the other one, I mean, how many employees were involved in the airbrushing of the flag out of the headshots? Like, I thought it would be a small number, but it sounds to me like, in fact, it's a large number.
So, Senator, the technical task of removing the flags from the headshots obviously is a small number of people, but you asked for any document relating to that issue at all, and so obviously there are others who would have been consulted, commented, etc.
How many people, did you have a big meeting about this? Was it a long email chain? How many people were involved in the decision to airbrush the flags out of the photo?
I don't have that detail, Senator.
Well, it sounds like it's a large number if there's a lot of documents and a lot of people that need to be consulted.
So, Senator, we have a large number of groups across the organisation.
Yeah, but I mean, is this an all-in meeting with the entire department and its senior leadership? What are we going to do about these flags in our photos?
So, Senator, I think I indicated to you in the hearing in November.
Yep.
When you asked the question, that in fact it had been a very small amount of my time. I had simply indicated that I wished for the photos to be made less formal by the removal of the flags. I'm not conscious, Senator, of the full process that followed that.
Sure, but your evidence now is that you haven't been able to provide this question on notice in the 3 or 4 months since, which is now long overdue, because the documentation involved is so voluminous that you're still collating it all. We spent 3 months collating it. I mean, those answers seem inconsistent to me.
So, Senator, I didn't indicate that the volume was voluminous. I said that it's a large organisation. In order to ensure that we meet a request for all, we need to consult widely. I didn't.
Yeah, but if you have to consult widely, it implies that a lot of people are involved in this decision.
So, Senator, I don't think it does imply that. It implies that in order to meet the terms of your question, I needed to ensure that I was asking across the organisation.
Sure, but if people weren't involved, it'd be a quick answer. No, I don't have any documents, I wasn't involved. If they were involved, maybe the answer's longer. Yes, I'll have to search my WhatsApp messages and my Signal messages and my emails. I mean, I shouldn't need to remind you, but I think the evidence from November was that this change was made around July or August of last year, which was at the height of the Direction 99 disaster and various scandals involving NZYQ. Serious department time was apparently spent on this flags issue when the bread and butter issues of the portfolio were in a total mess.
So, Senator, that's not my evidence. I said that we're going through a process of asking and quality assuring. I also was very clear at the last estimates that we were extremely focused on the challenges in front of us at that time, and we have been working very hard to make sure that those issues are being dealt with, and I'm sure you'll see the results of that in the relevant outcomes.
Well, yes, we'll look forward to coming to that when we can. I interrupted you. You were about to provide also an answer on the second matter, on the what was involved in removing the flags.
So, Senator, I don't know where that question notice is. It's not one that, in the same way as I just spoke about the other one that I've been personally tracking.
Are there any officials who can come forward who could assist you?
I'm sure there are, Senator.
Senator, would you mind repeating the question for me?
Yeah, I'm looking for answers to SE 2412 and SE 24004 in relation to the removal of the flags from the portraits of senior officials of the Department of Home Affairs.
I've dealt with the one that relates to the documents.
Yeah. So we've drafted the other response, and we're aiming to finalise that as soon as possible for you, Senator.
Okay. So do you anticipate that could be provided today?
We'll see what we can do.
I'll gratefully take an answer over the table. It doesn't need to be in writing. I mean, the Parliament could be prorogued within days, and months-long overdue questions haven't been provided that should be quick and easy to answer. Okay. Do we have any update on the FOI matter that I was seeking information about?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, I do have an update. So the original extension of time was asked for because your request came in just before Christmas, and the FOI Act, unfortunately, is 30 days. It doesn't take account of Christmas.
Yep, that's why we agreed to the extension of time.
And we're grateful for that. The reason we weren't able to have it back to you on the 7th when it was due was that as it transpired, multiple business areas in the department needed to contribute to the searches. I'm told now that the searches are all complete and the documents are being compiled, ready to go to the decision maker. So we don't anticipate it will be much longer.
Okay, and FOIs, unlike questions on notice, they're not put on hold for election periods or proroguing of Parliament or anything like that, are they?
No.
They can continue to be provided? Okay, I look forward to that being provided when you can.
Thank you.
Moving on to another matter, is it the case that the Department of Home Affairs is still the policy holder for the Protective Security Policy Framework?
It is, Senator.
What does the PSPF say about the security of SCIFs and what can and cannot be taken into SCIFs?
So, Senator, that is a topic which we would normally cover in outcome 1 when we have the relevant security officials with us.
Okay, I will look forward to asking that in outcome 1. And Chair, I have no further questions in cross-portfolio.
Great, thank you. I think Senator Shoebridge, do you have questions for cross-portfolio? And then I think that we might be able to move after that. Senator Patterson, if that helps you. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Nice to see you, Secretary. There have been some remarkable non-answers for questions on notice, and I'm here not so much about the content, where there is at least an effort to answer, but some occasions it is genuinely utopian what we get from Home Affairs. I'll give you just one example. In November, we asked questions about people of military age leaving to fight for Israel and Russia. And the answer we got was, for a period from 7 October to 2023 to 10 October 2024, the number of departures on Israeli travel documents in age group 18 to 35 was 3,943. And then we get, for additional context, refer to SE 2496, SE 2434, SE 2435, SE 42092 and SE 2495. So I did. I went and had a look at all of those, as I was directed to, and there's no answer provided to SE 2496, no answer provided to SE 2434, no answer provided to SE 2435, and no answer provided to SE 2492. How is it that you provide answers to questions on notice referring to other unanswered questions? How do you do that?
So, Senator, without the benefit of having those answers in front of me, it's not possible for me to answer that question.
Well, is there a system in place that checks before you refer senators to other questions? Do you at least check that you've answered them?
So, Senator, when I'm personally clearing an answer, I always have the answers to any question referred to in the pack, so I can make sure that that makes sense. So certainly at my level I do.
Well, but you're responsible for the department, not just the narrow set of questions you look at. These questions have still not been answered. So I'm asking you again, what system is in place before you provide an answer to a senator to questions on notice, where you refer to other questions? Is there at least a basic system in place so that you check those other questions have been answered?
Senator, I expect there is, and I'll ask the relevant officials who manage that process in its entirety to come and assist us.
All right.
Senator, yes, we do have a clearance process in place and also a quality assurance process. But as the Secretary just outlined, I'll have to check the specifics on those exact quants to see what happened there.
Well, so what's the quality assurance processes in place that allowed this answer to be given that referenced 4 other questions, none of which had an answer provided? What is the system in place?
Senator, as I said, I can speak in general terms around the system, but I would like to take away the specifics on those 4 that you're talking about. But obviously, the process is that the responses are drafted in the relevant line area. They are cleared through relevant SES, and then there is a quality assurance process over the top to ensure, basic kind of spell checks and that kind of thing. But as I said, I would like to take away the specifics of those 4 that you mentioned and look into it.
Well, I want to be clear, it's the answer to one that is most egregious, or the non-answer. SE 2494, where you literally refer me to, for additional context, refer to, you list 5 questions, one of which does have a partial answer, but 4 of which you haven't even bothered checking were not answered. So let me finish my question, please. You have if the quality assurance that I've heard from you is you do a spell check, what other quality assurances do you do? Even the most basic search of checking if they've been answered.
Senator, we understand the question you're asking us, and we've taken on notice to check that particular answer and see what failed in our process that allowed that answer to come to you.
Well, I've got to say, given I asked this at the last round of estimates, I think taking it on notice, like you did last time, taking it on notice and having an answer, a potential non-answer months from now, I think is, in these circumstances, inadequate. And I'd ask you to provide a response today to what if anything, was done to do the most basic checks of the quality of the answers.
Chair, can I just intervene?
Sorry.
Senator Shubridge, you weren't here earlier when Senator Patterson attempted to extract a commitment from the officials that they would answer questions today. I'm sure, as I said to Senator Patterson, I'm sure the officials will do everything they can to respond promptly, but the type of matter that you've just raised may take a little bit longer than today to respond to. It's been taken on notice. I'm sure the officials will respond as quickly as they can, but they can't be pushed into providing answers today.
Well, Minister, I note your response. I mean, I would love a substantive answer to each of those questions, of course, and if that could be provided today, terrific. But I think the idea that the Secretary isn't in a position to tell this committee what the basic checks are before their questions are purportedly answered, I think I would be astounded if the Secretary couldn't make the basic checks to find out what on earth goes on before these kind of, I'll be quite frank, rubbish answers, misdirections are provided by the department. Secretary, surely you can get us an answer.
I think you'll have to ask questions, Senator Shubridge.
Surely you can get us an answer today. I heard what the Minister said. You've heard what the Minister said. Surely you can get us an answer today about how this...
What's the question, Senator Shubridge?
How this managed to get through and what on earth checks and balances you have, given we're going to be asking you questions all day. It'd be nice to know there was some rigour before the answers are provided.
Senator, I've acknowledged the question and I've taken it on notice.
Will you endeavour to get us an answer today?
Senator Shubridge.
Oh, that's a very clear question, Chair. Will you endeavour to get us an answer? We're asking you questions all day, and I've given you an example where we get the most disrespectful non-answer, in fact, an active misdirection. Surely we can have an answer about if there's any rigour at all in this process.
Senator, what I am confident about is that there would have been no intent to be disrespectful in our answer. I've already said that I need to understand what has caused a process error that allows you to get an answer which refers to 4 questions which have not yet been answered, and I will endeavour to do so.
That's excellent, but can you also provide us an answer that explains, apart from a spell check, what other process has gone through to ensure there's at least the basic level of integrity in the answers that are given? Surely someone here knows what process is gone through before you provide this kind of rubbish answer. You can't provide that today?
Senator, I've got nothing to add to what I've already responded.
We'd probably refer me to another unanswered question.
Senator Shubridge, do you have a question?
Well, whether I do or not...
Well, you're not here to make statements, or
yes.
It's not a debate.
Well, but I am here to get some answers. But,
of course, but you'll need to ask a question to Ms Foster.
We all live in
You
hope.
will have to ask a question. Yeah, Senator Polly, if you just hold on one second.
No,
Senator Shubridge, you've concluded your round. And Senator Polly...
And I refer you to my answer to SE24.
Senator Polly, do you have questions for cross-portfolio?
It was the one that I was going to finish with in relation to the $100 million additional funding. I just want to know, what year did you, was the department provided with that investment?
So, Senator, I'll get Ms Tressler to come back to the table because it was a process that took place over a couple of years, and I'll make sure that we get the detail right. My memory is that it was built into our base over the forward estimates in the...
And my understanding was, if I'm not wrong, and that was after the work that the department had been able to determine the need for that additional $100 million.
So, Senator, as with all budgets, there had been ons and offs over the course of years. The decision I was referring to was one which actually enhanced the base operational funding. And Ms Tressler may have the answers here for me now.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So we originally received in increased funding for 1 year only in the 24-25 MyEFO. That was then confirmed as part of this last it was the year before that, so
23.
Previous MyEFO. This MyEFO, for this additional estimates process, we have then had that funding secured on an ongoing fashion from this year at around 100 million per annum.
Point being that that was additional investment that is now ongoing. Just my final question, Secretary, what's the corporate cross-portfolio's priorities for major programs for 2025?
Senator, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
Just in terms of their priorities for the department over this year.
So in terms of the general programs we deliver or capital investment?
Well, in terms of your priorities, I guess, really, for 2025, building on what you've already elaborated on.
Yeah. So, Senator, I think the primary thing I would highlight is that I said earlier in my opening statement that we now have the core strategies in place for our primary functions. Actually delivering on the commitments in those is an absolutely core focus for us. And as I said earlier, they range across cyber counter-terrorism, violent extremism, migration, and also I referred to the significant work we've been doing on migration compliance. So that's really the sort of ongoing body of work that is our focus in this current year.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Polly. I think that's all the questions we have for cross-portfolio general matters. So thank you to those officials. We're now moving to outcome 1. We can suspend briefly to change over witnesses, though I think most people are in the room. To go back, thank you very much. I now call officers from the Department of Home Affairs in relation to outcome 1. There's no need for opening statements at this juncture, is there?
No.
Thank you very much. Senator Patterson, you have a call.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister for Home Affairs, as I understand it, under administrative arrangements orders, is responsible for national security policy and operations. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, Senator.
And that includes the Department's counter-terrorism functions?
That's correct, Senator.
What is the protocol for notifying the Minister for Home Affairs about a national security incident, including a potential terrorist attack?
So, Senator, each incident clearly has different characteristics, and we would make decisions based on the characteristics of each incident, how and when such briefings took place.
Do you have a policy?
So we have responsibility, Senator, to brief our ministers. I don't think that there's a written policy on how and when to brief on incidents.
You just said before that you would decide on a case-by-case basis. Surely there's some kind of criteria or, process to follow, or is it really just up to the whims and judgments of individual departmental officers on a case-by-case basis to decide whether the minister should be briefed?
So, Senator, that was not my evidence. It was that we exercise judgment in relation to the circumstances of particular incidents.
Yes.
Mr. Smythe may wish to add.
Nathan Smythe, Deputy Secretary, National Security and Resilience. Senator, it is dependent on a case-by-case basis. It's also very much dependent on the information that is coming into the portfolio, some discussions that I may have with operational agencies and the like, but it is, again, very much dependent on each individual circumstance.
Yes, I'm sure that's the case. That's self-evidently the case. But surely there are thresholds, there are triggers, there are rules, there is some kind of guidance provided. It cannot just be that the individual judgment of a departmental officer, who may change from time to time, is what is our counter-terrorism reporting function in this country to the minister who's responsible for it. Surely not.
Well, in general terms, we have a set of agreed procedures with the minister and the minister's office about how information will flow in the event of a particular crisis or a national security event centre.
I'm relieved to hear that because it was not what the previous answers implied. Okay, what are those procedures?
I'd have to take that on notice, and I don't have those exact procedures.
Talk me through it in general terms.
Well, in general terms, we would be contacting as soon as what generally occurs is that the National Situation Room will send out an alert to various agencies and individuals of a particular incident that may have occurred. Once that event then flows through to, if it's in my area, the Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre, who will then generally send out a hot issues brief to relevant individuals, including the Minister, Prime Minister's Office, various departments, etc. Once I'm alerted to that, I will then advise the Minister and the Minister's Office, including the Secretary as well, of the particular incident and what arrangements are in place and when they can expect a further update.
Great. Now, that first body that you mentioned, the National Incident Response Centre, is that a Home Affairs construct? Is that a interdepartmental construct?
That is a construct of NEMA. They run the National Situation Room.
Yep. And you said it reports to which function? If it's counter-terrorism.
If it's counter-terrorism, that information then flows directly into my Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre.
Okay. And that sits under you in the Department of Home Affairs?
That's correct, Senator.
And then they'll report to you, or do they report direct to the Minister?
Really, we have a duty officer on call 24/7, so they make I suppose, a judgment call at the outset as to who gets informed. It may well be that they go straight to the Secretary. Usually they'll do that at the same time that they're letting myself know as well, and also the head of the Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre, the division head responsible.
Okay, so for them in that moment, contemplating this referral that's come from NEMA, what guidance or procedures or rules or thresholds will they have to decide, I think this is sufficient seriousness to go straight to the Secretary or the Minister, or this can be dealt with by the Counter-Terrorism Coordinator? What is the guidance for them?
It can depend. Often we receive National Situation Room alerts when there may well be an overseas crisis that is unfolding, and so we're alerted because there may well be Australians that could be impacted by that as well. If there is a particular incident in a jurisdiction, depending on what it might be, we are then alerted to that, and then, as I said, it's the judgment call of the individual as to whether or not they're going to then pass that information on to the rest of us.
But it doesn't seem or sound very robust to me just to rely on the judgment of that person to decide whether something is serious enough to report. I mean, there may be things which
if there is a declared terrorism event, then it goes straight through to the highest levels very, very quickly.
What about a suspected terrorism event?
May well possibly be the case as well.
May well possibly be the case.
Well, we need facts. We need facts and information. So we're trying to validate the information first, and it might well be an alert that's come through a news report or something like that. We're then going back to relevant operational agencies to get further information and details. But the alert that goes out from the National Situation Room also goes to various ministerial offices and the like anyway to advise them that an event is actually occurring. So what it requires is for us sometimes to check exactly what the facts and figures actually are or what the situation may well be, because we don't want to have people misinformed.
Sure. Sure, I understand all of that, and it is important to establish all of those things, but then you will have an officer who's faced with a decision. Is this of sufficient seriousness to notify people? And if so, how serious is it and who needs to be notified? Now, some things will be clearly serious enough if there's an actual ongoing terrorist incident, very clear. Some things will be clearly not serious enough, dealt with minor, not significant, and then there'll be things in between. Are we relying on only the judgment of that individual officer to decide in those edge cases, those grey areas, which one should be referred to?
No, there are clear kind of processes and procedures and thresholds that we have in place that...
Great, okay. Well, I've just spent 10 minutes trying to find out what those thresholds are and been told that there aren't thresholds.
As I said, I don't have that particular detail. I'll have to get Ms Smythe to come to the table to talk about the details of how the duty officer works through those.
Okay, that would have been helpful at the start. If there was an officer in the room who had this information, they need to come forward when the questions are asked, not after 10 minutes of trying to draw it out.
That's not, don't rewrite the rules of how estimates works. It's a matter for the secretary or her delegate to decide when they need assistance. It might not be convenient to you, but let's have a bit of respect for the public servants who are trying to do their job.
If they're not able to answer the question and it is someone in the state of knowledge of someone in the room, that person does need to come forward and answer the question.
Why don't we...
Otherwise, we're just fishing around all day, wondering if someone up the back knows what's going on
Senator Patterson,
and it's not being brought forward.
Senator Patterson, there's an official at the table ready to answer your question.
Thank you. Ms
Thank
Smythe.
you.
Senator Gemma Smythe, First Assistant Secretary of the Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre. My duty officer in the centre has a guideline which is rated at official sensitive that guides their initial decision making. In saying that, around the guide, proactive pushing of information is something that we use in the centre. I think it's better that officials are aware of something, whether or not we know it's an incident or not, and particularly if we know it's a terrorist incident or not. So the duty officer, while we have the guide, will always proactively brief up. As Mr Smythe said, I then brief the counter-terrorism coordinator. I would brief into the secretary, but also across the community, my SES Band 2 colleagues. We'll push information to just ask the question to see if anyone, as an incident is unfolding, has any additional information.
Right. And
as you know, Senator, feeds come from multiple directions in crisis.
And Senator, if I could make 2 points to supplement that. The default is to brief up. And so I can think of almost no time when I have had to say I should have known about that, because the normal process when there's something happening is to brief it up. I think the second point I'd like to make is that whilst it's important that we have guidance and thresholds, in fact, often in incidents as they're unfolding, we have very little information. And so we do need to give credence to the judgment and experience of the officers involved about how and when they take action. So guidance protocol is really important, so too is experience and judgment.
Thank you, and I'm pleased to hear that the default is to brief up, as you say, Ms Foster, and also Ms Smythe, the kind of default posture that you described. If in doubt, let's refer it. I think that's sensible. That guideline, though, that you referred to, is there any reason why that couldn't be made public? Is there any reason why you couldn't provide it to the committee?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, and we can have a look at the content of it. Obviously, it does go to some sensitivities of situations that we would, as a community, identify as terrorist incidents, but I can take that on notice. And
I don't want you to provide anything that would be compromising, but to the extent you can provide it and perhaps redact anything that shouldn't be public, that would be helpful if it's a classified document. Right, so when New South Wales Police discovered a caravan in Dural, New South Wales, did a report come into NEMA?
Senator, that issue is subject to an ongoing New South Wales Joint Counter-Terrorism Team investigation, and we are not in a position to answer any questions about that incident while that inquiry is ongoing.
Why?
Because, Senator, we are not the responsible authority for that inquiry, and we cannot know what information could prejudice that inquiry. That is an issue which we would have to refer to the Australian Federal Police.
How could the department's state of knowledge, when the department was notified about this incident, in any way affect an ongoing investigation?
That's probably a very good question to put to the AFP when they attend estimates tomorrow. I'm sure you're aware, Senator, that at the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement hearing a week or two ago, the AFP Commissioner declined to answer questions about the investigation on the basis that it is a matter under investigation, and what you'll find is that officials will decline to answer questions about the matters leading to this investigation because at least people sitting on this side of the table don't want to jeopardise that investigation. You might have a different view.
Thanks, Minister, and we will pursue this with the AFP as well. But I need you to explain, if you are making a public interest immunity claim, the grounds on which you are making it.
I'm simply repeating what the AFP Commissioner has already said in a public hearing of a parliamentary committee, which is that he is not willing to answer questions about the matters being investigated and the circumstances leading up to that and who was briefed by whom when, and it's not my intention to answer those sorts of questions, and I suspect you'll find the officials have the same view because we want to see this properly investigated. We're not being motivated by a desire to score political points.
As you know, Minister, that is not grounds to not answer a question in Senate estimates. The standing orders are very clear. The only grounds to not answer a question in Senate estimates is to make a public interest immunity claim, and you need to set out the specific harm, not just a generic possible harm, but the specific harm that will be caused by answering the question.
Well, I will take that on notice and respond to provide the grounds of the public interest immunity claim. But, Senator Patterson, I am surprised that you and your colleagues seem intent on getting politicians and members of and officials in departments to talk about matters that are under investigation right now. And it demonstrates again that you and your colleagues are more motivated by political point scoring than by actually catching the people responsible for these things.
Let me assist you by quoting from Odge's Senate practice on prejudice to law enforcement investigation, because this is a matter that Senate committees have dealt with before.
No, Senator Patterson, the minister's taken it on notice.
Yeah, and I'm assisting the minister in that consideration.
You don't need to assist the minister. He's taken it on notice.
Thanks, Chair. I don't need your advice about how to answer questions. I'm entitled to answer questions how I
If we have a question, you should put it.
Yep, I do have a question. Minister, when you provide this public interest immunity claim, if you do so on notice, will you consider the advice of the Odge's Australian Senate practice, which says for this ground to be invoked, it should be established that there are investigations in progress by law enforcement agencies, such as police, and that the provision of information sought could interfere with those investigations. As this is a matter for a law enforcement agency concerned to assess, this ground should normally be raised directly by the law enforcement agency, not by some other official who can merely speculate about the relationship of the information to the investigation.
Well, that's exactly why I began my answer by suggesting that maybe these questions should be put to the AFP. Your question originally was, how could it possibly be that the provision of this information impacts on the police investigation? And I said, that sounds like a question to put to the AFP.
And we will, but questions to the department's state of knowledge on this matter don't relate to the investigation. And
well,
if
that's
they
your
do,
view.
You need to specify.
That's your view.
Well, then you need to specify how it relates to the investigation.
Senator Patterson, the minister's taken that question on notice. I don't want to cut you off or hurry you, but I will have to share the call in a moment. So
thank you.
Just giving you that advice.
Mr. Smythe, when were you first notified about this incident?
Senator, I've got nothing further to add to the Minister and the Secretary's responses.
Okay. So the Minister for Home Affairs has addressed this publicly in part. On the 29th of January, he tweeted, "I've just landed to reports of this police operation in Sydney. We said no resource would be spared. We said authorities would chase these people down, and that's what's happening. Anyone engaging in these hate crimes need to know you'll be caught, you'll be arrested and you'll be charged." These tweets were sent about 10 o'clock at night after the Minister landed on the plane. Are we to take from that that the first time the Minister heard about this was in media reports and not from the department?
I'm not going to add anything further to the answers I've provided already. Senator Patterson, it's rather disappointing that someone who aspires to be the Home Affairs Minister of this country is seeking to have disclosed publicly details that are relevant to a police investigation when the AFP Commissioner has made clear that that sort of thing would jeopardise the investigation.
But
you are so
to
determined to play politics with this that you're happy for us to disclose information that could be relevant to the police investigation.
You provided no evidence at all to substantiate that claim, Minister.
Other than the fact that the AFP Commissioner has already in a public hearing declined to answer questions about his investigation and the circumstances leading to it because it could jeopardise his investigation.
How could it possibly be material when the counter-terrorism coordinator was informed?
Ask him. So we're back where we were 10 minutes ago.
Is the real reason that you're embarrassed by the answer,
No,
Minister?
the real reason is that I think it's pretty important to catch the people responsible and have them prosecuted.
How would this prevent them being
I'm not
caught?
here playing politics.
How would this
like
prevent
you.
them being caught, Minister?
Ask the AFP Commissioner.
We will, don't worry. But you're the one refusing to answer a basic question here.
Because the AFP Commissioner has given a pretty clear guidance about the importance of his investigation and the fact that people like you and I shouldn't be jeopardising it. I respect what he's saying. It's a shame you don't.
You provided no evidence to substantiate that claim, Minister. This is a convenient political excuse because you're embarrassed about the answer.
I'm not embarrassed by anything.
Which shows that there is
Senator
a breakdown in national security operations.
If I'm embarrassed,
on your watch.
I'm calling order.
Point of order.
I'm calling order. Minister, if you can finish your answer. It was quite difficult to keep up with who was answering or asking questions, and I need to share the call.
If I'm embarrassed by anything, it's by the fact that someone who aspires to be the Home Affairs Minister of this country thinks it's okay for people to talk about matters that the AFP Commissioner has already said are relevant to his investigation. That is embarrassing.
You're actually embarrassed by that, Minister. I seriously doubt that. Did the New South Wales
Patterson,
Premier compromise the operation?
Senator Patterson, we will come back to you. I've already given you very, very clear indication that I need to share the call. Senator Shoebridge, we're handing the call to you until the lunch break.
Thanks, Chair. I will just seek some clarity about the matter that's just been the subject of discussion. I was at the Law Enforcement Oversight Committee, and the reason that the questions were not answered under a ruling of the Chair was because of the limited statutory scope of that committee, and that's why those answers were not provided. And that was very clear from the rulings of the Chair. It related to the limited statutory scope. We can go through the transcript. But there are some matters that only Home Affairs can answer. Home Affairs runs the National Security Hotline. Is that right?
NEMA run the National Security Hotline, Senator.
Do we know, was Home Affairs advised, Home Affairs and NEMA, I assume, share information at a minimum through the arrangements you have dealing with counter-terrorism. I assume you actively share information with NEMA?
As I said earlier, the NEMA are responsible for sending out alerts and also responsible for the National Security Hotline. And so information that relates to that is of relevance to this portfolio is certainly shared with us, Senator.
Is Home Affairs aware of any investigation? Are they part of any investigation about NEMA's response or otherwise to information that was provided to the National Security Hotline regarding that incident in Sydney involving a caravan and mining explosives?
Senator, I think the Minister has already indicated that we will not be able to make any comment that relates to that incident, and he's taken on notice to seek a PIA claim.
Well, I'm asking about if Home Affairs is aware of any investigation involving NEMA's response, not the matter itself, involving NEMA's response to any information provided to the National Security Hotline regarding the caravan incident and explosive. I'm going to press for an answer to it, and referring me to an earlier answer is not adequate.
So, Senator, I'm happy to take that question on notice because it is not in my power to determine what information relating to this incident would be prejudicial to the inquiry. That is a matter only the AFP Commissioner can advise you on.
When was Home Affairs first made aware of a potential incident involving a caravan and explosives in northwest Sydney?
Senator, again, I'll take that question on notice.
To the extent that it's in Home Affairs knowledge, have you been advised when or if the national... Sorry, I'll start again. To the extent it's in Home Affairs knowledge, have you been advised if the National Security Hotline received information about a caravan including explosives, and if so, when the National Security Hotline found such information?
Again, Senator, I'll take that question on notice for the same reasons.
And just to ensure there's no lack of clarity, is Home Affairs aware whether or not the National Security Hotline received information about the incident, the caravan and the explosives, prior to the New South Wales Police?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Minister, do you have any personal knowledge about any of those matters that you want to share with the committee?
Probably best if I take that on notice as well.
All right. Could we then go to the recently released counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy? Who's best for that?
Yes, Senator.
Are you best to deal with that? Is there other officials that should come to the table now?
We have both of them at the table, Senator.
All right. I saw someone keen to get up, that's all. There was concern that the strategy was quite delayed in being released. I think there were suggestions it was going to be released in 2024. First of all, was there an initial date for the release of the strategy?
So, Senator, we had been working, as we've said in previous estimates, on the strategy, including with colleagues in state and territories, and we had anticipated at the November estimates that the strategy was not far away, and we in fact were correct. The strategy was released in early January. But the timing for release of strategy is, of course, always a matter for government.
All right. So when was the strategy completed by Home Affairs and provided to government?
So, Senator, we had a range of interactions as the strategy was in development, and obviously it was final when the government signed off on the strategy that was released.
So sorry. I'm sure there were a range of drafts and there were a range of, there's an iterative document, but when was the document that was released in January, when was it provided to government?
Senator, the document was agreed by the states and territories through the Australian-New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee on the 17th of December of last year, and it was endorsed by the Prime Minister 2 days later on the 19th of December.
And when was it released?
It was released
17th of January.
17th of January this year.
All right. And there may well have been a strategy to not release it because of the end-of-year holidays. Was that why it was decided to release it on the 17th of January, or were there other reasons why it was a month after the Prime Minister signed off on it and was finally released?
It was a matter, as the Secretary said, for the government to decide on the release date.
Minister, do you have an answer to that?
I don't. I'm happy to take that on notice.
All right. There have been ongoing concerns about a lack of cooperation and coordination between ASIO, the AFP and the Centre for Counter-Terrorism Coordination. Multiple public comments made about it, multiple articles being written. Is any of that true, Secretary? Are there issues about information exchange between ASIO, the AFP and the Centre for Counter-Terrorism Coordination?
No, there's not, Senator, and I don't think you'll find those concerns shared by any of the organisations involved.
Well, a senior Albanese government official is on has told the Saturday paper, at all levels, this is a cluster, and then the last 4 letters rhyme with duck. Was that, when a senior Albanese government official describes it in that way, did that cause you any concern, Secretary?
So, Senator, we canvassed this at the last estimates. I don't believe that was a senior
think it was a source.
Albanese government official. I think it was a source, a media source. And I think following that, Senator, we gave evidence in November that, of course, we are concerned when we see something like that. We followed up very quickly, both Ms. Smythe, Mr. Smythe and I, with our counterparts in states and territories. They were, as I said last time, as bemused as we were at the suggestion that there was any tension between us, and as Mr. Smythe has just outlined, shortly after that, they endorsed the strategy.
All right. Since its release, there's been significant criticism about the lack of detail in the strategy. But I might just go to one aspect. The strategy notes that algorithms are a particular concern, driving young people and others down towards extremist behaviour. Mr. Smythe, do you remember the strategy mentions that?
Yes, and I remember the Director General for Security saying on the 19th that I think he said that the internet is the greatest kind of incubator of extremism and social media is the accelerator.
Yeah.
That is certainly the case. We are very concerned about algorithms that push people into violent extremist content, absolutely.
Well, to quote directly from the strategy, the algorithms on which platforms' business models are based can create echo chambers by delivering content which drives self-reinforcing behaviours. Live streaming of violent attacks, real-time announcements of plans and manifestos are facilitated in this online environment and potentially capture large numbers of susceptible viewers. It's on page 13 of the strategy. Yep. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Yep. Of course, you would then expect there would be some proposed action in relation to algorithms if they're so dangerous. And I agree, by the way. And I think most informed observers agree. The way in which algorithms drive people into extremism is incredibly dangerous. The problem I have with the strategy is there's nothing proposed to respond to it. What's the use of a strategy that identifies such a real and tangible risk and then proposes no action to address it?
Well, Senator, as part of this strategy, there will be a number of ongoing discussions across government as to how we can seek to reduce potential levels of harm, what actions, policy arrangements might need to be put in place to do that, but that will evolve over time. The strategy kind of outlines the situation that we're facing, the actions that the government is actually undertaking, and there are 23 actions that are initiatives that are talked about in the strategy. 18 of those are currently in some form of actual action being taken for them, and there is further work that needs to be done. We have to look at the operating environment. We have to look at what's happening now, potentially predict what's happening in the future, and provide government with appropriate advice. But algorithms are clearly a concern. A lot of these social media platforms are not domiciled in this country. It makes it very difficult for the Australian government to potentially take action against some of those platforms. We're concerned about that. The Director General of Security and the Commissioner of the AFP have outlined that they want to work more collaboratively with these large tech companies as to how they can work with security and intelligence agencies to reduce potential levels of harm.
You referenced 20-odd actions, almost the vast majority of which were already in train before this report was delivered. But I take you back to the very real and direct threat of algorithms driving people into extremist behaviour. You name it, you identify it, and then you do nothing about it. That's almost the worst possible strategy. You name it, you know it's there, but there's absolutely nothing in this document to address it.
Well, Senator, as part of our deliberations across government, we work with the communications portfolio, who has responsibility for a lot of those tech companies and any legislation or regulation around the communications sector, and also with the e-safety commissioner. So in relation to many of those particular issues, I would refer you to that portfolio, Senator.
Well, I mean, I'll come back to this. I will come back to this after lunch and try and work out what, if anything, Home Affairs is doing on a primary threat in this situation, algorithms. But you'd be aware that e-safety, for example, just issued $1 million fine against Telegram for failing to provide details about terrorism threats,
yes,
for failing to provide material about CSAM material. Have you spoken with eSafety about whether or not they think that there's any likelihood of that penalty being enforced, given, I think last time I checked, Telegram was domiciled in Dubai or UAE?
I think it is domiciled around there, Senator, but I haven't had specific discussions. My team may well have. But can I also say that we are a member of a number of particular forums around the world that include tech companies. So my staff sit on those forums. We are in active discussions with those particular groups to see as to how we can reduce levels of harm. So Ms Smythe might want to talk about those just briefly.
Well, no, we have to go to lunch, so we might have to come back to that. So.
We might come back to that, but I just want to be clear. It would be useful if Home Affairs identifies a terrorist threat for you to at least have something you're doing about it other than talking with another department.
Senator, if we do... Sorry, Chair.
That wasn't an invitation for you to ask another question.
Well, maybe we can come back to this after
We will come back to it. Thank you very much. The committee does have to suspend for lunch. If we can do that now. The committee also has a private meeting, so if I ask officials to exit the room very quickly, that would be great. It's resume its hearing. Thank you. We're still in outcome 1, and Senator Polly, you have the call.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get some information in relation to the legislation where cyber legislation reforms that were introduced in that legislation. What's happened now with those measures, and if you could explain the timeline for delivering for the various elements under the Act, please.
Thank you, Senator Hamish Hansford, Deputy Secretary, Cyber and Infrastructure Security. So following the passage of the legislation through the Parliament, we've been consulting from December out to the 14th of February on the rules that underpin each of the different elements, both of the Cyber Security Act 2024, but also some of the reforms to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act. And Mr Bell's been leading those reforms, and we'll give you a sense about where they're up to and what the next steps are.
Ashley Bell, Assistant Secretary, Cyber Policy and Programs. Thank you, Senator. So, as Mr Hansford mentioned, we've now closed our consultation process on the rules, subordinate instruments coming out from the Cyber Security Act. So, following passage and royal assent and undertaking the consultation process, we've undertaken 6 deep dive consultation sessions, and I think we had around 995 attendees. Averaging about 124 per session, with a lot of other bilateral engagement during that time. Following the end of consultation period, we received 28 submissions, which were from across a broad range of stakeholders, including peak bodies, public sector, business entities. So those submissions are now being considered as part of the development and finalisation of the rules. But happy to talk more to the timeframes I think you mentioned in your question.
Yes,
Senator.
if you could outline the timeframes, that would be great.
Yeah. So for the Cyber Security Act, there were 4 key measures. One of those has already commenced, which is the limited use provisions. They commenced on royal assent. The other ones are the establishment of the Cyber Incident Review Board, which is an independent statutory board to undertake post-incident reviews for significant cyber incidents. That commences operations from 30 May 2025, or 6 months after royal assent. The same time frame applies for the measure for ransomware reporting. So that's the reporting regime, mandatory reporting regime for ransomware payments. And then finally, the last measure within that act was the framework to set standards for secure technology. That has a much longer transition period, so that would be around 12 months from establishment of the rules, and that is for the first set of standards which were consulted as part of those rules, and that applies to consumer-grade connectable devices or smart devices.
Can you just outline for the committee's benefit what the Internet of Things measure is likely to look like based on the consultation that's taken place, and how does these measures protect consumers, and how does it compare to similar jurisdictions?
Yep, I can answer that. So the secure technology provisions that were established in the Act and the first set of standards will establish a baseline cybersecurity standard for, as I mentioned, consumer-graded IoT devices. So that could be things like a baby monitor, those kind of devices. So research that we've seen forecasts an average of around 33.8 connected devices per household in Australia by 2025. So the prevalence of these devices in a consumer environment is quite prevalent in Australia. And what we've sought to do with these measures is to introduce a minimum standard, but at the same time we want to make sure it's aligned to international best practice and international standards. We are a technology importer in Australia, so whilst we want to protect consumers and ensure that we uplift that resilience across the economy, we need to do so in a way that doesn't lock out technology suppliers and manufacturers. So to that end, we've modelled very close to the UK provisions, and they mandate the same 3 principles of the European Telecommunications Standard Institute, which is ETSI, and that standard is EN 303645. But in general speak, basically the three principles we would seek to mandate through this standard are no default passwords, which means devices that are sold into Australia cannot have, password 123 or admin. They have to have a unique password. And the second principle is there needs to be information on how you can report security issues, and that must be published in a way that consumers can access that. And then the final one is there must be information supplied for the consumer to understand when they're making the purchase about the defined support period for updates, for security updates, so how long they intend to do so. And that also needs to be published in a way that consumers can readily access it. And those three principles that I just outlined are consistent with the UK provisions and were subject to the consultation process that I outlined before.
Was there any other issues that industry have fed back in relation to these measures?
I think there was a kind of wide range of views around the application of the standards, of regimes in other jurisdictions in Europe that are sort of undergoing their own consultation and rollout. There was some discussion around transition timeframes. I think that was certainly a feature of the discussions in the town halls. But I think a lot of it was more around clarity of terms and understanding, which we've been doing as part of our consultation process and intend to do so over the transition period, using our established lines of our communication products on the website, but of course continuing that relationship with industry stakeholders and manufacturers.
Thank you for that. In terms of the ransomware playbook, how is that going to assist Australian organisations?
Mr Anstey or Mr Bell, would you like to comment on the playbook?
Sure, thank you, Senator. Peter Anstey, First Assistant Secretary, Cyber and Technology Security Policy Division. So, as you know, the playbook was launched on the 10th of October last year, both by the Minister for Home Affairs but also Special Envoy Dr Charlton. The playbook provides clear advice to both industry and individuals on how to prepare for, respond to and recover from ransomware incidents. So I really encourage you and the rest of the committee to engage with the product on the Home Affairs website, but essentially it breaks it down by different categories of potential stakeholders, so individuals, critical infrastructure and organisations, including small businesses, and then it prompts, depending on which category you fall into, how you may respond to prepare for a ransomware incident.
That's not mine.
And indeed, Mr Anstey, there's international interest in the ransomware playbook, and we had the opportunity to present it to all of the counter-ransomware initiative partners last year. And Canada's leading a private sector working group and really thinking about how do you globalise it, because it's not just a product, it's actually interactive. And the feedback that we had in the cyber strategy was really around, can you be much more tailored in your advice? And so the ransomware playbook really does go to tailoring, it really does go to much more focused advice for people, and they can navigate it in a much different way. So it's a bit of a trial that we're running at the moment as well.
Could you update the committee in terms of the priorities for the Commonwealth Cyber Security Uplift for 2025 and talk us through the lines of effort underway within the protective security more broadly and why they matter?
Senator, good afternoon. I'm National Cyber Security Coordinator. Over the last 6 months, the Department has made targeted interventions to uplift cybersecurity across the Commonwealth to include using levers including the PSPF or the Protective Security Policy Framework, guiding principles to embed zero trust, whole of government gateway policy and hosting certification framework. At this point, I might hand to Assistant Secretary Tim Neal for further details.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coordinator. Hi, Senator. Tim Neal, Assistant Secretary Commonwealth Security Policy. We've delivered a range of direct interventions, policy and governance changes over the last few months. Just in 2025 alone, that has included 2 directions: DeepSeek's products, applications and web services, which was on the 4th of February, and on last Friday, Kaspersky Inc.'s products and web services. We've also implemented a range of policy changes, which have included 3 town halls to support the consultation of the guiding principles to embed zero trust culture. We have released a gateway standard. We've managed 3 providers through their ownership changes under the hosting certification framework. And we've established a policy subcommittee for the PSPF. Going to your question about the priorities for the PSPF for the rest of this calendar and financial year, that subcommittee is going to be really critical in ensuring that we deliver PSPF 25, which, as I'm sure you know, will be delivered on July of this year, which will include some significant changes, including zero trust, artificial intelligence, and a range of other changes.
Is there anything you can enlighten us with today in relation to the changes?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can you enlighten us to the detail of any of those changes?
Sure. At the moment, we're in the policy development phase with our technical authority partners. There's around 10 technical authority partners from memory, and I think we're considering upwards of 40 changes. To take you through some of the relevant ones for zero trust, we'll be looking at changing authority for risk management within the Commonwealth. We'll be looking at making similar provisions to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act around the management of boards, but within a Commonwealth perspective. We're also looking about how risk is managed. And then we're also looking at how enterprise achievements around systems of government significance and the gateway policy will be delivered. All 3 of those standards, zero trust culture, the gateway standard, as well as the changes for systems of government significance will all be brought through in July when the new PSPF is released. So really that is the culmination of tranche 2 of our changes for uplift, all culminating within that July 1 release date.
So Protective Security Policy Framework for 2025, that's part of it as well?
Yeah, that is the culminating document that will be released in July. We are moving to an annual release cycle for the PSPF for a number of reasons. One, it allows surety for our partners, of which there's 102 accountable authorities. It also allows us to establish an assurance function that is far more detailed, and it allows agencies to implement the changes in a way that is aligned with their investment cycles for the year. So PSPF 25 is really the culmination of a significant number of reforms that we've been pursuing since around July last year.
And Mr Neal, there's 2 policies that are out for public consultation at the moment, one on zero trust principles and the other is the gateway policy. So if the question relates to how do people get involved and have input, that's a really great mechanism that we have available on our website at the moment, and we're receiving quite a lot of interest on both of those different policies.
Absolutely. I was just going to ask in relation to the Foundations for Modern Defensible Architecture, which was released on February 10. How does that relate to zero trust, and what's the timeline for that consultation?
So it's a really great news story, actually, Senator. So that modern defensible architecture is the technical guidance that accompanies the zero trust principles that we released. So we've been working very closely with ASD, who are obviously the technical authority in this space. Our consultation for embedding zero trust culture occurred between 4 and 7 February through town halls. We're now doing more direct engagements throughout that process. The modern defensible architecture, which is the guidance material that supports that, will have consultation over coming months. The Department of Home Affairs and the Australian Signals Directorate are present in both to ensure that companies, the private sector, other interested people are able to provide feedback to both organisations throughout this process.
Thanks, Senator Polly.
Thank you.
To share the call, Senator Patterson, we're back with you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Mr Smythe. On the 28th of May 2024 in Senate estimates, I asked you about the Wakeley Church incident.
I recall that, Senator.
Thank you. I specifically asked you when the Minister for Home Affairs was briefed on the Wakeley Church incident, and you answered the Minister, as I understand it, was notified around 8:30 p.m. of the incident. At the time, that was an ongoing investigation. Did you jeopardise the investigation by answering that question?
No, Senator. Each incident has its own unique circumstances. No two are ever the same. I certainly spoke with my colleagues in the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team arrangements as to whether or not I was able to brief the Minister in relation to that. But that was an ongoing, it was an unfolding incident that was occurring on live YouTube, so it was being streamed at the time.
Yes, I remember, but when I asked you the question about it, and I think even still today, no conviction had been obtained, and therefore it was an ongoing police matter, an ongoing investigation, and you were able to answer my question about when the minister was first briefed without any jeopardy being caused to that investigation, weren't you?
As I said to you, Senator, each situation is unique and has its own circumstances.
What's different about that situation and the caravan incident that prevents you from answering the same question?
Senator, I think that I will refer to my earlier response that the matter has been taken on notice.
On the 6th of December last year, the Prime Minister said in relation to the Adas Israel synagogue attack, and I quote, "I have been briefed on this morning by the AFP Commissioner Reece Kershaw." Did the Prime Minister's disclosure of the timing of his briefing by the AFP on an ongoing terrorism investigation jeopardise that investigation?
Probably, given that's comments of the Prime Minister, it's probably best that I take that one, and the answer is no.
Why didn't it jeopardise the investigation, Minister?
Senator Patterson, for starters, both of those incidents that you've referred to were public at the time that the questions were asked. But secondly, it confounds me why you, as an aspiring Minister for Home Affairs, want to continue seeking information when no lesser than the AFP Commissioner has said that it's not appropriate to be talking about these things in a public hearing. And you continue to ignore that because you're so desperate to score points.
Minister, your evidence is that answering the question about the timing of the notification or a briefing to a Minister or indeed the Prime Minister would jeopardise that investigation. So I'm testing that proposition.
Mr. Kershaw.
I haven't finished my question yet, Minister. So I'm testing that proposition by putting some quotes to you and some previous instances where ongoing investigations were not jeopardised by a disclosure of that fact. What is different about the Adas Israel synagogue firebombing that allowed the Prime Minister to disclose that fact that cannot be disclosed in the caravan incident?
Well, I'm not aware of the AFP Commissioner or anyone else from the AFP making a statement in relation to the earlier incidents like the Commissioner has done in relation to this incident. So we're respecting his statement about this investigation and won't be providing the information that you're seeking.
On the 11th of December, the Prime Minister said again of the Adas Israel synagogue firebombing, quote, "On Friday morning very early I got a briefing of the AFP Commissioner. On Monday we had the National Security Committee to hear a briefing, and you know I know more about the events there." He went on to say, "This morning I was briefed early by the AFP Commissioner Kershaw in relation to the Wallara vandalism incident." Did this in any way jeopardise any of those investigations?
Well, I refer to my earlier answers.
On the 12th of July 2024, the Prime Minister said of a Russian spy who'd been charged in the Australian Defence Forces, and I quote, "Well, I've been briefed extensively by our security agencies, including the AFP, including as late as this morning, but also previously I spoke with Commissioner Kershaw prior to the press conference. They have outlined the details." Did the Prime Minister jeopardise that ongoing investigation?
I refer to my earlier answers, and I invite you to produce a statement by the AFP Commissioner about that incident that is similar to what he has said about this incident.
Well, let's go to that statement by the AFP Commissioner in the hearing. As Senator Shoebridge pointed out before, you're actually not sharing the full context of the Commissioner's quote. He says, what I would say is that question relates to an ongoing joint counter-terrorism team investigation. According to the briefings I've received, that is not the subject or purpose of today's hearing. And then he goes on to say that part that you've quoted extensively.
No, well, why don't you read those words out?
I don't need to because you've already done so.
No, what he said, and you shouldn't misrepresent what the Commissioner said.
As you have been doing.
No, the Commissioner said, let's have the full statement, not just your cherry picking.
Well, you didn't read the full statement before, Minister.
The Commissioner said, what I would say is that the question relates to an ongoing joint counter-terrorism team investigation. According to the briefings I've received, that's not the subject or purpose of today's hearing. And then he says, also, synonym in addition to the earlier sentence.
Yes, thank you, Minister. We've heard it several times.
I am conscious that this is a public hearing and it's not an appropriate forum for us to provide information relating to an ongoing investigation at this time. As we've said numerous times, Senator Patterson, you'll have an opportunity to ask the AFP Commissioner questions at Attorney General's estimates tomorrow. And if he decides he's willing to share the sort of information that you're asking for, that's a matter for him. But I'm not proposing to do anything which may jeopardise his investigation given the statements that he has made.
Thank you. He doesn't say anywhere that it would jeopardise the investigation, does he?
Well, how else would you suggest we interpret his statement? Also, I am conscious that this is a public hearing and it's not an appropriate forum for us to provide information relating to an ongoing investigation at this time.
Ms Foster or Mr Smythe, did either of you discuss your evidence with the AFP prior to this hearing?
Yes, I did, Senator.
And what did the AFP Commissioner tell you about this?
So the AFP Commissioner was very clear with me that I was not in a position to assess whether or not any information, including timings of briefings, could be prejudicial to the investigation because I'm not privy clearly to the investigation. And that all questions around that should be directed to him.
Okay, well, we will put that to him when he appears tomorrow. I will move on and deal with some other matters. I've got the cybersecurity coordinator. Yes, we do. Lieutenant General, are you familiar with the media reports that the member for Tangney's WhatsApp account was allegedly hacked or compromised in some way?
Senator, I have seen that report.
And has that been referred to you for investigation in any way?
No, Senator, it hasn't.
Have you commenced any of your own inquiries into this matter?
Senator, as I understand, it's a matter for the AFP to investigate an allegation that his phone may have been hacked.
Yep. Have you had any dealings with the AFP in relation to this matter?
No, I haven't, Senator.
Or ASD?
No, not specifically in this matter, Senator.
Or ASIO?
No, Senator.
Or the Department of Parliamentary Services?
Not on this matter, Senator.
Okay. Is it of concern to you that it's possible that a Member of Parliament's device was potentially compromised?
Senator, the protection of members of Parliament supported through Mr Smythe might have reflections on the actions that are taken. We rely on the expert advice of ASD for technical precautions and management, and the allegation that I read in the article is a matter for an AFP investigation.
But you just said you hadn't engaged with ASD about that, so how could you have confidence that there isn't in fact a problem and that a Member of Parliament device hasn't been compromised?
Senator, the advice that's provided to parliamentarians comes from ASD. That's their role. I haven't engaged specifically on this issue, noting that it's an ongoing investigation. I do protect and stay out of the operational independence of both the ASD and the AFP on operational matters.
Sure. But I mean, there'd be pretty serious implications if it was in fact the case that it was possible for an actor, whoever that may be, to compromise the WhatsApp account and send a false message from a Member of Parliament's phone. Would that be of concern and interest to you if that was able to be demonstrated?
Senator, that would be a serious concern, I think, to any official if that was the case.
So what steps have you taken to satisfy yourself that there isn't a vulnerability that needs to be addressed here?
Senator, I don't intervene in the operational roles of ASD and ACSC. I do have very regular meetings with updates on those matters with the AFP and ASD on a routine basis.
And they haven't raised this issue with you?
No, not to date, Senator.
No, so presumably they're not concerned about this hack then?
Senator, that would be a question for ASD or AFP.
Okay.
And Senator, I think Lieutenant General McGuinness would expect that if there was something which indicated a systemic issue or something beyond their remit to deal with, they would absolutely be talking to us.
So there's probably not a systemic issue here then?
Well, I would assume not that we have discovered at this stage.
Does that suggest to you it's possible that in fact Mr Lim's device was not hacked?
Senator, I don't want to speculate on investigations. ASD or AFP may be able to address that better.
In your experience, how long does an investigation like this typically take?
Senator, that'd be another question for ASD and AFP.
Because this was some months ago, this was late last year that this was first reported and alleged. We're now several months on from them. If there is an ongoing vulnerability to Members of Parliament devices, that's a long period of time to go unaddressed, isn't it?
Senator, I'm not. You'd have to ask AFP about investigations. Policy issues don't get discussed on WhatsApp. There is advice from the Australian Signals Directorate on best applications to use, and that's a matter for them.
We're about to have a federal election, though. If someone's sending fake messages from members of Parliament, that could be potentially impactful. Home Affairs has important responsibilities safeguarding the integrity of elections and preventing foreign interference, don't you?
Yes, Senator.
And so in that context, have you sought any advice from ASD or anyone else about how to prevent this happening to any other Member of Parliament?
Senator, I think as the Secretary said, if they had concerns there were systemic issues, they would have raised it. They are proactive in providing advice at all times.
Yes, I agree. If they had concerns, I assume they would have raised it too. All right, I'll move on to another matter with your consent, Chair. I have some questions about potential terrorism listings in relation to two organisations. Has the department been asked to prepare a brief on the potential listing of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine?
Senator, I'm aware that correspondence from you to the Minister has made a representation in relation to that, but it is the long-standing practice of governments not to comment on whether or not we are considering an organisation for listing.
And the Minister very kindly replied to my letter to that effect. I think we have discussed, though, previously whether advice has been sought about particular organisations. We've gone into some detail about IRGC and other organisations. So can you say if any advice has been sought about the listing of the PLFP?
I can't, Senator. I refer you to my previous response.
I presume you give me the same answer if I ask about Hizb ut-Tahrir?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, well, I won't waste your time with that then. I'll move on to another matter. Again, if I've still got the call, Chair.
Just for another moment.
Thank you. Well, if it helps, I can wait and start this next bracket.
Senator Shoebridge, you have questions?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Chair. Going back to the terrorism and violent extremism strategy, I asked questions about whether there was any proposed actions in relation to algorithms, and I think, Mr. Smythe, you referred me to communications, is that right?
The communications portfolio is responsible for the communications policy and legislation, obviously.
And are you aware of anywhere else inside, did you say the House of Government in your answer? Inside the House of Government that's looking at algorithms?
I can't recall House of Government, but I know that I'll pass to Ms Smythe to talk about some of the work that we are engaged in internationally.
Happy to engage with Team Smythe.
Could I put on the record, we are not related at all, Senator. As far as I know.
Yeah,
but,
well,
you know.
Don't go any further.
Thank you, Senator. Just going back to, yes, your earlier question before lunch. So there are actually 5 specific actions in the strategy which do go to both algorithms, but more broadly the online environment, which is obviously an exceptionally challenging environment. So I draw your attention to page 32 of the strategy. And it is a whole of government strategy. It's not just a Department of Home Affairs strategy. So we do actually have the E-Safety Commission leading 2 of the action items under that area of the strategy. So we have a specific commitment to improve regulation of the online environment, and that is through the E-Safety Commissioner, who we do talk to on a very regular basis. That looks at legislation relating to the duty of care, and considering further messages for responding to the creation and distribution of terrorist and violent extremist content. We in the department... And
just to be clear though, Ms Smythe, there's nothing on page 32 about algorithms.
Specifically algorithms, no, but we do, as I said, being a whole of government strategy, work with our government partners. We also, through the Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre, actually engage with both the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, which is a civil society organisation. We actually sit on the advisory board of that committee to look at, and we work with Meta, YouTube and Microsoft to look at what are the emerging threats in the environment and what as a community we can do to respond. I can ask my colleague Mr Goldie to come to the table if you'd like more specific.
Only if it's about taking actual action to stop algorithms driving people into extremism. And you're probably aware that other jurisdictions have taken actions to ensure transparency, to require active reporting from platforms. So rather than meeting in a civil society forum, if there are specific actions, which is what my question was about, to limit the way in which algorithms, and not just from 3 platforms, but across the online environment, are driving people down to extremism. If Mr. Colley can speak of any actual specific things done for transparency or constraint of algorithms, then please.
Senator Alexander Goldie, Assistant Secretary in the Counter-Terrorism Coordination Centre. This is an area of responsibility which is primarily led, as my colleagues have said, the E-Safety Commissioner, and I would refer one of our action items there, action item which we number as 16, which is the first in the list, where it is talking about legislating a digital duty of care that is coming out of the recent review into the Online Safety Act, the report of which is tabled in Parliament. It is a responsibility of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts and the E-Safety Commissioner to lead on that work, which we are consulted on, to provide consideration on the kinds of things that digital platforms can do to improve the quality of their environment.
Again, we come back to provide consideration for things, generic, broad statements. My question was, what's specifically being done to stop algorithms drive people into extremism? You identify it as a threat. You particularly identify young people being driven down to extremism by algorithms, and there's a forum.
So, Senator, there's 2 parts to this environmental question, and it's reflective partly in our shared responsibility for this kind of work. There is, as you have identified, a question regarding algorithms in the awful but lawful space, potentially. And there is separately the matter of terrorist and violent extremist content that is online. That is our principal focus in the CTCC around what is demonstrably TVEC, as we acronymise. The broader question, when you get particularly and potentially upstream and you're considering what is broader political content which may go towards creating an echo chamber, things that we talk about in the strategy, that leaves somewhat our specific remit and goes into the space of others.
Well, I don't feel like I'm getting any closer to an actual answer, so we might move on to something else, which is one of the things the strategy does nominate is and relies on about takedown powers. And you talk about the Online Safety Act, giving the E-Safety Commissioner powers to protect Australians from online harm, including by requiring digital platforms to remove, cease linking to, cease hosting or cease providing access to certain material. The one high-profile case where that's been tested is in relation to X, sharing the most appalling, obscene material about a live stabbing, and it failed. X just thumbed their nose at the Australian Government and at the E-Safety Commissioner. And yet that's the primary action you refer to in terms of protecting Australia from abhorrent violent material. Did you grapple with the failure there?
I think to be honest, we are all grappling with that, Senator. We're all concerned, but the responsibility for that rests with the communications portfolio.
You say Australia has a strong legislative basis for action. That's what you say about takedown powers. No, it's just not true. It didn't work. The one time it's been tested, it didn't work. And yet you deliver a countering terrorism and violent extremism strategy in January of this year, just months after the high-profile failure of takedown powers, and you don't even mention it. How is that? It doesn't work.
Senator, the takedown powers to which you refer are utilised by the E-Safety Commissioner. They are the E-Safety Commissioner's powers, which are conferred by the Online Safety Act. The incidents in post-Wakely where the material was sought to be taken down from a range of platforms was complied with by the vast majority of platforms, and in the case of X was geo-blocked in Australia but not removed globally, which is a point of difference from the other platforms. I would note that this was considered in the recent review of the Online Safety Act, for which a government response is pending.
Well, what's totally missing from this strategy is any kind of enforcement power against platforms like that thumb their nose at Australia's efforts to prevent their platforms distributing this most abhorrent, in this case, obscene violence, which actually incites other violence. There's nothing in here to suggest that you're willing to take on any other platforms. Is that just because the platforms are too big? You've just given up the fight?
Senator, we are not giving up the fight, absolutely. And as is outlined by Mr Goldie and Ms Smythe, we are working with our counterparts in the communications portfolio as to what might be possible in this particular area. The responsibility for online digital legislation vests with the communications portfolio.
You talk about an independent review of the Online Safety Act being brought forward by 1 year, and that adequately captures the emerging and changing online environment. Has that produced the kind of reforms needed to hold platforms to account?
Well, I think that, as Director General Burgess said in his threat assessment, this is a very dynamic issue that we are grappling with in Australia, but every country around the world is facing the same situation. And that's why we are a member of the global forum as well that we've outlined. It's why we work with our counterparts and discuss with them about what is working and what is not, what we might be able to do. It is a difficult, complex issue. There is no question about that.
Well, let's do something even simpler then. One of the platforms that has been disseminating child sexual abuse material and terrorism material and not telling the Australian government about it, despite having an obligation, is Telegram. And you would have seen the recent notification from eSafety about fines. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you agree that protecting people and society from the spread of that information is important? Do you agree?
Absolutely.
And one of the things you talk about in this counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy is about the social media bans for young people. Recall that as part of the... Yep. Now, Telegram is not covered by the social media ban on young people, and yet Telegram, we know, is permitting the sharing of terrorism and child sexual abuse material. Is there a reason? Are you aware of a reason why Telegram would be excluded from that?
Senator, as I said, many of these platforms are domiciled offshore. People access some of these platforms via VPNs. They're very difficult to kind of regulate and police some of these things.
Well, you could say that about every platform, but I'm asking you about Telegram.
But I have no specific issues that I can raise that are particular to Telegram here.
So there was no consideration of including Telegram in the social media ban?
That, again, was not the remit of this portfolio, Senator. That is an issue for the Comms Department, and they are best placed to answer that.
One of the other aspects you talk about in this strategy is ensuring that young people are not radicalised, and in fact talking about the particular threats for young people. And I think we could probably agree young people who are socially isolated, who may have education difficulties, are particularly vulnerable.
Yes.
Yep. Yet an Australian magistrate found that the Australian Federal Police had actively driven a young 13-year-old boy with autism into extremist behaviour, encouraging him to become a suicide bomber, encouraging him to engage in terrorist activities. Did you review that magistrate's decision when you undertook the compiling of this strategy? Did you read the magistrate's decision?
Senator, we were aware of that particular issue. It was, I know, it was subject to an investigation by the AFP and by ASIO as part of the Joint Counter-Terrorism team. They are best placed to respond to those particular issues.
Well, I'm asking if you read the magistrates, if anyone in Home Affairs read and digested the lessons from a finding of an Australian magistrate that the Australian Federal Police actively encouraged a young 13-year-old boy with autism towards extremism, including to become a suicide bomber. Did you read the magistrate's judgment?
Senator, I did read the judgments and I had discussions with the AFP in relation to that particular matter.
All right. And in doing so, did the AFP indicate that they would be comfortable doing that kind of behaviour again? Did they indicate they had learned any lessons? How can we be sure that this strategy doesn't just replicate that kind of behaviour from the AFP?
Well, Senator, I'm not in a position to answer for the AFP. I think that is a question that's best directed at them. But what the strategy does do is, as the Director-General said, the average age now of minors that are coming to the attention of ASIO is 15. So we are very concerned about young people radicalising with mixed ideologies and it happening very quickly. That is why the strategy looks at doubling the amount of de-radicalisation and extremist funding that we're providing to jurisdictions to make more services available to parents and relatives of people that might be at risk of radicalisation. It's why we're providing funding to train more practitioners in early intervention and de-radicalisation programs. So we're aware of the issue. It's complex, it's difficult, it involves individuals sometimes with very complex needs, and it is not an easy circumstance to navigate.
Are you aware of the fact that because in this case the young man's parents went to the police and went to them and asked for help and sought to engage with the police and instead found the police radicalising their child and then charging him, are you aware of the breakdown in trust that has caused with communities?
Senator, this is a very complex case and one that I am not in a position to discuss in a public forum, and I would ask that your questions are best directed to the AFP.
Well, I'm asking you, one of the key points required in a counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy is to ensure that there are close connections between communities and community groups across the country so that they feel comfortable and safe approaching the Australian Federal Police and other agencies when they have concerns. We want to encourage that, surely. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
And in this case, two parents, educated parents with goodwill, were concerned about their child and approached the AFP, and the AFP sought to radicalise their child, drive him towards becoming a suicide bomber, and then prosecuted him. Were any lessons learned in that have been applied in this strategy so as we can try and recover some of the ground that was lost with the communities because of the actions of the AFP?
Senator, in response to that, I'll put aside the specific investigation, but what we did in this strategy is actually enhance the voice of youth and how important the voice of youth is in informing countering violent extremism responses. So we have bolstered funding to the existing Youth and Mental Health Advisory Group, which actually informs the formulation and response of the policies, and developed actually a new group that is a youth-led group to enhance their input and resilience in the development of countering violent extremism programs. In addition, what we've also looked at is the national rollout of the New South Wales very successful Step Together program, which is an avenue outside of having to bring an issue specifically to law enforcement, an avenue for families, individuals, friends, other community members to be able to refer concerns they have about individuals to government agencies who can provide them with additional support.
Yeah, I saw that, Ms Smith, and I'm aware of that in my home state of New South Wales. What protections will there be for parents, though, in that situation, that when they reach out, they won't find what happened to the Carrick family, which is a pseudonym used, they won't find that being repeated for them? What protections are there and what communication strategy is in place so as people can feel comfortable?
So, Senator, I think as the witnesses have tried to say repeatedly, that specific incident is one which is being looked into by the AFP. Lessons learned will be learnt from them. They will be shared with the community. But the broader strategies that we have put in place, as Ms Smyth just outlined, to engage youth is one of the ways in which we protect youth.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll have to share the
just
call
my
after
final
this question.
Chair.
Yeah.
Ms Smythe, I'm asking about a magistrate's findings, which are on the record, and they're grounded in the magistrate's findings, not another review by the internal review by the AFP. There's clear findings by a magistrate here, having heard contested evidence under oath. But what I'm asking you is, what are you doing? What does this strategy do to try and open up those essential avenues of communication, given, I want to be clear, given how much damage was done because of the AFP's actions? Is there a safe door that they can knock on? Is there a safe phone number to call where they won't find themselves being entrapped again by the AFP?
Ms Smythe, it might be helpful to take the Senator through the program that provides access to parents outside the National Security Hotline.
Step Together program.
Yes, I'm asking, it's really, I listened to your answer, Ms Smythe, and it's about the Step Together. What I'm asking you, what protections are in place in that to ensure that we don't get carried too?
So, Senator, people who utilise Step Together can do so on a confidential basis if they wish. A parent, caregiver can seek confidential advice. The people who are on the other end of the chat service and the phone line are not police. They are case managers and psychologists. They are employed by the Department of Communities and Justice in New South Wales. We are not seeking to change that in the nationalisation process.
And so, Senator, the point we're trying to make to you is that the strategy includes the nationalisation of a service that actually provides an alternate route outside the law enforcement system.
And I'm asking what
Senator
protections there are to ensure that...
an indication that you have one more question and I need to share the call.
I'm trying to get the answer. I'm asking what protections are to ensure that doesn't become a backdoor to the AFP, and if that is true, then let us know. And if you're communicating more broadly to community groups that actually we've learnt, we understand this won't end up having your kids prosecuted in the same way as happened to the Carricks. Is that in place?
Without referring to the specific case, one of the parts of the strategy is a targeted awareness campaign to make the community or communities more aware of Step Together as it's coming into its new national guise. As to whether information can be provided on, as you are most likely aware, Senator, in each state and territory, the delivery of CVE programs is a locally tailored approach, and that could include the relevant police. It could be a Department of Communities and Justice. It might be a Premier's department, so it can change. One of the things that is part and parcel of being able to provide assistance in the fullest possible sense in terms of referring somebody to a program could include referring a person to a program that is run by a local law enforcement agency.
Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Polley, I think you've got more questions.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to turn now to the Technology Foreign Interference Task Force and get an update on that work and what are the problems that they're solving.
Certainly, Senator. So the Technology Foreign Interference Task Force actually met at a CEO and ministerial level last Thursday, and this is an attempt by the government to engage technology companies on the specific threat of foreign interference, control and influence. And we've co-designed and jointly developed a work program, and Mr Anstey and Ms Ryan will take you through that.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Hansford, and thank you, Senator. So, to sort of put it in context, Senator, you may be familiar with the University Foreign Interference Task Force that has been running for a number of years, which is a partnership between the universities, the department and other national security government stakeholders to increase resilience in the university sector. This is taking that model and looking to impose it on the technology sector in Australia. We have a number of priority areas that we're focused on, primarily artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and quantum technologies. So what we're doing is bringing together stakeholders from the technology sector, including the large technology companies, as well as smaller startup businesses in those priority areas, and working with them to understand and manage those foreign interference threats.
So in terms of artificial intelligence, what's the threats there that they would be looking at? If you can tell us what you can in that area.
Sure. So for artificial intelligence, the department focuses on the national security challenges that artificial intelligence will bring. What we really see is that artificial intelligence will accelerate and amplify existing national security threats. So whether that's the spread of mis and disinformation, whether that's the ability of organised criminal groups or nation states to collect data at scale and aggregate that data and understand inferences around that, whether it's the development of cybersecurity tools. Our analysis is that in both the policy space and working with our colleagues at the Australian Signals Directorate, the speed and scale, particularly of these frontier models or large language models, will really accelerate and amplify those existing national security challenges.
So how many members are there on this task force, and how many members of your department are working in this space?
I can answer that question. So my name is Britt Ryan. I'm the Assistant Secretary of Technology Security Policy. So the TechFit initiative really is a private and public partnership that brings together a range of different representatives from across government, including from our intelligence community, to help, as Mr. Anstey pointed out, raise awareness of foreign interference and espionage threats in the sector. So we've held a number of engagements with a variety of industry stakeholders since the establishment of TechFit. The first was really to engage with the technology sector to inform the design and scope of the TechFit program moving forward. And as Mr. Hansford mentioned, we met with a range of CEO or Chief Security Officer level representatives from a range of different companies, including big tech, and as Mr. Anstey mentioned, representatives from the artificial intelligence, biotechnology and quantum computing sectors, as well as industry peak bodies.
So has the department looked or engaged with other countries in relation to what they're doing around cybersecurity and political interference and foreign interference?
We do have regular engagements, Senator, particularly with our colleagues across the Five Eyes in terms of what their experience in their domestic jurisdictions as it relates to foreign interference in the technology sector. There is a lot of technical expertise with close partners as well, so we draw on that experience too.
Great, thank you for that update. So what are edge devices and why is it important that they're secured, and will their security be affected by cyber security legislation that the government passed late last year?
Thanks, Senator. The edge devices are one area that can be exploited by criminals seeking to access different systems. I think the issue that we're particularly looking at and are minded to look at when it relates to edge security for the government is focused on our gateway policy. And so that's the policy that Mr. Neal outlined is currently under consultation and will form part of the PSPF 25 release and a key area of focus. So that's what we're doing for government. For critical infrastructure, we, for the 17th of August last year was the date at which 13 classes of critical infrastructure needed to meet their risk management program obligation and meet a particular maturity level under the cybersecurity framework. By doing that, that helps protect in relation to a whole range of threats, including adversaries who might seek to compromise edge devices. And then finally, perhaps, unless Mr. Bill, I see you at the table, would like to comment, there's a particular line item in the cyber strategy which relates to managed service providers. And so we are looking particularly at have we got the right coverage of managed service providers, how does that work, particularly looking at supply chain issues. And in fact, in Ms Pfeiffer's area, we've set up a supply chain working group looking at supply chain issues for critical infrastructure, just to take one example, but a live issue and lots of work underway. But Mr. Bell and Mr. Anstey, anything you'd like to add?
So the only thing I'd add is obviously for edge devices, to the extent that our secure technology standards apply for consumer-facing devices, they could be caught within those standards, but we're also exploring what that next set of standards might look like for more complex devices, particularly those, as Mr Hansford mentioned, that have more complex supply chain dynamics, which require us to consider what certain standards would be required in addition to the 3 that I spoke to in my previous evidence.
So in relation to the work that's been undertaken, which you've updated us on, we're talking about highly skilled public servants being involved in these task forces and with cybersecurity moving so quickly. What impact would there be if there was a 20% cut to your budget? Would that have an impact on Australian security? Protecting from foreign interference? Is it likely that there's going to...
As I said before, we would be speculating about that. Typically, where governments choose to cut, they typically give guidance about where to apply those cuts, and so it's really not possible to comment on the impact without more specificity.
So if we move on to implementing, and if you could give us an update on this strategy in relation to the implementation of cyber strategy, how do you reflect on Horizon 1, and are you thinking about Horizon 2 as part of that strategy?
Yes, Senator, certainly I can say clearly here we're on track under Action Plan 1 and Horizon 1. That action plan has 20 actions and 60 supporting initiatives, and we have 29 completed or sustained and 31 progressing on track that are actually forecast to still be progressing. So we are on track with the schedule as dictated. In terms of Horizon 2, I might hand to Mr Bell, who's been doing initial consultations as we analyse and measure the impacts we've achieved on Horizon 1 and what we're focusing on Horizon 2.
Thank you. As the coordinator mentioned, obviously we're still part of the way through Horizon 1, so we've really focused around ensuring our teams are equipped and focused and working with industry to implement the remainder of those Horizon 1 measures. But at the same time, we're engaging with industry stakeholders and across government to think about what that next tranche of cyber reforms looks like, what areas of focus and interest for industry, particularly to uplift their own resilience. We've had a number of stakeholder engagements looking at what could be done to further support small and medium enterprises, for example, or what could be done to enhance cyber literacy, particularly amongst kids, so like a Sesame Street for cyber or something like that. But we're looking at different initiatives and different programs that will have a real impact to go and build on the framework and the groundwork that we've established under Horizon 1. So some of that might be extension of existing programs, some of that might be looking at where there's new and evolving developments in cybersecurity policy. But at the end of the day, what we're really keen to understand is what will help industry to embed these within their own practices. So really understanding what sits under that.
So can you update us or give us a bit more information about cyber information sharing and the Analysis Centre and why they're important?
Thanks, Senator. So information sharing across all sectors is super important. We're seeing the faster we can share, the sooner we can be less vulnerable and mitigate both the vulnerability or the consequences. There are a number of ways we do this, including through a platform at ASD, and I encourage you to ask ASD about CETUS for rapid sharing. More recently, the government has issued a grant to the CISAC in order to establish sharing specifically on health threats. Deeply vulnerable sector, as we continue to see they're rich with data and a continuous target of our threat actors. So that CISAC will set up a health threat sharing community of interest, and that was recently awarded.
Can you talk us through DeepSeek directions and what happened in February and why it is so important with intelligence-led policy to actually manage the national security risks?
Thank you, Senator. So as you refer to a direction that the Secretary issued in February to restrict the use of DeepSeek applications or instances on Commonwealth federal devices. The direction had three obligations or components. The first was that agencies had to understand whether they did have any instances of DeepSeek on their networks or being used by their teams. The second was to remove such instances, and the third was to refer it to the department that they had completed that work. The DeepSeek direction was a really good example of the cooperation between our signals intelligence and other national intelligence agencies and our policy-making capability, as you point out. Sort of as an international reference point, Australia was certainly one of the first countries to take action on restricting the use of DeepSeek on government devices, and a number of countries have taken similar action, which indicates that we were very prudent in taking that measure.
So in terms of critical infrastructure entities, have you had dialogue with them? What engagement have you had, and what's their response been around DeepSeek?
We have, Senator, so we briefed critical infrastructure entities on the decision. Many hundred entities participated in that dialogue. We have seen a lot of action following that discussion with critical infrastructure. We don't have an exact percentage of how many have taken the exact same action as government did, but it was substantial uptake of a similar action.
And obviously because of the ongoing engagement, there's a lot of respect for that information and dialogue and engagement, I would suggest. But when we talk about technology vendor review framework, can you tell us a bit more about that framework, please?
Certainly can, Senator. The framework we've been working on for some time, and it was released publicly. The fact that we've completed the framework and have started its implementation. The Minister released that on the 20th of December last year, and Ms Ryan's team is working very much on the first couple of cases in relation to the technology vendor review framework.
So what impact, if any, do you see the risk to Australia if we don't address this in terms of, the framework? How important is that and significant to protecting Australia?
Quite essential to really balance two competing issues about when we have vendors in the market. Obviously they come with a range of functionality, and what we try and do is try and balance the prosperity side of vendors with security mitigations. And so how do you balance those two issues is really at the heart of the tech vendor review framework. And as I said, Ms Ryan might like to comment on how we are operationalising that framework and its benefit to the security of the nation.
Can I just ask, was there a...
call in a moment. So
just final question. Yeah. Was there a policy in this area from previous government?
The framework,
and if not...
The framework was an initiative under the cybersecurity strategy, Senator, and what it provides is a similar policy settings to what we're achieving under the TVRF, the Tech Vendor Review Framework. So it's helping us understand at an economic-wide level some of the challenges that may attract through vendor risk, so certain technology vendors that may present national security threats. The framework provides us a tool to analyse and assess what that looks like on an economy-wide basis, and then provide options to government to address those risks.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polley. I know you always do, Senator Polley. We'll come back to you, Senator Patterson.
Thanks, Chair. For your time management purposes, I hope these are my last two sets of questions for outcome one, and then I'll be ready to move to outcome two. Speaking of vendor risk, does the Minister for Home Affairs still drive a Chinese-made electric vehicle?
That really is important.
I believe his personal vehicle. I'll find out. I think it's a personal vehicle. That is, yes. We talked about this last time.
We did, and you took on notice what type of vehicle it was, and that question hasn't been answered. Are you able to answer that today?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll see what I can find out.
Okay. It should be a straightforward question. What's the type of vehicle? It should be take seconds, not months to check. I presume the Minister hasn't sought advice about using a different vehicle if he's continuing to use it, to your knowledge?
I don't know what advice the Minister's sought. What I do know...
Well, officials might help with that.
What I do know, because I've checked this with the Minister, is that he takes the position that he shouldn't and does not discuss sensitive matters in any car, whether it be a Chinese-made car. I mean, unfortunately, of course, there's no more Australian-made cars because you lot got rid of the industry, but Japanese-made car, an American-made car, a Thai-made car. It would be nice if we still had a car industry,
yeah,
but
Mitsubishi and Ford closed on your watch, Minister.
I think was what Joe Hockey
But
said.
the point is that the Minister doesn't discuss sensitive or security matters in any car, whether it be his own or any other car.
If only foreign intelligence agencies were only interested in classified matters and not a whole other range of matters, that would be comforting, but it's not. The department's briefed the Minister on 5 occasions, according to a question on notice from the last estimates. Was anyone at the table involved in those briefings to the Minister?
In relation to his vehicle, Senator?
Pardon me?
In relation to his vehicle?
No, just in relation to the 5 occasions that the national security risks of connected vehicles were briefed to the Minister.
Yes, Senator. In fact, I think the Secretary's been involved in some of those briefings. I have, and Mr Anstey as well.
Okay. Those of you who are at the table who were involved in those briefings, on how many occasions was the Minister's own car specifically discussed at those meetings? Take it in turn. Mr Hansford first. When you attended the meetings, was the Minister's car ever discussed?
Well, the Minister talked about his own vehicle on the 1st of August 2024, and that's the meeting at which we provided oral advice about mitigations and security mitigations, and I believe the Secretary was also present at that meeting.
Okay. Ms Foster, were there any other meetings other than the 1st of August where the Minister's car was discussed that you were at?
Senator, that's the only meeting I recall where the Minister sought our advice and we provided that advice. I am aware that he also had briefings from 2 relevant security agencies on the same subject.
Okay, can you say which agencies and when?
Senator, it was ASD and ASIO, but the dates I don't have.
Could you take that on notice?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Mr Anstey, were you present at any meetings other than the 1st of August where the Minister's car was discussed?
Not to my recollection, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I put in a FOI in relation to this matter, and the FOI came back and said there were no documents available because the briefings were conducted verbally in late July 2024. That's obviously very close to 1 August, so I assume it was late July or early August that the Minister was briefed?
1st of August, where that particular matter was discussed. The other discussions relate to connected vehicles generally.
Yes, but I specifically requested the mitigation advice provided to the Minister, and I was told the briefings were conducted verbally in late July 2024.
That's right. 1 August is the date of the briefing.
Okay.
Senator, just for clarity, the Minister raised the subject of his vehicle with me pretty much immediately on appointment, which was the trigger for that briefing, and so that might be the confusion between late July and 1 August.
All right, so at least 2 meetings where it was discussed and the advice was provided on the 1st of August?
That's correct.
So for this mitigation advice, did no one in the room have any prepared notes or talking points or guidance?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Who was the person, was it any of you at the table who provided this advice, who was responsible for providing the advice?
So I know that I provided advice to the Minister when he raised the issue in the meeting.
Yep. Okay, so Mr Hansford, you're a very knowledgeable person in this area, but surely even someone as knowledgeable as you, if you're to be providing mitigation advice to a Minister of the Crown to protect himself from a national security risk, you would have a document or something to refer to, either to refresh your memory or to leave with him so that he knows what he needs to do?
Senator, the Minister raised the issue at the meeting and I provided mitigation advice at the time, and it was oral.
Right, so you weren't anticipating providing that advice at that meeting, because Secretary Foster just said a moment ago that this meeting was to brief the Minister after he had raised it in his initial meeting with her.
I think the meeting canvassed a range of issues this one was an issue the Minister raised at the meeting. I wasn't expecting it to be raised, but of course the Secretary might have further information.
So, Senator, as I said, the Minister had raised the fact of his car with me, and I don't recall the exact date, but very shortly after his appointment, if not immediately on his appointment. And so the immediate follow-up to that was, as Mr Hamish said, in that one August meeting, where I think Mr Hansford was comfortable that he knew what advice that he needed to provide when the Minister raised it directly with him. He wasn't at the first meeting where the Minister spoke to me.
Okay. Mr Hansford, what mitigations did you suggest the Minister take?
A range of mitigations, but principally the fact that using a work device that the Minister has been issued by the department shouldn't be connected to the connected vehicle. And from memory, Secretary, we canvassed discussions as well that relate to discussions that are outside of a secure environment, inclusive of a connected vehicle.
So the Minister's not to connect his ministerial phone to the car, is that your advice?
His official, his departmentally provided phone, Senator.
Yes, that's what I mean. Can he connect his personal phone to it?
That would be a matter for the Minister.
What's your advice? Is it a good idea for a Minister to connect their personal phone to a Chinese-made electric vehicle?
I think our advice is grounded in the Protective Security Policy Framework, which relates to the transmission of information. So Table 20 in the PSPF relates to the classified information and then the device. So both of those issues are in play. And so I think when you look at things like connection of personal devices to cars, of course, any internet connection creates an added vulnerability. And so looking at the risks and mitigations is an area where people need to particularly focus, and that's anyone, actually.
Okay. Is it only classified material that foreign intelligence agencies are interested in?
The so-called mosaic effect looks at a range of information, including classified and unclassified information, to build pictures of a whole range of things. And so, no, it's not only classified information.
And so the personal device of the Minister for Home Affairs would be of great interest to a foreign intelligence agency, wouldn't it?
No doubt, but equally, any advice to any public servant relates to risk mitigation and appropriateness, and the Minister at the table has outlined that the Minister has provided a response.
So if the Minister shouldn't connect his work device to his car, and you concede his personal device would be of great interest to a foreign intelligence agency, presumably he shouldn't connect his personal device either.
Well, I think anyone would have to look at the risks and assess the risks.
I'm not asking for anyone, I'm asking what your advice was to the Minister for Home Affairs when you provided it to him.
Well, I didn't canvass that specific issue. We provided advice in relation to departmental issued devices and generally about conversations in proximate range to connected vehicles.
The advice, the answer that was given to me in the previous round of estimates is that all necessary mitigations have been taken. It doesn't sound to me like all necessary mitigations could have been taken if you didn't canvass the issue of personal devices.
So, Senator, as Mr Hansford said, we were concerned with providing the Minister advice in relation to the departmentally provided device. And I noted also that he had subsequent discussions with ASD and ASIO.
Ms Hansford, did you provide any other mitigation advice other than not connecting his official device to the car?
I think Mr Hansford's already said that there was a more general discussion about the need to consider in any environment, as Minister Watts said, what kind of information is discussed.
Yep. And was there any other advice?
Not to my memory. It was a brief discussion and not to my memory, no.
Did you tell the Minister that it wouldn't be a good idea to take this car to any secure facilities if he's receiving a briefing?
I don't recall that advice, no.
Well, is it a good idea for the Minister to take a Chinese-made EV to a secure facility for a briefing?
Well, I think that any actions by anyone needs to look at risks that might arise from any action. And so when you look at the protective security policy framework, the principles that are in that framework should apply to public servants. They don't apply to the minister, but any risks, any action that individuals take, it's got to have a risk mitigation in some sort.
Can these risks be adequately mitigated? Wouldn't it just be better if the minister wasn't driving a China's-made EV?
Well, I think that's really a matter for the minister.
Oh, I know, but that's the minister's decision is a matter for him, but your advice is a matter for you. Wouldn't it be safer if the minister just didn't drive a potential listing device around?
Senator, our obligation is to ensure that the minister understands the mitigations.
And there are like different steps you could take to mitigate it, including the advice that Mr Hansford given. Glad that that's been given, but wouldn't it be even better if the minister just didn't drive this particular brand of car?
Senator, I think the level of connectedness of vehicles more generally today is starting to make this conversation not moot, but certainly it's not black and white.
I understand that point, and if I had time to discuss that today, I'd be keen to, but we don't. And I think we've all recognised implicit in all the evidence before to Senator Polly's questions that some vendors pose a higher risk than others, and the Australian Government, including you, Secretary, have issued specific directions about specific vendors because of their nation of origin. But I won't keep persisting with that because I want to quickly whip through another matter. What does the PSPF say about what can be taken into a skiff?
So it depends, Senator, on what classification of skiff it is. But for example, electronic devices shouldn't be taken into different parts. And Mr Neil has the specific table, I'm sure, about each individual requirement, but they're all outlined in the PSPF about what can be taken into a secure area, but generally electronic devices aren't taken into at least Zone 5, and they needed to be hardened to take into Zone 4.
Mr Neil, what can be taken into a skiff?
Thank you, Senator. For a skiff, it has to be no public access. This is Zone 5 considerations, and there's considerations on top of a skiff. Visitor access has to be restricted.
I'm just interested in devices, not visitors.
Devices would be only devices that could handle top secret information.
Right. The Parliament House briefing room, what zone classification does that have?
The Parliament, that's a skiff, I believe, Zone 5.
It's a Zone 5 skiff, right. So it wouldn't be appropriate to take a device into the Parliament House briefing room?
Well, the PSPF is quite clear, actually, that the risk profile is for the accountable authority at each time based on the environment and the information that's being taken there. So information and technology can be taken into a skiff if the accountable authority, which for PHBR would be the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and ONI, has taken through an appropriate risk management plan.
Mm-hmm. So what is the risk management you would need to take a device into the PHBR? I certainly remember when I've been to a PHBR, I'm told I'm not allowed to bring any device in.
Well, that would be a matter for the accountable authority, which would be the Department of Prime Minister.
Right, so you don't know what the access requirements are for the PHBR?
No, the rule within the PSPF is actually just quite clear. It says it's highly dependent on the entity's unique context and the accountable authority's judgment. So that would be each individual accountable authority makes that risk management plan. If there is an approach such as that where they have made a risk management, they may choose to report that in the end-of-year reporting, but that's not from July, and that would be against requirement 36, which is the accountable authority determines the entity's tolerance for security risks and documents in the security plan. So at the end of the year, we would see them reporting on that.
They'll acquit that to you, and you would then be able to answer questions about it?
They would acquit their judgments on the individual aspects of it. Then we would go through an assurance process on how their security plan is appropriately looking at risks, whether that's individual or not.
What has the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet previously lodged with Home Affairs in relation to devices in the Parliament House briefing room?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry, Senator. I'd have to take that on notice.
Pardon me?
I don't have that in front of me. I'd have to take that on notice.
Is there anyone at the table or in the room who has access to that information?
No, Senator.
No? Okay. Well, I'd be grateful if you could provide that promptly on notice. because on at least 2 occasions in the last couple of weeks, photographs have been taken and shared online from within the Parliament House briefing room. One was during the Prime Minister's conversation with President Trump, although actually it's not clear from the photo whether or not it was just a staged photo and it was after the phone call finished, or if it was during the phone call, because that would, of course, raise other questions. But it purports to show the PM, and he's clearly in the PHBR, talking to President Trump on a secure phone. And the second was when the Deputy Prime Minister hosted Admiral Paparo in the PHBR, and again, a photograph was taken. So the PM&C would have had to lodge a proposal or a plan with you about how they would mitigate the risk from having photographs presumably taken on a camera or on a mobile device.
Their security plan would have to have a process for that, yes.
Okay.
If they complied with their enduring security plan, then that would be an incident which is managed by the accountable authority. There are the ability to take photos within SCIFs, and entities do have those within their existing security plan. I wasn't there, so wouldn't be aware of.
Okay, I look forward to, on notice, you providing details about what PM&C has lodged with you in relation to that matter. Thank you, Chair. I'm done for outcome 1.
Thank you very much, Senator Patterson. Senator Polly, we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to get some information and update on the main threats that critical infrastructure sector face, and what's the government doing with industry to protect them?
Senator, ACSC's annual threat report tells us that the statistics are largely similar in that an incident is reported once every 6 minutes. In terms of actions that are taken, we've certainly invested some significant time and effort in exercises, both within each sector and cross-sectorally. In fact, just last week, my group ran 2 exercises, one with the food and grocery sector and one with the health sector, both nationally. We're continuing to build playbooks. There is one that's been released and 10 that are in final consultation with each sector. And as we do those exercises, we actually update those playbooks that allow us to ensure that they are contemporary in dealing with an incident that's context specific. We continue to work very closely with our private sector to really understand that which we each bring in responding to incidents, and continue to share lessons learnt.
So the government recently introduced transport security legislation for aviation and the maritime sectors. Can you tell us more about that program and why that is so important in relation to security of infrastructure?
Senator Polly, I'm Sally Pfeiffer, First Assistant Secretary for Critical Infrastructure Partnerships and Policies Division. So yes, we have introduced legislation amendments to the what we're referring to as the Transport Security Amendments that relate to the Aviation Transport Security Act, as well as the Maritime and Offshore Facilities Security Act. We are looking to bring those 2 pieces of legislation to amend those 2 pieces of legislation to introduce an all hazards approach. Those 2 pieces of legislation were developed some years ago when terrorism was still considered the primary threat, and as we have become more and more aware, even most recently in DG Burgess's recent presentation, the threats are becoming more complex, more diverse, and need our attention on a broader range of hazards. Therefore, we are introducing, as part of those amendments, proposing to introduce an all hazards approach, which takes into account a broader range of threats.
So, in relation to the systems of national significance, can you give us an update on that program?
So for our systems of national significance, we now have over 200 assets that are identified as our systems of national significance and relate to approximately 85 entities that are responsible for those assets. The assets have been declared in energy, communications, transport, financial services and markets, data storage or processing, and the food and grocery sectors. And those specific systems of national significance have enhanced cybersecurity obligations placed upon them. Not all have been turned on for all of those sectors. We take an approach where we work very closely with those sectors to identify their specific risks.
And do you have an update on the exercise program for critical infrastructure and what the benefits of that practice is?
So the exercising for the program of conducting exercises for critical infrastructure, and Ms Harris can speak to plans regarding exercising for our systems of national significance. That allows us to bring together sectors or industry players within sectors to really work through what would happen in an incident related to a cyber incident, and how those organisations would respond and work within those within that exercise to undertake analysis of any gaps or errors, or gaps and issues that they might like to explore further to put in place appropriate risk mitigations.
And Ms Harris, you might like to outline the work we're doing through the Trusted Information Sharing Network, particularly in relation to SONs and exercises.
Yeah, absolutely. Whitney Harris, Senior Director, Systems of National Significance. So, as Ms Pfeiffer said, we do regulate those systems of national significance, and we do require them to have incident response plans, and we do require them to exercise those plans on an annual basis. But outside of the regulatory framework, we also work very closely with these 80-odd organisations to bring them together and talk about how we as a government and critical infrastructure community can best bounce back if there is a cyber attack. So what we do, we've brought the organisations together 3 times in person to really talk about lessons learnt from previous incidents. We've heard from organisations such as DP World, who've spoken about what happened during their incident. Same with HWL, Ebsworth Lawyers, CrowdStrike, Toll Group and Latitude have also shared their lessons learnt. We also use those opportunities in person and occasionally online to really emphasise the networking component. These are the organisations that if there is a cyber attack in this country, they will be at the front line of the response. We want to make sure they have the pre-existing relationships in place to respond best and to bounce back best. And I'll just finally add that in June last year, the National Office of Cyber Security ran the first cross-sector exercise with those systems of national significance.
Senator, I can add in across 2024, my team and I we led 12 exercises, participated in 6 and observed 4, and we've done 5 already in 2025. So we have a pretty ambitious and rigorous exercise program so that we can test our capabilities, test our interoperability, build trust and relationships, and build our resilience to respond.
And that's got to be ongoing and regular. So
yes, Senator.
Thank you for that information. How is the Act Now Stay Secure campaign progressing, and are there any key messages from that?
Thank you, Senator. The Act Now Secure campaign has completed for phase 3. It was launched on the 17th of March last year and concluded on the 30th of June. In the evaluation phase, the campaign found it performed well against its objectives. It achieved strong growth against pre-campaign benchmarks, and particularly in regard to empowering target audience to drive actual behaviour change across the economy.
In relation to cyber sanctions that have been imposed, can you give us any update on whether any sanctions have been imposed on any individuals in relation to cybercrime, and what sort of sanctions are there?
Yes, so across 2024, we participated in various deterrence responses, including 9 technical advisories and attributions, 4 statements of support and 3 sanctions. In 2025, we've had 2 responses to cyber threat actors. One was participating and one was imposing our 4th sanction, and it's actually our first autonomous sanction against an entity. But it also included the sanctioning of 5 individuals, and that was related to the storage of the Medibank data. The other reaction that we've had is actually one statement of support in response to an EU imposition of sanctions, again, against Russian individuals.
So, to give a wrap-up of the last 12 months, where would you say Australia is in terms of readiness for any cyber attack?
Senator, we continue to be a target of cyber threat actors, but we are progressing against our strategy with the goal of becoming a world-leading cyber-secure nation. I think we have definitely increased our sanctions and attributions where we actually take action when we have the evidence to do so and it's in our interest, and we have exponentially increased the actions we've taken since the release of the strategy compared to before the strategy. We do see good uplift in response to things like the Act Now Stay Secure campaign, and we have certainly expanded our public-private sector partnership. We're working closely with partners and allies and really looking to how do we drive home cybersecurity norms, and working a lot with partners, both Five Eyes and non-traditional partners in this space as well.
And what engagement do you have in terms of raising awareness with the general public about their own personal cyber safety?
The Act Now Stay Secure campaign was an impactful campaign. We certainly took a lot of focus in October, which is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, where we partnered with academics, universities, schools, all departments and private sector to reinforce 4 messages across the 4 weeks of that month. That was also impactful. We continue to guide all Australians to great resources such as cyber.gov.au and drive uplift through engaging across the community. In working with our big industry partners, we have had a large focus on supporting them to support their supply chains, to support their customers and to drive uplift that way as well.
And your engagement and ongoing work that you do with AFP in reaching out to young people, that's continuing, I assume?
Yes, Senator, the AFP have some fantastic programs in outreach to especially at-risk individuals.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's it. No more questions?
Well, there is, but
you're going to put them on notice. Thank you. I think that might be all the questions we have for outcome 2. So we can, outcome 1. So we can have a very brief suspension from broadcasting to swap over officials. Thank you. the broadcast. Thank you. The committee will resume its hearing, and we are now I now call officers from the Department of Home Affairs in relation to outcome 2. Senator Patterson, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Foster, I want to return to that issue that we discussed briefly in cross-portfolio, which is the importance of the department remaining apolitical and non-partisan, and you agreed that it should be. Are you confident that all of the citizenship ceremonies administered by the department in the last couple of days have been conducted on that basis?
I am, Senator.
One of the guidelines in the code is, quote, citizenship ceremonies must be non-commercial, apolitical, bipartisan and secular. They must not be used as forums for political, partisan or religious expression, for the distribution of political material or the sale of souvenirs. That's from page 9 of the Citizenship Code. You're confident that these ceremonies complied with that requirement?
I am, Senator.
I will ask my staff to send an electronic version of this video to the Secretariat for tabling. I don't know if we can table a video, but I will provide you with a screenshot from a social media video taken at one of the recent citizenship ceremonies. It shows a Tony Burke Labor Party corflute. Corflute is a technical political term, poster, an election poster that was being held and taken around the citizenship ceremony. It's available there, but we'll table it for you so that you can see a copy. Is that consistent with the code I just read out to you and your assurances to me?
So, Senator, I'm unaware of that.
Yes, but I just asked you if you were confident, and you didn't say...
You haven't given Ms Foster an opportunity to see anything yet. You're putting a proposition to her that she hasn't had an opportunity to review herself.
Well, I asked the Secretariat just to provide that copy to you now rather than... and the electronic version can be tabled or circulated by the Secretariat from my staff. Would it be consistent with the Citizenship Code for election posters to be paraded? This is in the vicinity of the Minister.
I'll leave it for Ms Foster to answer the question. I'm sitting here remembering citizenship ceremonies that I've been to, and I've certainly heard about, where LNP material has been distributed in Queensland. So just before you go much further, you might want to think about that.
Well, Minister, you can provide that evidence if you've got it.
I think if it assists you, Senator Patterson, we can provide the document that you have to the Secretary to consider, but just in terms of tabling, we might need to check the authenticity of the document because it's a bit fuzzy.
A link is being provided to the Secretariat by my staff, and they can manage that however they like. But
not to the committee.
Pardon me?
Not to the committee yet. The Secretariat. It's just that, a Secretariat. So
is a sign like that, a political sign like that, appropriate at a citizenship ceremony, Ms Foster?
So, Senator, obviously I'm looking at the document that you've given me. I've got no way of knowing whether or not that's a real document. And I'm also conscious from what I can see that it is not indeed Minister Burke holding that sign.
One would hope not.
It's not, but it's not also apparent to me whether he knows that that sign is there, Senator. And so there's just too much that I don't know about this circumstance for me to be sensibly able to
Sure,
answer
but
your
I think you can answer at a principal level. Is it appropriate for there to be a sign at a political campaign sign at a citizenship ceremony?
So again, Senator, I'd like to take some advice. I'm not sure whether or not, just say, for example, that were a invited guest or family member.
I don't know who it is either, but it doesn't matter who it is. It's still not appropriate, is it?
But Senator, I think the point I'm trying to make is I'm not sure whether or not we can control the actions of individuals at the ceremony who are not associated with the official party.
Right, so...
I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
Well, that's
saying,
what I'm trying to get from you, Ms Foster. So is it your evidence that a member of the public would be open to attending a citizenship ceremony to hold or distribute political party material?
I just don't know the answer to that, Senator, and I'd like a chance to consult with my staff, because it would be very clear to me if as I said, if it were Minister Burke.
I'm not suggesting it was Minister Burke. It may or may not be. I don't know. But somebody has brought Minister Burke's corflute, his campaign corflute, to a citizenship ceremony and is holding it in that screenshot of that video, which I'm advised has been provided to the Secretariat.
It's also, sorry, Senator Patterson, just in terms of dealing with this evidence, you've also provided a link to TikTok, and parliamentarians aren't supposed to, we're not supposed to have TikTok on our phone, so it might be a bit hard for us to authenticate the document.
I have good news for you, Chair. You can access that link without having TikTok on your phone, as you can imagine.
I can download it if you want me to.
I've been able to access it without TikTok on my phone, and senators are equally capable of doing that. Some of you at this table are on TikTok, and so you certainly have no difficulties accessing it. I'm not.
Not on our parliamentary devices.
My devices.
Not on our parliamentary devices.
Good to know. Nonetheless, Secretary, it doesn't really matter who it is that has brought this material. It's party political material at a citizenship ceremony, which is in violation of the code, is it not?
Well, Senator, that's what I just said I'd like to take advice on. I'm very clear about what the requirements on officials are. I'm less clear about what our capacity to manage what individuals at that ceremony do, and I'd like the opportunity to take advice on that and also to do more than look at one image.
Okay. Let's move on to a related matter. Who invited the Labor candidate for Fowler to Lee to the citizenship ceremony over the weekend?
Senator, I'll ask Ms Chatterjee to join me, who's been helping manage the program. My understanding is that we in the department invite the member where the member of the locality in which the ceremony is being held, any mayors who have conferees from their electorates, and a member of the opposite party. So if the member of the location is Labor, we will invite a coalition senator, and vice versa. Any other invitations are at the behest of the Minister or his office.
Senator Sneha Chatterjee, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. Senator, the department did not invite the Labor candidate for Fowler. And if in line with the code, if a electoral candidate attends a ceremony, they are not acknowledged as a VIP guest or acknowledged as part of the official proceedings and attend in their private capacity.
Which members of Parliament did attend that event?
Senator, the event in Sydney on Friday, the 21st of February. Just have to remind myself would you like me to go through who was invited and who attended, or just who attended?
Just who attended in the first instance.
Yep. So on Friday the 21st of February at 10 a.m, Miss Anne Stanley MP attended, and Senator Tony Sheldon attended.
Right, so it's a Labor member and a Labor senator.
That's correct.
And presumably the minister.
That's correct,
Did
Senator.
any other Labor or coalition or any other MPs, state or federal, attend?
The state MP invited was Donna Davis. She did not attend, Senator. And the coalition Senator Andrew Bragg was invited, but he did not attend.
Were all members and senators invited at the same time?
Senator, I'd have to check with my team around the sequencing.
So, Senator, in terms of the members and senators that the department invites, as I advised before, the member whose seat the venue is in, and a member of the alternate major party, if there was a difference in the timing of their invitation, that would simply be a processing issue. There is no direction that we would give our staff. They simply have a guest list and they work to it.
So is it your evidence that there wouldn't be a big gap in the time between when different people are invited to these events? It would be only a short period of time because you're working through the list.
I think Ms Chatterjee has just said she'd need to check with the logistics teams who actually do the invitations to some of these events. There were obviously very large numbers.
You'd be aware as well, Senator Patterson, that Senator Little attended the event. I think it was held in Adelaide.
Yes, I am. Thank you. There's been reporting about that. So let's just explore this issue of timing invitations then. I understand there's some events coming up in Melbourne. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator. In fact, I think there might be one being held today.
At the moment, Senator.
There's one today. And which members of Parliament were invited to the events in Melbourne?
Senator, for the events in Melbourne today, the Honourable Josh Burns MP as the member for it's closest to the venue. The Assistant Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Julian Hill MP. The Senator Steph Hodgins, May, Greens, and Senator the Honourable Sarah Henderson as well were invited.
How does the department select which senators you invite? There are 12 senators per state. We all represent the same constituents. How did you decide to invite Senator Henderson, for example?
Senator, I'd have to check the arrangements around her invitation.
And was Senator Henderson invited at the same time as other guests were invited, other official guests?
Again, Senator, I think Ms Chatterjee said you'll need to talk to the logistics teams about the sequencing.
Well, let me help you with that. I have an invitation here to the Melbourne event. It was sent to a mayor and I've de-identified that person's details to protect them. They were invited on Tuesday the 11th of February to a citizenship ceremony on Tuesday the 25th of February, and they were given the date of Friday the 14th of February to RSVP to attend that. Senator Henderson was invited to the same event, but she wasn't invited until Friday the 21st of February. 3 days later, her invitation came, in fact, sorry, not 3 days later, 10 days later, she was invited. Her invitation came at 5:01 p.m. on Friday night. That's this most recent Friday night. Her invitation said the RSVP date was Thursday the 20th of February rather than Friday the 14th of February. In other words, she was invited to attend after the closure of RSVPs. How is it that Senator Henderson was invited 10 days later to attend the same citizenship ceremony as a local mayor?
Senator, I'd have to check the sequencing, but the local mayors of all LGAs who had conferees attending the ceremonies were invited first for all ceremonies that the department is conducting based on the LGA of the conferees attending.
So if you check, will you find that Josh Burns, as the local MP, was also invited at 5:01 p.m. on Friday for a citizenship ceremony in his electorate on Monday?
Senator, I'd have to check.
Is it possible he was invited sooner than after the RSVP deadline?
Senator, Ms Chatterjee doesn't have that detail with her. She will check.
Okay, I'll provide those for tabling and I look forward to those answers, and I'd be grateful if they can come today, because this should be a very straightforward thing to do, to look through the email chains and find out when people were invited. Am I right in understanding from media reporting there are 25 of these such events?
That's correct, Senator.
Are any of the events to be held in coalition-held electorates?
So, Senator, when we scheduled the events, so either they were being held by local councils or they were being organised by the department.
Yes, I'm asking about the ones to be held by the department.
And the point I was going to make was that we did not consider electorates when we did that. What we did was we asked our procurement area to go and find venues that could hold up to particular numbers in capital cities.
And the Minister's office didn't suggest any particular venues or locations?
None at all, Senator.
No. And so if it was purely at random, then you would expect of the 25 ceremonies that some would happen to be in Labor electorates, some would happen to be in Green or independent electorates, and some would happen to be in coalition. There would be a broad range, right? It wouldn't be 25 just of Labor electorates, would it?
So, Senator, all I can say is that was not a consideration for our procurement team. They weren't checking electorates when they did it. They were checking venue availability. It's actually quite hard finding venues to cater for these sizes.
Okay, well, look forward to on notice.
Noting also that certainly for Melbourne and to an extent Sydney as well, the coalition doesn't hold many seats in Sydney or Melbourne. So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily leap to conclusions.
Okay, well, we're working to rectify that, Minister. We'll see how we go. But I look forward on notice to providing a list
as we are in Brisbane.
Those 25 venues and 25 electorates in which they're held, because it obviously is material because, as you say, your policy is to invite the local member. And so I think it would be a problem if there were 25 events where only the local member was invited and they all happened to be Labor members, wouldn't it?
So, Senator, as Ms Chatterjee said, we have a policy, the code actually lays out that we invite the local member where the venue is and a senator, normally from the other party, so that there is bipartisan representation.
Yes. Another one of these citizenship ceremonies I've become aware of as a result of a selfie posted by the member for Bennelong, Mr Laxale. It's a photo of himself with Tony Burke and Andrew Charlton. I believe this one was held in Parramatta. Obviously, if it's in Parramatta, it would have been Mr Charlton who was invited as the local Labor MP, is that right?
Senator, all of the departmental hosted ceremonies in Sydney were held at Sydney Olympic Park in Homebush.
Right, okay. So how is it then that neither of these gentlemen were the local member? How did they get an invite to be there?
Senator, additional members were invited.
By whom?
By the Minister.
Right. So the Minister has invited his Labor colleagues to attend specifically, but I thought it was your evidence that Ms Daly didn't need to be invited. Certainly it's been the Minister's public comments that she didn't need to be invited because she was not the local member.
No, the Minister has actually said publicly that he personally invited Ms Lee.
Right, so the Minister invited her on the same basis that he invited his other Labor colleagues. Is that your evidence?
Well, you can look at what I just said.
Well, Daly has said today that it is not true. She was never invited.
I know that's what she said, but I'm telling you what the Minister has said. So
the Minister takes it on his own initiative to invite some MPs. Do you have a list of MPs that he invited, Ms Chatterjee?
Senator, my team is compiling that information.
Great.
For the ceremony in Sydney.
Yep.
Yesterday afternoon, the conferees were from the city of Parramatta.
Right. So, but I've seen the Minister publicly say that it's only necessary, and I think, Ms Foster, you might have said this too, but correct me if I'm wrong, that it's necessary to invite the members where the event is, not necessarily who the conferees are. What is the relevance of who the conferees are?
So, Senator, it's the mayors of the LGAs in which the conferees live that are invited. In terms of the politicians, the code specifies that we invite the member where the venue is and a senator from the other party.
Right, so how is it that these other politicians who are not members where the event is were invited to attend, but Ms Daly was not?
Senator Patterson, I know you're trying to set up a new conspiracy.
I don't have to try very hard, Minister. It's pretty clear on its face.
I'm going to make a really big admission here. I have been to citizenship ceremonies on the Northern Gold Coast where I took it upon myself to invite Labor candidates to attend.
Good for you.
And I suspect you probably have done similar.
There's a difference, Minister. These are specially convened Department of Home Affairs emergency
anyone can invite
citizenship ceremonies.
Anyone can invite anyone to a
only if they know
ceremony.
about it, Minister.
Yeah.
I haven't had the opportunity to invite anyone because I didn't know about it.
When your government was in power, a particular the people behind a particular ceremony every year kindly took it upon themselves to invite me as a member of the opposition to attend. I took it upon myself to invite Labor candidates for a state election sometime before a state election because I thought it would be a good idea.
That's interesting. You're not the Minister for Home Affairs.
No, but the
and they are
point is,
local government
you could ask
delivered
any member
citizenship
of this
ceremonies.
Parliament, have they invited people to ceremonies? And the answer is probably always going to be yes.
Okay, thanks, Minister. That's interesting, but doesn't
And
go
the
to my
department,
questions.
from
which
what
were
I've heard
to the
today,
department.
the department has done what it was required to do, which is there are certain categories of people to be invited, including Liberal Party senators, some of whom turned up, some of whom didn't. I don't know why Senator Bragg didn't turn up. He might have had other commitments. That's fair enough. But Senator Little turned up to one. I think it was the very day that you were out there criticising Mr Burke for holding these ceremonies. So the department has done what it was required to do. If other people, whether it be the Minister or members of Parliament or anyone else, decide to invite other people, there's no law against that.
Thanks, Minister. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that there should be, but I am suggesting that it would be inappropriate if one political party on the eve of an election is given a leg up to campaign to new citizens at citizenship ceremonies organised by the Minister and his department, not by local governments, which is the normal way for this to happen.
Again, it's as if there's a crime for a government to assist people take up citizenship. I mean, Mr Dutton was out there lying in the media the other day, making claims that we were rushing through Palestinians who'd come here since October 7, a total lie, in order just to, again, create
Minister,
a political point.
Minister, the Deputy Chair's called a point of order, and I was about to call you to order because we have to go to a break anyway, but Senator...
Thank you. I just have one final...
Well, point of order, can the Minister withdraw the word lie?
Withdraw it.
Please?
Mr Dutton misrepresented or, deliberately misled the Australian community by claiming that Mr Burke was rushing through Palestinian visa holders who'd come here since October 7, completely untrue, as are many of the things that Mr Dutton says on this subject matter.
Senator Patterson, you've got one last question.
Thank you. On that very question, I'll ask my office to again provide these screenshots taken from Instagram of an attendee who said, Tony Burke, Minister for Immigration, is conducting citizenship ceremonies for 12,000 new citizens at Homebush, creating 12,000 new voters prior to the upcoming federal election. These new citizens are from all over Western Sydney. But during the latest ceremony, and whilst reciting countries from where the citizens came from, Burke skipped Palestine and refused to acknowledge Palestinians in the cohort. And the text message from someone attended says, to be clear, he passed over the Palestinians waiting to become citizens. He read out every nationality in the room but passed over Palestine. At the end, he called out for anyone he had missed and someone yelled out Palestine and he said, this is the list I've been given. So were there in fact document holders from Palestine who were granted citizenship at these ceremonies? This person reports there were?
Yes, there were, Senator. I don't know if at that ceremony.
But no one who came here since October 7, which is what Mr.
So there
Dutton
were
has said.
Palestinian conferees.
If I could finish my answer,
yes,
please,
of course.
Senators.
To be citizens?
All conferees met the requirements, which includes 4 years in Australia and 1 year as a permanent resident. So these are not people who have come since 7 October.
Senator Patterson, I did...
So Mr Dutton was
I did
telling
give you
porkies again.
So
how about that?
No, Senator Patterson, I did give you full warning that we were going to go to a break and you asked a very lengthy question. I'm going to let Ms Foster to respond.
Finish my answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
And in terms of the lists that Minister Burke was reading from, they were indeed provided by the department, and it was our error that Palestine was not included in that. That was not a deliberate omission on his part.
Thank you very much. This committee is going to break for afternoon tea and we'll be back at 3:35.
Oh, sorry. Important point. I'm advised that this TikTok photo that Senator Patterson has tabled...
Well, it hasn't been tabled yet because I'm not sure
it is in
real.
full Inspector Clouseau mode, was actually taken at Mr Burke's campaign launch, which was held the same day, not at a citizenship ceremony. So, sorry about that one.
Right. Thank you. We're going to suspend for a short break. The committee will resume its hearing and we continue our examination of outcome 2 in the Department of Home Affairs. Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officials for being here. I've got some questions about Operation Sovereign Borders.
So, Senator, we typically cover Operation Sovereign Borders in outcome 3.
Okay. No problems. In which case then, I'll move on to the significant investor visa program and or the golden ticket visa.
We'll just get the relevant officials up to the table, Senator.
Thank you, Secretary.
Senator Michael Willard, Group Manager, Immigration Operations.
Thank you. What was the failure rate of applications for the significant investor visa program while applications were still being accepted?
Senator, I don't have a figure for significant investor visa. I do recall that the significant investor visa had one of the lowest approval rates of any of the skilled visas.
Okay, may I put that on notice for you to come back and provide that rate when you can?
Sure, Senator.
Thank you. What were the grounds on which an applicant might fail in their application, just in terms of broad streams?
The significant investor visa, Senator, required a applicant to make a deposit in a complying investment, which was specified in the visa criteria. In order to make that deposit, they first had to be assessed as having obtained the funds lawfully that they were proposing to deposit into the scheme. Then there's a range of other criteria that all visa applicants need to meet. Generally, what we saw was there were issues with the explanation of how funds were obtained, or there were issues at the point in which they were asked to make a deposit. There was a fairly high rate of withdrawal in that visa withdrawal, so we'd asked for the deposit to be made, and at that point the applicant would withdraw the application.
May I ask you to elaborate on the first thing you mentioned there, issues with the way funds were obtained? What does that mean?
So there'd be a requirement to demonstrate that the applicant had lawfully obtained the funds. They'd need to show, for example, their history of business dealings or whatever it was in terms of a mechanism to show that they'd obtained enough funds to make a complying investment. The figure was $5 million of a complying investment. So that was commonly an issue in the visa, in that applicants struggled to provide evidence to support their claims to have obtained those funds lawfully. Did applicants have to pass a character test in order to be successful for that visa? Yes, the character test applies to all visa applicants. What proportion of applicants for that visa failed the character test? I don't have that information. Can we add that to the list of... I can take it on notice. Information you're going... Thank you. Were there instances of applicants for that visa being identified as having links to or membership of organised crime organisation? Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. We did have a whole range of integrity measures in place in respect of that visa in terms of the way in which we validated claims to applicants having lawfully obtained funds, but I don't have any information on that specific question. Okay. Now, may I just confirm that significant investor visa applicants were not required to learn or speak English? That's correct, Senator. The significant investor visa was, as opposed to other skilled visas, didn't go to general attributes. It focused on the investment aspect of the visa.
And was there an age limit on that visa?
Senator, I don't think so, but I would have to confirm that. The visa closed some time ago, so I don't have the specific criteria handy.
Yeah, so my understanding is there wasn't, but if you could confirm that, that would be fantastic. Are you aware of the Productivity Commission's inquiry into the migration program that analysed the significant investor visa program in 2023?
Yes, I'm aware of the Productivity Commission's report.
And are you aware of the analysis that they undertook that if, I think it was roughly 5,000 civ visas that were scheduled for 2022, 2023 were replaced with skilled visas or employer-sponsored visas, the fiscal difference over the lifetime of those visas would be $2.5 to $3.4 billion. That is to say, if you replace the civ visas with skilled visas and employer-sponsored visas, Australia would be $2.5 to $3.4 billion better off.
Senator, I think that was some analysis the Grattan Institute undertook.
I've got my source wrong.
Would ask my colleagues to correct me if that's not the case, but the that analysis and the timing aligns with the Grattan Institute report. The Productivity Commission had earlier reported on the visa and found that there was little robust evidence that Australia faces difficulties in attracting foreign investment and little evidence of any significant barriers to venture finance in Australia, and that most of the gains of the investments will flow to the investor or to the fund managers. That was the Productivity Commission.
Sorry, most of the gains would flow to, I just didn't catch that.
Investor or the fund managers.
Okay. There's been a proposal, or at least there's been reporting of a proposal to bring back that type of visa. And Bill Browder, who's an anti-corruption campaigner, among other things, and was important in the development of the Magnitsky Act in the United States, or at least a proponent and supporter of it, has raised a number of significant concerns. Are you aware of those concerns?
I'm aware of Mr Browder's comments.
Okay. Well, do you share Mr Browder's concern that this visa would potentially reopen the door to organised crime through a visa program?
I would say that any visa, we apply a whole range of risk measures to prevent the visa being used by organised crime or being otherwise exploited.
Are you aware of his comments that this visa provides a fast track for kleptocrats, or might provide that fast track?
I have read the comments.
Okay. Just moving to another topic, I wanted to address citizenship and process and qualifications for citizenship.
We'll get Ms Chatterjee back to the table.
Thank you very much. In very short form terms, if I might circumscribe your answers in that way, Ms Chatterjee, what is the process and the requirements for becoming an Australian citizen if you're not an Australian citizen?
Senator, the general eligibility requirements for the Australian citizenship program is that the individual seeking to become an Australian citizen includes 4 years of lawful residence with the last 12 months as a permanent resident.
And what checks are undertaken before someone's permitted to become an Australian citizen?
So, Senator, they will have been the holder of a permanent visa, so all of the required checks associated with the grant of permanent residency. They are also required to meet the legislative requirements, including meeting identity, character and residence requirements.
Can visitor visa holders become Australian citizens directly?
No, Senator. The visitor visa is a temporary visa.
Okay, so they can't go from holding a visitor visa to then becoming a citizen immediately?
No, Senator.
And does that mean they have to return to another country and apply again? How would someone in that category become a citizen?
So, Senator, there are various visa pathways for people. Some visitors leave Australia and come back to Australia on a different visa, which has a pathway to permanence. Others may change visas in Australia. If you'd like us to talk you through some of those pathways, we could perhaps ask Mr. Willard if he'd like to come back.
Yes, that would be helpful, thanks.
Senator, in terms of visa pathways through the migration program, broadly two streams, one through the family program, one through the skilled program. In order to qualify for a skilled visa, someone obviously has to meet skill threshold levels and all the other requirements for the visa. There's a number of other avenues through which someone could obtain permanent residence over time.
In relation to the security and character checks that someone needs to successfully go through in order to become an Australian citizen, can those checks be waived?
No, Senator.
Can a minister ask for those checks to be waived and thus create citizenship?
No, Senator.
Okay.
So we have been doing some thinking over the last couple of years, Senator, to make sure that we're recognising a person's complete migration journey in Australia. So if character security checks have been done in the process of acquiring a permanent visa, for example, whether or not those checks need to be redone at the citizenship stage. I'm not sure where we're at with that thinking, Ms. Chatterjee.
That's correct, Secretary. The department will take an individual's identity at the point of the permanent visa grant. However, character and security checks must still be met.
The opposition leader has claimed that there is some sort of fast-track citizenship process for Gazans into Australian citizenship. Is that correct?
No, Senator, we have no fast-track process for Gazans or Palestinians. As I said to Senator Patterson earlier, there were a small number of Palestinians proportionately in the groups that were that are currently being conferred citizenship, but they are people who meet all of the criteria that Ms. Chatterjee just outlined.
Thank you. How many people who have come to Australia from Gaza since 7 October 2023 have received Australian citizenship?
By definition, Senator, none.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. You have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Just to quickly finish off this line of questioning that somehow suggests that, as the opposition were trying to do, that somehow if you've come from Palestine, you can never be made a citizen, or there was some sort of political fix to get these citizenship awards. To be clear, it's 4 years residence in Australia, attached to a permanent visa, is a minimum requirement.
With the final year, the final 12 months being as a permanent resident.
Correct. So it's 4 years in Australia. The last year has to be as a permanent resident. And then people sit the test, the citizenship test after that.
That's correct, Senator.
And then there's if you pass the citizenship test, There are further checks and balances which can add months to the process, inevitably tends to add months to the process. Is that right?
Senator, the applicant, if they are eligible to apply for citizenship, will apply through conferral in this instance. They will then be invited to sit the test, and should they sit the test, then they will become eligible to attend a citizenship ceremony to become a citizen.
And indeed, some of the frustration has been that it can be take a significantly longer period of time than is optimal for people who have passed their test and are eligible for citizenship to actually have a citizenship ceremony organised by their local council. And that can be months and months and months waiting for that to happen in some cases.
It can be months, Senator.
And could you, on notice, provide us with what the average time people had been waiting who were the subject of these citizenship ceremonies from the time at which they passed their test and were eligible to when they were being allocated to a citizenship ceremony?
Yes, Senator.
And does the department have a view that the best outcome would be people who have had their residency, passed the test? The best outcome would be providing the promptest possible opportunity for them to actually become an Australian citizen and participate in full civil life in Australia.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. I've got to ask a series of questions about the UN Human Rights Committee, the two decisions that were handed down, both on the 22nd of January this year, about Australia's use of offshore detention in Nauru. Who's best for that? I don't think your mic's on, Dr. Cassar.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Emma Cassar, Associate Secretary.
All right. And you're joined by?
Joe.
Apologies, Senator. Joe Feld, Acting First Assistant Secretary.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Cassar. Thanks, Dr. Feld. Obviously, you're both aware of the two decisions that were handed down on the 22nd of January. They were quite damning of Australia's arrangements with Nauru for offshore detention. I don't think that's an unfair summary. Do you have a view? Has the department had a chance to read and digest those decisions?
So we're in the process of doing that now, Senator, and we are working with the Attorney General's Department, who are taking the lead, and will provide inputs into the response.
Does the department accept the unanimous view in both decisions from the UN Human Rights Committee that Australia remained responsible for the arbitrary detention of asylum seekers redirected or transferred to offshore detention facilities? Do you accept that conclusion?
Senator, as I said, we are in the process of providing inputs into the response, and we're working with the Attorney General's Department to shape that up over the next couple of weeks.
Well, was Home Affairs involved in the defence of these claims?
No.
You didn't provide any input to the defence? Who ran it?
Senator, I understand the process was run by the Attorney General's Department.
Mm-hmm. But given they were about programs run by Home Affairs and arrangements between Home Affairs have struck with Nauru, I'm assuming that someone in Home Affairs had some involvement with the AGs in defending the cases.
Senator, it would be the case that the Attorney General's Department would have sought advice from the department, and we would have provided that advice.
All right. And was that you, Mr. Feld, or you, Dr. Cassar? Do we know who provided the advice?
We could take that on notice.
Yeah. Because the Australian government's case was, and it's detailed in the judgments, that Australia had no responsibility for detention in Nauru, that once Australia had deported somebody to Nauru, they washed their hands of it. That was found to be comprehensively wrong in both decisions. Has that led to any review by Home Affairs?
Senator, Dr. Cassar has said that we're in the process of considering the report and we'll be in a better position once we've done that.
Well, one of the things both decisions state that Australia is under an obligation to take all steps necessary to prevent similar violations from occurring in the future, and have said that in the baldest possible terms. But for some reason, Home Affairs has done the exact opposite, haven't you? You've actively cut a deal with Nauru to repeat history. So you get a decision by the UN Human Rights Committee on the 22nd of January 2025 saying, don't do this again, stop. And then you do the exact opposite. That's not taking it under review, that's ignoring it, isn't it?
So, Senator, they're two quite separate arrangements, regional processing and the third country reception arrangement we've just put in place. I note, Senator, that the views expressed by the committee relate to the detention there between 2013 and 2018, and the committee concluded that the authors were arbitrarily detained.
Mm-hmm.
No one in regional processing in Nauru is detained in the sense that people were detained between 2013 and 2018.
Well, we're probably going to come to the details of the Nauru arrangement in Outcome 3. Is that covered in Outcome 3?
Yes, Senator, because it's primarily related to NZYQ.
We'll unravel whatever is happening in Nauru in Outcome 3. But just to preempt one part of that, I assume Home Affairs has a translation of the Nauruan PM's address about the arrangements. He delivered a speech on Nauru, on the arrangements with Australia in the last week in Nauruan. And I'm assuming that because it was important to Home Affairs that you obtained a translation of that speech?
We have a translation of that speech.
Can you provide, before Outcome 3 starts, a copy of the translation of the speech?
I'll see if we have that available, Senator.
Yes. I've got a photocopy if you need it. Yep.
Then why didn't you ask for it? Okay.
Maybe you can table it.
Maybe that would be helpful.
Oh, you can table it?
Or maybe you could table yours.
No, I have a photocopier. It'd be really hard to table a photocopy. It's large and unwieldy.
He said he had a photocopier, not a photocopy.
Yeah, I have a photocopier.
Oh, right, it was a facetious
I'm happy to
comment.
copy it for you
got
if there's an issue.
Oh.
Do you want to table your photocopy? They're large and unwieldy. I don't want to bring it in here. It's too hard to table. It's too big. It's too big. Too big.
Sorry.
Can
we just... sorry, Senator Shoebridge, that does give me the opportunity to just remind you that we are in Outcome 2. Outcome 3 questions are not too far away, but you'll have to wait until then to ask those.
The UN Human Rights Council said in the decisions that Australia must review and modify its migration legislation and policies and any bilateral offshore transfer arrangements for migrants as to their content, implementation and monitoring to ensure their conformity with the requirements of the Covenant, including Article 9. Is that been done?
Senator Claire Sharp, Deputy Secretary Legal Group. I think, as Ms Foster has already pointed out, that regional processing currently, we do not use detention as part of regional processing arrangements on Nauru, and we'll get to, no doubt, in Outcome 3 a little further about how we're complying with international law through any third country reception arrangement.
So, Ms Sharp, is the general answer from Home Affairs at this point that because the form of detention that was occurring between 2013 and 2018 in Nauru is no longer in place, that the decision of the Human Rights Council has no impact on Australia's current arrangements with Nauru? Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't be quite so dismissive. We're very attentive to anything, something like the UN, this committee says, but I guess I'm just calling out that the way regional processing is run is different now to the period of time that the committee was examining in this report.
Yeah, but I hear you, Ms Sharp, but the observations from the Human Rights Committee were very much directed to the current state of play and indeed the history of Australia's treatment of people seeking asylum. And I might put to you another finding then, I think cuts across your answer. Although the author is not detained pursuant to a criminal sentence, her detention has nonetheless been punitive. She has committed no crime and presents no danger. The criminalisation of her act of seeking refuge in Australia is unfounded. It exceeds any legitimate interests of the state party in protecting its people and regulating migratory flows. Home Affairs has been pushing through government yet further criminalisation of people whose only crime, in inverted commas, is to seek asylum. And indeed, in the last 6 months, at the end of last year, pushed through a whole series of additional laws criminalising the act of seeking asylum. Again, I ask you, are you reviewing even the most recent actions of this government against this committee finding?
Senator, I'm sure you didn't mean to imply that we were pushing through. I mean, I think it's a matter for the Parliament what legislation it passes, not the Department of Home Affairs. But and it really is quite separate. Regional processing, which is about the assessment of claims for protection, and any third country agreement, whether it's a third country reception agreement or any other arrangement in place to remove or to allow Australia to comply with the removal duty that's already in the Migration Act.
But you see, Ms Sharp, it wasn't just about the punitive and awful conditions in which these individuals were detained in Nauru. The Human Rights Committee had concern with why they were there in the first place, why they were deported. And to quote again, the criminalisation of her act of seeking refuge in Australia is unfounded. They take issue with the foundations of Australia's offshore detention regime. Are those foundations being reviewed?
Senator, that is a matter for government, and I would note only that regional processing has been a long-standing pillar of Operation Sovereign Borders by both the government and the opposition.
And it's been found to be in breach of Australia's international obligations under Article 9 of the Covenant on the 22nd of January. And Dr Cassar, you said you're undertaking a response to this. So I'm asking, does the response include responding to that finding by the UN committee that the criminalisation of her act of seeking refuge in Australia is unfounded?
So, Senator, we're looking at the report in total, and when we've had a chance to consider it, then we'll be in a position to put advice to government.
All right. Do you? I think you said earlier that the Attorney General's Department was responsible for this matter. You now say that there's a review being done by you, Dr Cassar, that you're a part of in Home Affairs. So,
Senator, I think you've formalised Dr Cassar's response. She said that we were looking at the report, not that we were doing a review of our arrangements.
Well, I've asked you repeatedly whether or not the review that the committee, the UN committee, has required Australia to undertake under the Covenant. I've asked you whether that review was being undertaken. I put that direct question to Dr Cassar, and you said you were undertaking it.
So no, I said, Senator, that my evidence was that the Attorney General was leading the response and we were providing an input to it.
So, Senator, the actual response by the Australian Government to the committee is being coordinated by the Office of International Law in the Attorney General's Department in consultation with relevant government stakeholders. We will look at the findings of this review and we will provide advice into that.
All right. Well, how many people who have sought asylum by sea are currently on Nauru?
So, Senator, that's a question for outcome 3.
Could I ask you about the individuals who are the subject of the Human Rights Committee's 2 decisions? What's the status of those individuals? Where are they?
Senator, we don't comment on individual cases for privacy reasons.
Well, they're not named. Oh, well, one is named. Are they? Their matters have been dealt with in some detail in both UN committee decisions.
Notwithstanding that, Senator, as as officials, we do not provide detail of current status or anything which...
Well, given they've been named and their personal details are dealt with in detail in decisions available to the world, I'm going to press for an answer. And if you wish to take it on notice and consider a public interest immunity claim, then let's go through that process. But I'm going to press for an answer.
I can do that, Senator. I'm just trying to make the point that you're asking us for details of their current status.
Correct.
I think the best handling approach might be for us to take it on notice. We can check what details are publicly available so we don't go any further than confirming. If we're going to say anything at all about the individual case, we don't go any further than the report itself, because it's quite difficult for us without the report in front of us to offer any comment.
And so, absolutely, Senator, we will take your question on notice, see what we can provide, and if we can't, then we'll look at the public interest immunity claim.
All right. Chair, I'm about to go into another matter, but I'm happy to do that.
We do need to share the call, and I've got Senator Rennick waiting for questions.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much.
After that.
Hi, guys. I've just got some question about the visa numbers in relation to the overall immigration numbers. I do have a data that's a little bit old here, but it's from your Home Affairs website. There's tracking, say, give or take 500,000 people that immigrate into Australia. My first question is, are building visas, visas for buildings, so tradesmen and things like that, do they just come under class 457482?
That sounds very much like a question for Mr Willard.
Right, no worries.
Senator, they, yes, 457482, also some of the permanent skilled visas.
Right, okay, because according to your website, data about a year old, you've got about 11,290 technicians and trade workers. Does that sound about right? Is that the only...
Is that in construction or...?
That's under the... it's your temporary resident skilled report, 31st of March 2004.
Okay, 2024?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Yeah, so the figure for the 23-24 program year for construction workers is just over 11,000.
Sure. Now, is that... What about permanent people?
So that's a combination of both the permanent and the temporary.
Okay. Okay, so wouldn't we need, if we're going to have 500,000 people coming into Australia, more than about 10,000 builders? How many... Like, I would have thought we'd want to see that number being a bit higher, wouldn't we?
So the skilled program is demand driven in the sense that it's driven by labour market demand.
Right, okay.
What we've seen over the past few years is a strong growth in the number of construction sector visas that we're granting to skilled workers.
Yeah.
So that figure I gave you, that was 11,349 in 2023-24. That's more than double the number a couple of years before that. This year at the halfway mark, so 31st of December 24-25, we're at 8,550, so we're tracking to be bigger
okay.
again. Yep.
Sure, so it's more of a industry-driven thing, like you won't necessarily stop it if the tradesmen, if the builders and things like that can validate the need for the builders.
Yeah, as long as they're meeting the criteria that they can demonstrate that they're actually skilled.
Okay, sure. It just seems a bit, I mean, and I don't know enough about building it, but it seems like 10,000 out of 500,000, that's like 2%. You know, they're going to have to be building houses pretty fast to keep up with the extra demand. But that's just a comment, you don't have to make it say anything. And then of those, say, 10 to 12,000 people, how many, you know, you may not know this, but I'll ask the question, but would be committed towards, say, building houses versus building renewables?
Yes, I don't have that breakdown. That's the construction sector. So that's everything from civil engineers, carpenters, welders, painting trades workers. So I don't know if they're working on houses or if they're working on other construction jobs.
On other projects. That's right. And is that tracked anywhere at all within the government? Do you know?
I don't know, Senator. I could.
It's possible, Senator, that someone like Jobs and Skills Australia might have a bit of a sense, and so they should be up with the Department of Employment Workplace Relations.
Yeah, okay, excellent.
And we'll give them a heads up that you're interested.
Okay, cheers. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Senator Rennick. Senator Patterson, we'll come back to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm keen to follow up some questions I asked before the break and you were endeavouring to seek answers to. One of those was how many Palestinian conferees there are as part of this process of the 12,000 citizenship ceremonies.
Let me see if we have that number, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator, can I just clarify your question, the conferees for the current departmental hosted ceremonies?
Yes.
Palestinian?
Yes,
sorry.
document holders.
Yep. Senator, there's 23.
23.
Who have been invited, Senator.
Yep. And your evidence was it was a departmental mistake. They were left off the list at one of the events in Sydney last week.
And we fixed that now, Senator.
Was it also a departmental mistake to leave them off the list that was provided to the media over the weekend? There was a list of conferees by nationality provided to the media which didn't mention Palestinian recipients.
Yes, Senator, the only provision of the lists has come from us.
Yes.
No one else has had a hand in those.
Yes, because this was provided to the media over the weekend to defend the government's claim that no Palestinians had received a visa as part of this cohort, but in fact, not a visa, citizenship, but in fact 23 have done so.
Well, 23 have been invited across the range of ceremonies, and it's just an anomaly, Senator, in the way that we presented the data, which we've now fixed.
Well, but when the Minister's office presumably provides a list of citizenship recipients to the media and says this is the list of all of the people who receive citizenship, and it excludes a nationality of people, I mean, that's a pretty big problem because the media relies on you to be able to produce accurate information. How was it that 23 recipients were left off the list?
So, Senator, as I said, it's the way in which we compile the data by country, and the the people with Palestinian travel documents, essentially, were grouped into a category that did not draw them out. As I said,
what category were they grouped into?
It was a other category, Senator.
Right.
And so we have now made sure that we are identifying those nationalities individually.
Right. Okay. The other question I asked was the list of members of Parliament that the Minister invited to the citizenship ceremonies. Mr Chatterjee, you were seeking that. Do you have that?
Senator, my team is still working on that information. It's a small team assisting with the logistics, and I've asked them just to make sure that they're getting the most accurate information.
Thank you.
For you, Senator.
If they could check whether or not Jenny Ware, the member for Hughes, is on that list, that would be helpful. I'm advised that Ms Ware had new constituents conferred at these ceremonies in both Liverpool and Sutherland Shire, but she says she did not receive an invitation from the department or the Minister.
We'll check, Senator.
Thank you. Have you checked on my questions about the timeliness of invitations to members of Parliament, whether there was a gap between them?
Senator, that's what I'm asking my team to ascertain and to go through their records and the emails associated with the logistics in the arrangements of each ceremony to make sure that that information is accurate.
Thank you. When do you think you could get that answer by?
Senator, they're working on that.
Yeah, but like today or within hours?
Well, given you've already been found to have misled the committee with that dodgy photo, I think it's reasonable that the officials take a bit of time to work out whether what you're saying here is correct as well.
Well, given the department has misled, and through them the government has misled the public about the conferees and their nationality, perhaps you'll need to take your time, Minister.
The department hasn't misled people.
Yes, they have. That was Ms Foster's evidence. It was inadvertent, but they did mislead people. They said there were no Palestinian conferees and there in fact were Palestinian conferees.
I said, Senator, that we failed to identify the Palestinian conferees by nationality, not that there were no Palestinian conferees.
And in so doing misled people. I mean, media reported over the weekend there were no Palestinian conferees based on a list originated by the department.
But Senator, we did not mislead. We did not intend to mislead.
I'm sure you didn't intend to, but the effect of your failure was to mislead people.
Senator...
Do you want to go back to your photo? Senator Clouseau?
We can, in due course, Minister. Okay. Another question, Ms Chatterjee, if you've got the answer, please, on how many of these 25 events have been held in Labor seats and non-Labor seats?
Senator, I don't have that information. The venues were selected by the department in terms of their availability and their capacity, not on the basis of which...
I know, but you'll know which seats they were because you had to invite the local MP. So you could just check by the local MP invited. Should be a pretty quick process, wouldn't it?
Senator, the process to find the venues for these ceremonies was done by our procurement colleagues.
I know, but that's not my question. My question is just how many were in Labor seats. We know one of them was in Werra because Anne Stanley was the local MP. We know one of them was in McNamara because Josh Burns was the local MP. Should be just go check the local MP invited and we'll have the answer. Okay, so you're working on that answer, I gather?
Happy to have
yes, Senator.
Thank you.
ceremonies in regional Queensland anytime.
So it's the government's evidence that these unscheduled department-led citizenship ceremonies are necessary because of a backlog. How many people were awaiting their citizenship ceremonies prior to this process?
So, Senator, there's sort of two categories that we looked at. There were a number of people who had already... So we have a pool of people who are ready for conferral. There were a number who were already scheduled for local government ceremonies, and then we had a figure of, was it around 12,000, Ms Chatterjee, who were ready for a ceremony but not scheduled.
Okay, so which are the ones that were invited to these departmental-led ceremonies?
Those who had not been scheduled, so those who were eligible, who had passed all the processes and all the tests, but were awaiting the scheduling of a ceremony.
Okay, so that was 12,000. Can you provide a breakdown by state and territory and local government area?
And I'll get Ms Chatterjee actually to confirm my rough number.
Senator, we can get that breakdown.
Yep.
For
Do you have it to hand?
I have the approximate numbers, Senator, for each local government area, but they are approximate figures because people have been invited and not the final list of people who will attend and become conferees.
Right. Well, I'm happy
to become citizens.
Yeah. I'm happy to rely on whatever information you're able to provide in the most prompt form, because if we take these things on notice, then they may never be answered prior to the election. I think it's a legitimate area of scrutiny.
Senator, I have a range of data tables. I don't have that specific information.
Okay.
I will...
Can you tell me which local government areas have had people invited to the ceremonies?
By state,
yep.
Senator? Yep. Okay. So, for example, New South Wales, Fairfield City Council, 50, Liverpool City Council, 700, Canterbury Bankstown Council, 270, Bayside Council, 80, Georges River Council, approximately 15, Burwood Council, 22, Strathfield City Council, 10, Sutherland Shire, 110, Sutherland Shire, sorry, that's twice, Randwick Council, 90, Hawkesbury City Council, 35.
And so what Ms Chatterjee and her team did was work through the list of those who were eligible, those who were programmed and those who weren't, to come up with those numbers.
And so is it your evidence that every person who was waiting to get a citizenship ceremony, waiting for one to be scheduled, regardless of their LGA, has been invited to participate in this process?
Senator, the department invited eligible conferees from metro LGAs where they were not already scheduled into a council-run ceremony in February and March.
What about regional?
For regional councils, noting that the large majority of conferees available for ceremony are based in metro LGAs, the department has engaged with local councils around Australia where there are people to encourage them to hold citizenship ceremonies.
Well, but that wasn't a satisfactory approach for metro conferees who are waiting, so why should regional conferees have to wait for their local government area to organise a citizenship ceremony?
Senator, there are more people waiting in metro LGAs.
Sure, but the minister's evidence is that this is about the right of people to participate in the upcoming election. Are the people of metropolitan Australia more worthy of participation in an election than people in regional Australia?
That's the minister's argument. I think the minister's argument has been that these are people who've passed all the citizenship tests and they shouldn't be held up from getting their citizenship.
Same applies to regional Australians then?
I mean, if you're accusing the minister of wanting to rush citizenships through, that must mean that you're in favour of delaying citizenship to people who've passed every test. Why do you not want people to have their Australian citizenship if they've passed all the tests and they've been waiting?
I'm not interested in your diversions, Minister. Why are regional Australians or potential Australians being asked to wait and metropolitan Australians being prioritised?
Ms Chatterjee has already answered the question by saying...
Not adequately.
The bulk, well, you might not like the answer, but that doesn't mean she hasn't answered
hasn't addressed the question. So why is it...
I have heard Ms Chatterjee say twice that the bulk of people who have passed their citizenship test and are waiting for a council-run ceremony are in metropolitan Australia. And that isn't surprising when you think about the population of metropolitan Australia is larger, the majority of migrants to Australia are in metropolitan areas, and this was a way of clearing that backlog of large numbers of people. You can't...
Unless you live in regional Australia, in which case you can wait.
No, because you can't... You're ignoring the fact that the majority of people are in metro Australia.
Of course that's true, Minister, but that doesn't absolve the government of prioritising one group of potential future Australians over others. Why isn't the right of someone living in regional Australia to participate in an election just as important as someone living in metropolitan Australia? I'll ask the question to the department.
So, Senator, there are instances in which we were able to invite people, I think, from Toowoomba, for example, to the citizenship ceremonies being held in Queensland.
Okay, any other regional areas or just Toowoomba?
But as Ms Chatterjee had started to say, where it was not logistically possible for us to get all around the country, we have worked really closely with local governments to support and encourage them to extend the number of ceremonies that they're holding so that we can pick up those people who are eligible.
Yes, but only one group of Australians is getting a special department organised citizenship ceremony, which will be before the election is called, and they will therefore have a right to participate. Another category of Australians is going to have to rely on their local governments to organise it, as is normally the case. So what I'm trying to understand is the differential. Was it the government that directed the department to have a different approach for regional and metro councils?
No, Senator.
It was the department's initiative to have a different approach.
No, Senator. The Minister asked us to do what we could to reduce the backlog of people waiting who were eligible to become citizens.
Is there no backlog in regional Australia?
Senator, I said to do what we could, and so one of the things that we could do was tackle the largest backlogs with ceremonies in metropolitan areas.
Was this process initiated by the department or by the government?
So, Senator, the Minister had hoped that we would have cleared the backlog through the Australia Day citizenship ceremonies, and when we briefed him that in fact there were still numbers of people remaining to be scheduled, he asked us to schedule those ceremonies, but and obviously gave us a window of availability, but the actual scheduling and how we went about that was a matter for the department.
So you said the minister gave the window?
Well, his office, Senator, told us
Why did his office provide the window? What was relevant about
when he was available, Senator.
Is it necessary for him to attend them for them to occur?
No, Senator, but it's not uncommon.
Right, so why should it be dependent on his availability then? If this is about clearing the backlog, what's the relevance of his availability?
So, Senator, that's a question, I think, for the minister.
No, it's a question for you because you agreed with the minister's limited availability for this schedule.
Senator, the minister asked us to schedule ceremonies. He gave us a window of availability and we scheduled ceremonies.
So he directed you to hold these ceremonies when he was available to attend them.
So, Senator, in some cases he is not, and we are proceeding with the ceremonies.
Right, so then what is the relevance of his availability for scheduling them, if you're able to schedule them without him?
So you want more of these ceremonies now?
No, I just want to understand the decision-making process, Minister.
It's hardly uncommon for the Immigration Minister of the day to attend a citizenship ceremony.
How does the department define a reasonable waiting period for someone after they achieve their eligibility for citizenship? Is there a measurement tool? Is there a standard time?
So, Senator, the waiting time has fluctuated over time.
I know that, but that wasn't my question. The question was what is the department's KPIs or measurements?
So I'll let Ms Chatterjee tell you what our objectives are.
Senator, our service standard is that 90% of conferees attend a ceremony within 6 months.
Okay. How many of the 12,000 people have been waiting for 6 months or longer?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Senator Patterson, I have to share the call in a moment. Just
Do you have the average waiting time for the 12,000 conferees?
Senator, I'll have to take that.
Do you have any measure of the length of time these people were waiting? The evidence was that this has been done because there was a backlog. You've selected this cohort. There must be some measurement that you have to hand.
So, Senator, we selected the cohort that were eligible but not yet scheduled.
I understand, and I want to know whether they're waiting for a month or 12 months,
And
because it would be a different proposition if it was either of those.
Chatterjee has undertaken to take that on notice. She doesn't have that detail with her.
So you don't have any of that information in front of you, Ms Chatterjee?
Senator, I'll check that information.
That's not an answer to my question.
Senator, I'll get that information.
Because it's not in front of you?
Senator Patterson.
You're looking at your brief like you do have something in front of you.
I'm looking, Senator, to see if I have that information in my
You're entering
brief.
the mind of Ms Chatterjee to explain.
Actually, Ms Chatterjee has been quite generous in not instantly taking your question on notice and coming back to you in a few months and is actually trying to get you an answer. I think it's a bit unfair to characterise what she's doing in that way. I have to share the call if you've got one more question.
I'm happy to share the call now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Shibridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Secretary, I'm assuming that there's no analysis by the department that assumes that everybody who is granted citizenship is going to vote in one particular manner in the election. I'm assuming there's no secret memo. Is that right?
That's correct,
Yeah.
Senator.
And Minister, it is rather interesting, isn't it, watching the Coalition do this series of questions, seemingly on the assumption that their repeated attacks on multiculturalism and multicultural Australia will drive people away from them in the coming election. It is interesting watching that, isn't it, Minister?
It is ironic, and it's ironic that Mr Dutton tried to imply that this was a conspiracy to get Palestinians on the electoral roll when it turns out that the largest groups who've participated have been from India, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Philippines, countries completely separate to the Middle East.
A dreadful conspiracy to get people. A dreadful conspiracy to get people who are entitled to citizenship, who have been here contributing in our community for 4 years or more, to give them a right to vote at the upcoming election about whether or not they want some sort of multicultural attack dog like Peter Dutton in charge. It's a terrible conspiracy, isn't it?
Senator Shibridge, I think, although I might agree with your comments, they are comments.
Which takes me to my next question.
Thank you.
Secretary, you said that questions about undocumented
maritime arrivals, offshore management are not in this session, but it is unambiguously in the agenda, UMA, offshore management in outcome 1. And I was asking you questions about that in relation to Nauru.
Outcome 2.4 in our agenda.
I'm sorry, Senator. I was getting confused with the Operation Sovereign Borders issue.
Yes.
Sometimes it's tricky for us to answer questions about unauthorised maritime arrivals absent our sovereign borders people. But I'm sorry, I was confusing the two.
That's
if
okay.
you wish to answer questions, we'll do our best to answer them now.
I'm a believer that we should just have all outcomes at once and everyone in the room, and so we don't have these ridiculous
That would be so
jurisdictional arguments. But I was asking about undocumented maritime arrivals in Nauru. So I'll go back to those questions. How many people who sought asylum by sea are currently on Nauru? And I note that we had an answer as at the 30th of September, the number of transferees of UMAs to Nauru, but
Mr. Feld should be able to help you with that answer, Senator, or Dr. Cassar.
Yes. Thanks, Senator. As at the 31st of December, there were 93 unauthorised maritime arrivals.
Yeah. So as at September last year, there were 100 unauthorised maritime arrivals. How many arrived between the 30th of September and the 31st of December?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question?
I'm not sure we have the information broken down in that way, Senator, because some people are obviously leaving.
Correct.
As others are arriving.
But we have a month.
Yes, and in order to understand what that flow looks like.
So you asked Senator for a month-by-month breakdown?
Well, what we know is this, that as at the 30th, this is in answers to questions on notice, the advice was as at 30th of September there were 100 people who are classified as UMAs under regional processing in Nauru, and then there was a list of all of the arrivals by month that informed that. So obviously the department keeps a running monthly tally of people who arrive and are sent to Nauru. And so I'm asking from the 30th of September to the 31st of December, which is when you just gave me the number of 93, how many people arrived or were transferred to Nauru?
The month-by-month breakdown since September. So in September we don't, actually no, we'll take out September because it's 31st.
I can tell you 11 UMAs were transferred in September 2023 because and 7 UMAs were transferred in September 2024.
So in October 2024, less than 5 were transferred. In November 2024, 13 were transferred. And in December, less than 5 were transferred.
All right. So if there were 100 people who are classified as UMAs on the 30th of September 2024, and there are 93 as at the 31st of December 2024, and then an additional at least 13 have arrived, there must have been some 20 plus people who were in Nauru, classified as UMAs, and were then sent from Nauru to somewhere. How many?
So between September 23 and 31st of September 24, 43 UMAs have returned home voluntarily from Nauru.
You say returned home voluntarily. Under what program?
Assisted voluntary return, Senator.
All right. How much was spent on assisted voluntary return in that period?
So, Senator, as we've given evidence previously, the Minister has a PI claim on the amounts of assisted voluntary returns for individuals.
I'm after the global amount that was spent in the period in that quarter on what is classified as assisted voluntary return.
Senator, we'll take that on notice.
Yeah.
We know that some of the people on Nauru who fall under the categorisation of undocumented maritime arrivals have been found to be refugees. Can you identify how many people currently on Nauru have had such a finding?
Have had a positive refugee finding.
Correct.
Senator, the number of so the refugee status determination on Nauru is a matter for the government of Nauru. It is a process that they undertake. We are aware that there are a number of people who have received a positive determination, but we wouldn't comment on those numbers.
Why not?
Because it's a matter for the government of Nauru.
But you see, Australia provides funds to encourage those people to return to the country which they fled. You surely go through a process of determining whether or not they'd had a refugee determination made, don't you? Before you spend money encouraging them to go back to the country they fled.
Senator, they're two separate processes that you're talking about there. And I can certainly assure you that as part of the process for assisted voluntary return, there is an assessment that is undertaken to ensure that is appropriate.
Well, I'm going to first of all press for an answer to my original question. How many people on Nauru who are classified as undocumented maritime arrivals and were transferred to Nauru by Australia, how many of them have had a positive refugee determination?
Senator, Mr Feld's already given his evidence that this is a matter for the government of Nauru. It is their process.
Well, I know he said that. He said that he knew, but it was a matter for Nauru. So to the extent that you know, I'm going to press you for an answer.
Senator, let us take that on notice and we'll ensure that there are, whether or not there are sensitivities.
Well, whether there are sensitivities or not, I'd like an answer.
That would lead us to want to make a PII claim.
Okay. Of the 43 people who Australia was involved in returning from Nauru to the country which they fled, in that period, had any of them had a positive refugee determination? Were any of them found to have been refugees?
No, Senator.
Is there a blanket policy that says nobody who is found to be a refugee can be a part of that so-called voluntary return?
So, Senator, obviously Nauru is a signatory to the International Convention and has a commitment to non-refoulement, but that does not apply to people who choose to return to their country.
So we'll get to Nauru's commitment, and again, Secretary, it would be of assistance if you were able to provide that translated copy of his speech. Have you had any luck in getting a copy of that provided?
Sorry, Senator, I think I've been at the table consistently until since you asked that question.
All right. So I'd urge you to provide that, because it might provide some clarity as to Nauru's commitments in that regard. But my question wasn't the attitude of Nauru, which we'll get to. My question was whether or not Australia's policy says it prohibits Australia using this so-called voluntary return for anybody who's had a positive refugee determination. Does the policy prohibit it?
So, Senator, if I could just be clear,
Maybe that's a live translation of the Nauru president.
I wish. Senator, it is the Nauruan government who facilitates the return of people through the assisted voluntary
But Australia
return
makes
program.
the payments. You won't say how much Australia pays, but Australia makes the payments. So I'm asking about Australia's policy. Will Australia make payments under this so-called voluntary return policy? Will they make payments in circumstances where somebody has been found to be a refugee? It's a simple question.
I mean, surely not.
I'm not aware of it.
My assumption would you'd say, surely not. We'd never participate in that, but you don't. So that's troubling.
So I'm actually hesitating, Senator, because I want to actually make sure that the answer is correct, and none of the officials are answering it, so I'll take it on notice and see if we can get you an answer.
Dr. Cassar, I mean, you must be... Is someone here familiar with the policy?
So, Senator, at the point, as both Mr Feld and Dr Cassar have said, the refugee determination status is managed by the Government of Nauru. I'm not aware of whether or not anyone with a positive refugee determination has elected to return to their home country, and I'm seeking to find an answer about whether or not we have a policy on that.
Well, we did have some clarity from Mr Feld, who said that of the 43, it was your understanding none of them had had a determination that they were refugees. I recall your evidence to that effect, Mr Feld, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so you must, to be able to give me that answer, those questions must be asked and answered by Home Affairs in your dealings with Nauru. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to provide me with those answers. You must be getting that information, correct? So you didn't just make it up, Mr Feld.
So, Senator, that means that we know factually that no one who has been returned in that time period specified by Mr Feld had a positive refugee status determination. It doesn't answer your question about what the policy is in relation to that, and that's what we're seeking to find an answer for you.
So I'll just ask, I would have thought that senior officers in the department would know what the department's policy says, but apparently not, which is somewhat frustrating. Has anyone has Australia made any payment or used the voluntary return policy that you've been referring to in relation to anybody from Nauru at any point who has had a positive refugee determination made in their favour? Has it ever been used for somebody who's been found to be a refugee?
I would need to take that on notice, Senator, and double check. I'm not aware of it, but I'll take it on notice and double check.
And if so, on how many occasions, in which years, and in relation to which countries?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Cool. Are the Chinese nationals who arrived there last year still in Nauru? There was some evidence given last estimates about the Chinese nationals, a number of whom had arrived in northwest Australia and were then sent to Nauru. Are they still present in Nauru?
Senator, as per evidence provided at the last estimates, the breakdown of individuals under regional processing arrangements on Nauru will not be provided around their age, gender, nationality. There is a public interest immunity claim that has been lodged with respect to that.
Does the Chinese embassy in Nauru have any role or involvement in relation to people from China who have been sent there by Australia as undocumented maritime arrivals? Does the Chinese embassy have any role in their return to Nauru, and if so, what?
I beg your pardon, Senator, their return to Nauru?
Oh, their return to China, I apologise.
So people who elect to return home voluntarily, as part of that arrangement, consent is sought to share their details to obtain travel documents and make arrangements for their travel. But that would be the limit of any involvement from a Chinese government perspective.
Has there been any consideration given by Home Affairs about the notorious facts of China's advanced surveillance system of its citizens, its tracking of potential dissidents, when engaging in that information exchange with the Chinese embassy?
So, Senator, that information exchange only takes place with the consent of the individuals, and it's necessary for that exchange to take place in order for the person to return home, which is their stated wish.
Is there a protocol in place to provide at least some level of protection for people who have sought asylum in relation to China
that will give those people some kind of protection from potential adverse action by the Chinese government on their return, or is that a matter for Nauru?
So, Senator, we've been through the process with you. No one who has currently been returned to their country of origin had a positive refugee status determination. But
from the 30th of September.
That's correct, for the date range that Mr Feld just gave you. But, Senator, when a person elects to return to their country of origin, they are entitled to do so.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll just pull you up in a minute.
There are reports that a person who'd sought asylum and had been transferred to Nauru has been medically evacuated to Australia for urgent medical treatment in January of this year. Is that true?
So, Senator, we don't comment on individual cases, but as you're aware, there are protocols in place for evacuation should Government Nauru require that for medical assistance.
Well, so has that been required in 2025?
So, Senator, Dr Cassar's just indicated that we can't comment
I don't want any
individual
details
cases.
on an individual. I don't want details about their medical condition. I don't want details. I want to know whether or not that protocol for somebody which permits somebody to be medically evacuated to Australia for urgent medical treatment, whether or not that protocol has been used in 2025.
Senator, I'll take that on notice to see whether or not we're able to provide that information, or whether we would seek a PII claim around that date.
And what would be the possible basis for a PII claim on whether or not that the protocol had been used? On what basis would you not provide the public with that information about policy and expenditure by the Commonwealth?
Senator, I think the grounds for the PII are something which we are entitled to determine when we consider the issue.
Well,
Senator Shoebridge, I do need to share the call.
I just have a couple of questions to round this off.
Well, I've got to go back to Senator Patterson. He has a number of questions on outcome too, so we have time to come back to you.
All right.
We've had a generous amount of time. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check whether any of the questions that I asked earlier that were taken on notice have answers available yet.
Senator Patterson, you asked me around the processing times. I have the statistics at the end of December, not specifically for this group of conferees. As at 31 December, the average days from approval of citizenship post-test to ceremony is 105 days.
105 days. So is that just for that cohort of 12,000 or more generally?
It's generally, Senator.
Generally.
I don't have it for that specific cohort.
Okay, so that's under the 6-month deadline or standard that the Home Affairs Department sets for itself?
Yes, Senator.
Yes. I've also seen on your website, and I don't know how up-to-date this is, you can correct me if it's not up-to-date, but there's a breakdown by councils as to their performance in offering conferees citizenship ceremony within a certain timelines. And for example, it states on your website, Liverpool City Council, the wait time of more than 6 months is just 2%. Fairfield Council, the wait time of more than 6 months is 3%. Canterbury Bankstown at 2%. Bayside Council in New South Wales is 1%. Georges Rivers Council is 0%. Burwood Council 0%. Strathfield Council 0%. Sutherland Council 2%. Randwick Council 0%. And Hawkesbury Council 3%. So it seems like very, very low numbers. Are they accurate?
Senator, I'd have to check when those figures were uploaded on our website.
Yeah, it's the figures on your website. So under the citizenship processing times, ceremony wait times section of the website, it doesn't sound to me like these councils were particularly negligent in offering dates. They're meeting the standards, in fact exceeding the standards set for them by the department.
Senator, the Minister asked us to schedule additional ceremonies to address people waiting for ceremony.
Yeah, but he did so on the basis that there was some backlog, and it doesn't appear from these statistics that there was a problem, at least in those councils, if that's accurate.
So, Senator, the parameters that the department sets are in part determined by what we can achieve. That's not something I think, and I'll have Ms Chatterjee check or confirm this, that is a government-endorsed waiting time. And so it's clearly the Minister's prerogative to ask that we reduce that time.
Do you regularly provide advice or statistics to the Minister about the backlog and about the waiting time?
Over the period that I've been in the role, Senator, it's not unusual for us to have conversations about where the waiting times are.
And has it got appreciably worse in the last couple of months compared to where it was, say, when the Minister was sworn in the portfolio?
I'd have to look at the times over that period, Senator.
I only have that data per program year, Senator, not.
And what does the data show per program year? What's the trend?
Senator, I've lost my spot in my various tables here.
Take a moment.
Just while Ms Chatterjee is getting that information, do we infer from this line of questioning that the Coalition's policy is that people should have to wait as long as possible to get their citizenship when they passed all the tests?
As much as I enjoy your questions, Minister, you know they're out of order, and this is a forum for opposition senators to ask questions of the government.
I just think it's extraordinary.
I think government ministers to ask questions of the opposition.
I think it's extraordinary, again, that someone who aspires to be Home Affairs Minister of this country thinks that people should have to wait longer to get their citizenship when they pass the tests. But
if you're lucky, Minister, one day you may have the opportunity to sit on this table, side of the table again. I'm working hard to make sure it's sooner rather than later, but that's in the hands of voters. In the meantime, how about we just get some answers?
As much as I enjoy this back and forth, we do need to come back to questions.
I agree.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. If you've got a question, you should put it.
I put one to the officials, and she's just looking for her place in the paper, I believe.
Senator, the average processing time for days from approval to ceremony for the 22-23 program years, 138 days, 23-24, 111.
Right, okay. So again, under the 6 month period.
That's correct, Senator. The figures to 31 December are only for 1 July to 31 December last year.
Okay. And any of my other questions that you took on notice earlier?
Senator, you asked around some questions around ceremonies in regional Australia. So in my evidence earlier, I said that the department is working with local councils where they may have ceremonies or they may not have ceremonies scheduled in to support them to either have additional people attend existing ceremonies or to schedule additional ceremonies during this time period. In Queensland, for example, there's an additional ceremony in Rockhampton today. Whitsundays on the 25th of February, Townsville on the 26th. In the NT, the City of Palmerston on the 26th. The Central Highlands, Senator, I have to confirm if that's Queensland. Queensland.
Beautiful. All in coalition
Thank you,
seats,
Senator.
Interestingly enough.
That is an interesting observation. The Minister has just observed that it is in coalition seats that local councils are delivering these, And as we know, it is in Labor seats so far that the Department of Home Affairs is delivering these services. So maybe the Minister's onto something there. Is there a differential approach based on whether you're in regional Australia, more likely to be represented by a coalition member?
Do you want to hear for the fifth time?
Or metropolitan Australia, more likely represented by a Labor member?
Do you want to hear for the fifth time or sixth time or seventh time that there are more people living in metropolitan Australia and there are more migrants in metropolitan Australia?
Well, they all have the same right to participate in our elections if they're eligible for citizenship, Minister. So why should
Apparently not. Apparently you want to make everyone wait.
No, you're the one who says that regional Australians should have a different access to citizenship
never said
ceremonies.
that.
Yeah, well, that's your government's policy.
So,
anyway.
Senator, Mr Chatterjee...
Desperately trying to make up for that dodgy photo, aren't you? That was a bad moment today.
Just outlined that we did have some success in supporting local councils to run additional ceremonies. And, you know, the focus on citizenship has been there since both Assistant Minister Hill went into his job and Minister Burke into his new role in the middle of last year, which is why we've had a number of conversations about how quickly we can progress these.
Sure, but you didn't run any of these citizenship ceremonies run by the department last year. You ran them this year. What is the reason why, if this was a problem and if it was identified early by the ministers, that they didn't get to work straight away on hosting them?
So, in fact, I said to you earlier, Senator, that Minister Burke had been hopeful, expecting that we might be able to progress the backlog and reduce the waiting times through the Australia Day process, and we didn't actually achieve that. We still had, as I said, is it roughly 12,000? Am I?
12,800, Senator.
People who were eligible but not scheduled.
How many of those 12,000 were waiting for 12 months or more?
Senator, I have to take that on notice.
Could you take that on notice, and also if any were waiting for 9 or 10 or 11 months?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And did you have any answers to any of the other questions you took on notice?
Senator, I'm just going to take those on notice formally. I don't want to give you the wrong information given the logistics involved in issuing invitations.
Okay, so does that include the locations of the ceremonies, in which seats they're in?
Senator, I have the information based on the actual location of the venue that the ceremonies are being held at. I don't have the information relating to the political party that holds the seat.
That can be our problem. Why don't you just read out the list of venues for the ceremonies?
We don't do colour codes.
Again, while Ms Chatterjee is getting that information, my office has drawn to my attention that last week the Department of Home Affairs invited me to be a guest at the Home Affairs organised citizenship ceremony in Toowoomba, in the coalition-held seat of Groom.
And Senator, I mentioned before that one of the exceptions to the Metro rule was that we were looking to do something in Toowoomba as well. And I don't want to verbal Ms Chatterjee, but I think it will be on the basis of where we have a significant group of people who are
As Senator
eligible.
Scarr probably knows, Toowoomba does have a relatively large migrant population.
Thank you.
Wonderful migrant.
Ms Chatterjee, if you could read out the locations
getting worse by the
of the events.
It's not landing, is it?
Senator, sorry, there are 160 conferees invited to the Toowoomba event.
Thanks.
Sorry, Senator, I've just gone back and forth on different parts of this brief so many times that I'm losing track of my tables here.
It's all good.
Okay, Senator, so Tasmania, City Hall in Hobart. Sydney Olympic Park. South Australia, the Hilton Hotel in Adelaide. Melbourne, the Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre. Perth, the Perth Convention and Exhibition Centre. And Brisbane City Hall and Toowoomba.
Thank you. And that document doesn't have the list of invitees on it?
Senator, it has the individuals that the department has invited to those.
Great. Why don't you run through that?
So you've managed to establish that the Department of Home Affairs is hosting these ceremonies at probably the major venue in every one of the cities that they're being held.
We don't need the commentary, Minister. Let's just get the information.
And Senator, as I gave evidence earlier, the venues were chosen on the basis of
I heard you say that.
Availability and size.
Thank you. Let's run through the invitees since you've got it there.
Yeah, Senator. So for Tasmania, Mr. Andrew Wilkie MP as the sitting member for Hobart.
This is going very well for you, Senator Patterson.
For Adelaide, it's the 150 in Tasmania. Yeah, just the one. For Adelaide, Mr.
Steve Georgianis.
I didn't want to say his name incorrectly, Senator. Mr. Steve Georgianis, MP. For New South Wales, Miss Sally Situ, MP, for all 6 of the New South Wales ceremonies. For Victoria, Mr. Josh Burns, MP. For WA, the department's invited Senator Linda Reynolds.
Yep, and who was the local member?
I have Patrick Gorman, MP, Senator. And the same for the WA ceremonies. And we go...
I think Brisbane was the one we're waiting for.
Yep. We have Senator Murray Watt, MP, Senator Murray Watt, and also Mr. Stephen Bates, MP.
Thank you. And presumably Toowoomba, I hope you invited the local member, Garth Hamilton.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. And you said earlier, or Senator Watt said earlier, he was invited to that one.
So it would appear.
Yes,
Thank you. And was Senator Watt and Mr. Hamilton invited at the same time or different times?
Senator, I will take it on notice, all of the exact responses to your questions about sequencing for each of the ceremonies so that I don't give you incorrect information.
That'd be great. Thank you. So we have...
You might be interested to know, Senator Patterson, my office has very helpfully also advised that in November last year I was invited to a number of ceremonies by the Department of Home Affairs in the suburb of Beenleigh.
Thanks. I didn't ask a question about that.
Which is in the coalition-held seat of Ford.
Thanks, Minister. I didn't ask a question about that.
And also to others in the Greens-held seat of Brisbane.
Thanks. So I think what this shows is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 locations that held events that were in Labor seats, but some of those had multiple events per location. For example, I presume in Ms Sido's seat, Olympic Park had how many events?
6.
6 events, right? So 6 events in the Labor-held seat of Reid. 1 event in Hobart, am I right in assuming?
That's correct, Senator.
And how many in Adelaide?
There were 3, Senator.
3 in Adelaide. How many at the Melbourne Convention Exhibition Centre?
Senator, 6.
6. How many in the Convention Centre in Perth?
6, Senator.
6. How many in Brisbane?
Let me just check, Senator. I think it's 2 in Brisbane.
And Toowoomba?
1, Senator.
1. So we have 6, 9, 15, 21 of the 25 citizenship ceremonies were held in Labor seats, 1 in a coalition seat, 1 in an independent seat, and 2 in a Green seat. Is that right?
I mean, another way of looking at this, Senator Patterson, which I would have thought is entirely obvious, is that the department, it would appear to me, has chosen venues that accommodate large numbers of people. It turns out those venues in each of the capital cities are predominantly in Labor-held seats, or in some cases Greens or independent-held seats in the case of Hobart.
Just a happy coincidence, Minister.
It's a happy coincidence that someone 30 years ago decided to build a convention centre in an electorate that 30 years later was held by Greens or an independent.
More than one convention centre in each.
I've already told you about the events I've been invited to in Beenleigh, in the coalition-held seat of Ford, in Groom, in the Greens-held seat of Brisbane.
I'm sure the department's been very diligently inviting you. I have no doubt about that, Minister.
Senator Patterson.
This is just pathetic and desperate.
I do need to wrap you up. I'm sort of, if you've got a way of finishing this questioning, perhaps.
I'd love to.
Yeah, I think
Chair.
it might be best. You've got another minute or so.
Thank you. Just a final question then on this for now. At the event, there were photographs posted online of the Sydney event of a very large projector and a screen with an AEC slide about the responsibility and right to enrol to vote with a QR code. Has the department ever displayed a sign like that at another citizenship event?
Every citizenship ceremony I've ever been to has representatives from the AEC
That wasn't
sitting
my question.
right there
That wasn't my
with
question.
signs, with banners, with forms.
Thanks,
with
Minister. The
personnel.
question wasn't to you. The question was to the department.
My understanding, Senator, is that it's standard practice for the AEC to be there and for them to provide support to people.
I agree. It is standard practice for the AEC to be an event, but that wasn't my question. The question was about the projector and the slide.
I was finishing the answer question, Senator, and to provide information, including the QR code. Again, Ms Chatterjee may correct me, but for some time the AEC has been using an online enrolment only, and that's why the QR code tends to be displayed, because no longer are hard copy forms.
Sure, but I've never seen it
handed
broadcast like that overhead on a projector.
We should ban the PowerPoint. That's what we should do.
Thanks, Minister.
Ban the PowerPoint.
You might think it's funny, but...
It's pathetic.
Okay.
This has just been a pathetic exercise.
Thanks,
over the last 2 hours. What you've established is that major convention centres are in Labor, Greens and
Secretary,
independent
just to
held
confirm
seats.
that hasn't been used
produced a dodgy photo
Hasn't
of a
been displayed
campaign
like that
launch
before.
pretending it's at a citizenship ceremony.
Senator
Hopeless.
Patterson, I do need to share the call.
Let's let the witnesses answer, and I'm happy to conclude.
What was the question?
Senator, I'm not sure what question we're answering.
Has the
anymore.
AEC, has Home Affairs ever facilitated the AEC to post a slide like that to encourage people to sign up to vote before?
Oh, God.
Senator, I don't know what methodology the AEC has used in the past. We'll take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I just have some questions about Ukraine visas, if I can, quickly, and then I'll hand the call. I've got questions about numbers of visas and when they were granted, so I'll get the right people around, hopefully. How many displaced Ukrainians are in Australia at the moment? And I know we've just reached, I think, the 3rd year anniversary since the Russian invasion.
We have Senator and Mr Willard and Mr Kiley will be able to assist with the information.
Senator, your question was how many Ukrainians in Australia?
Displaced Ukrainians are in Australia at the moment.
I can give you a figure of visa holders.
Yes, that's...
I'm not sure whether I can describe them as displaced. 4,810.
And what visas were they granted when they arrived?
So they would have arrived on a variety of visas, but for the most part it would have been visitor visas.
And of those people who have arrived, what visas do they have now? Do you have a breakdown of that?
I've got a breakdown between permanent and temporary, and then lots of breakdowns below that, so I might just give you permanent and temporary. If you want more information, I can give you that. So 2,220 permanent visas and 2,590 temporary visas.
And on the permanent pathway, or the permanent cohort that you mentioned there, that's been a recent change to their visa status?
Yeah, so late last year the government announced a permanent pathway for some Ukrainians who are in Australia. That was a pathway to the permanent resolution of status visa for those who were on a 786 3-year temporary humanitarian visa. I'm sorry, I should have said Andrew Kiley, First Assistant Secretary, Refugee Humanitarian Settlement Division.
Okay, thank you. And the eligible, well, how is someone eligible for that pathway?
As I said, that pathway is available to all Ukrainians who accepted the 3-year temporary humanitarian visa offering made after the crisis began.
Sure. But they would have gone through required checks in terms of health and character prior to the original visa?
That's correct, the standard health character security checks.
Okay. And is there a cost to that visa application?
No, there's no visa charge.
Okay. Are there additional checks required before granting of that visa?
Yeah, so again, the standard health character security checks apply before the grant of a permanent resolution of status visa.
Thank you. I've spoken to members of the Ukrainian community in Cairns. They're obviously eager to take up this opportunity. How are you prioritising applications? They obviously take some time with all of those checks involved. What's the process? We've heard obviously of families who, there's certain things happening in their life like the HSC and things that they're trying to get some certainty around.
Yeah, so we've worked closely with Ukrainian communities and through information on our website to prioritise the resolution of status processing based on a number of criteria. So the first are sort of compelling and compassionate reasons. So that might include a need to have a permanent visa, to have access to HECS or help assistance, access to the NDIS, and then alongside that consideration of when their 3-year temporary humanitarian visa will expire, to make sure that we process their permanent resolution of status visa prior to that ceasing. I can provide some data. So as at 14 February 2025, 2,381 individuals have been offered the resolution of status visa, 2,188 have accepted, and there have been 600 grants.
Chair, if I could, I'd just explain that those numbers are in addition to the numbers I provided.
Okay.
So the resolution of status visa is a further category. I provided you with the permanent and temporary migration program numbers.
Right. The resolution of status visa is the one that I was interested in, so thank you. Just finally on the going forward, if someone didn't accept that temporary humanitarian visa to begin with, can they be offered a permanent stay through this pathway or another one?
That's still a matter for government to consider what pathways may be made available to other Ukrainians in Australia.
Okay. And for family members here that have family members still in the Ukraine, there's obviously pathways as well for those people through the normal migration system.
The standard migration pathways.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Maybe while you're sitting there, Mr. Willard, I'll just get an update on Palestinian visa holders since October 7, if I can.
Sure.
I think we've had these numbers a number of times in our hearings over the last couple of years. I'm interested in the number of visas granted, rejected, and the number of people onshore.
So the figure for visa grants to Palestinian travel document holders from 7th of October 2023 to 31st of January 2025 is 3,808 visas granted. You asked for refusals as well.
Refusals.
The figures 7,637 refusals in that same time period.
Okay. And does the number of granted reflect the number of people that are living in Australia?
So the
Because I assume
visa
maybe
holders
some
in
might have
Australia.
been granted but not have arrived.
That's correct. So as at the end of January 2025, there were 2,180 people in Australia who were Palestinian travel document holders. By way of comparison, as at the end of October 2023, there were 955.
And we've established many times before there's obviously security checks that are involved in the same way that other visa holders are subject to. But none of those visa holders who've arrived since October 7 were provided citizenship in the most recent ceremonies.
No, they couldn't have qualified.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge, do you have more questions for outcome 2?
I do, but why don't we just complete those numbers? So you said that there were 2,180 Palestinians in Australia on a variety of visas, is that right?
Correct.
And that in October 2023, at the beginning of October 2023, there were 955.
At the end of October?
At the end of October.
2023, yes.
Yes. And I'm assuming that very few people came from Palestine between the 7th of October and the end of October.
It would have been a very small number.
Very small.
I don't have it handy.
So the basic baseline of the number of people you would expect from time to time being absent, the appalling conflict in Gaza, the baseline, you give us the 955 as a basic baseline, is that right?
That was the figure at the end of October.
Yeah. So on that assumption, roughly 1,200 and something people who have been granted a visa since the 7th of October 2023 from Palestine have made it to Australia under those visas.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference in the numbers at those periods. There would be, people who would have left Australia in that time, more people would have come. So, but yes, about 1,200 is the difference.
Yeah, and do you know how many people who came to Australia, how many Palestinians who came to Australia on and from the 7th of October have left the country?
No, I don't have that information.
And I'm asking obviously from the 7th of October 23, but could you provide that information on notice?
I can take that question on notice.
Yep. And it might be useful if it was as at 31 January, so we have a common set of data, useful data. But either way, we're talking about if there were 3,808 visas granted as at the 31st of January 2025, and about 1,200 or so Palestinians have availed themselves of those visas and come to Australia, that leaves about 2,600 people who were granted a visa but haven't yet come from Palestine to Australia. Is that?
So there's a whole other bits of context that need to be considered there. The figures I gave were worldwide figures, so it's not necessarily, it's Palestinian travel document holders. They're not all necessarily in Palestine, but the majority would have been. It's also, as I said, the two stock numbers reflect stocks at a point in time. You can't necessarily subtract the two to get the difference in arrivals.
But well, then why do we make it simple? Of the 3,808 visas that have been granted since the 7th of October 2023, how many of those visas have been used so that somebody from Palestine has travelled to Australia?
Yeah, I'd have to take that question on notice.
But the best,
so that figure includes, for example, people in Australia who were granted visas. So there's, that's why it just takes a bit to unpick it.
All right. But I'm assuming you gave me those figures of 955, 2,180, 3,808 as a kind of, to get some understanding of the number of people who are currently in Australia.
Yeah, that figure is the number of visa holders holding a Palestinian travel document in Australia at the end of those respective months.
Right. But
no matter which way we look at it, there are well over 1,000 and perhaps as many as 2,600 or so people Palestinians have been granted a visa but haven't yet been able to come to Australia. Now that a ceasefire at least is holding, what are the arrangements currently in place to assist people who have been granted a visa but haven't yet been able to physically come to Australia? What arrangements are in place?
So those who hold a valid visa are able to travel to Australia. The information we get though is it's very difficult at the moment in order to be able to travel out of Palestine, and it may not necessarily be possible for everyone who holds a visa to travel. We don't have an active role in supporting the travel of visa holders to Australia. We've granted a visa which provides them with a right of entry to Australia, but in some circumstances they're unable to take that up.
Well, just most recently we've had the US president threatening ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Has that, for example, prompted any activity from the department to try and open up those pathways?
I think engagement in that...
Sorry, I don't think you can put a question to the witnesses about the comments of a foreign leader and expect a reasonable answer based on their advice.
It's a fact. It's a fact that President Trump has threatened ethnic cleansing of Gaza. It's a fact that there are perhaps 2,000 people in Palestine. I can't determine how many were in Gaza who have been granted a visa by Australia but haven't been able to travel to get here. And I'm asking has that motivated the department to try and find ways to assist them to come to Australia?
It's not within the department's remit to manage the border arrangements of other countries. What we have been doing is focusing on the visa processing.
All right. Are you aware of how many of the people who have been granted visas, how many of the Palestinians have been granted visas, have family in Australia?
The vast majority would, but I don't have a specific figure that gives me a breakdown.
So, this isn't just an abstract matter for the department. We're talking here about family members of people who are in Australia, many of them Australian citizens. But there's nothing that the department is doing to help to remove the barriers, say negotiating with Israel or Egypt to assist.
Senator, as Mr Willard said a number of times, it's outside the remit of our department.
How many visas have lapsed that were granted? How many have lapsed because the time that they're no longer valid because of the effluxion of time? And we're talking those granted since the 7th of October 2023 to Palestinians.
Just so I've got a figure there, Senator. Typically, Senator, the visa is granted for 12 months, so the visa is valid for a 12-month period. I don't have a specific figure for all of those visas, but some visas would have expired.
Right. Do you have any figures there on lapsed visas?
I have a figure for of 646 visas having expired. What I don't have is the time period in which that visa expired.
All right. So we know that at least 646 visas have expired, but there may have been more since that figure. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Secretary, is there any process in place to assist people to have those visas reinstated if they've lapsed because of the effluxion of time, given they haven't been able to leave?
Senator, the mechanism to re-obtain the entry right is to apply for another visa. There isn't a process to extend the existing visa once it's lapsed.
Is it intended to inform the Palestinian community here as to what process is required to renew the visas? Has there been a process communicating with the Palestinian community here about that?
So as Mr Willard said, it's not a question, Senator, of renewing the visa, but rather reapplying once it's lapsed.
Well, tomato, tomato. When I say renew visas, I mean have a new visa.
I guess the point I was trying to make, Senator, was that the process for applying for a visa is very clear on our website because it's not outside our normal process. They're not being renewed by some special arrangement. It's simply your visa's lapsed, you can reapply for another one, and how to do that is very clear.
All right, and there's no intention to put in place an arrangement, given these people have in Gaza are living without safe access to food or water, housing, electricity. There's no proposal to assist them by perhaps providing a simple way in which they could renew, reinstate, obtain a fresh visa if they've expired simply by the fraction of time. Nothing in place.
Senator, we continue to assist by providing information, and as we do in urgent circumstances around the world, we do process applications in a timely way in this circumstance.
These people are living in the most distressing circumstances you can imagine. No access to safe water or food, homes destroyed, and the government's position is they have to reapply and pay again. Is that right? I assume pay the fee again.
That's correct, Senator.
And no suggestion of waiving the fee, even though they've already paid, and it's simply because of they couldn't escape from the appalling conditions because they weren't allowed out by Israel. No proposal to waive the fee even.
Senator, in these circumstances, we apply the regulations with as much alacrity as we can, but we do have to apply the regulations.
What is the cost for one of these visas?
I think it's $190, Senator, but let me just confirm that. $195.
So we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Palestinian community in Gaza who are living in utter desperation with no income, no jobs, no food, and the department's answer, because their visas have expired because Israel wouldn't let them leave, that this most disadvantaged community on the planet has to find hundreds of thousands of dollars more to reapply for their visas. That's the department's position. Is that the government's position, Minister?
Well, Mr Willard has taken you through what the requirements are, and I really can't add to that.
So there's no government's not considering in any way even a fee waiver for people who have been living in Gaza in the conditions that I'm sure you know, Minister, the most appalling conditions, incredible poverty, no access to food or water or work. The government's not considering even a fee waiver for those people whose visas expired because Israel wouldn't let them leave.
I'd have to take on notice whether there's any consideration being given to that.
Do you think they should though, Minister?
I'm not going to offer an opinion outside my portfolio especially.
Just quickly to go back to some numbers on Nauru, and it's probably you, Mr Field. I think you gave me figures. I thought the 43 people who have purportedly voluntarily returned from Nauru was from September 2024, but one of my team, who I think was listening more carefully than me, said it was from September 2023. What was it?
Yes, that's correct. Since September 2023, there has been 43 individuals.
Just so as it makes sense from the numbers that have previously been given, can you give me the numbers after the 30th of September 2024?
I don't actually have that exact number with me, so I'll take that on notice.
All right.
Are there any other individuals who are being considered for medical transfer to Australia because the medical care is not available to them on Nauru, who were transferred to Nauru by Australia?
So, Senator, the way I'd characterise that is that people's medical circumstances are under constant review on Nauru. There is a range of medical services that we have in place through our service provider arrangements to support the government of Nauru to provide medical care to individuals there. So anytime someone presents with a medical condition to a doctor or a specialist, there would always be the opportunity there to assess whether there is any urgent medical requirement for that person to receive treatment that maybe would not be available on Nauru.
Yep. So my question is, how many though, Mr. Field?
Well, as I said, the way I would characterise it is that every person on Nauru has access to medical services. So they are always under constant assessment.
I'm not asking about the people who don't need a medical transfer. Is there anybody in Nauru at the moment where the medical evidence, and you've said that it's under constant assessment, the medical evidence is that they do require a transfer to Australia, and if so, how many?
No, there is no one at present.
All right.
Shoebridge will have to share the call in a moment.
All right. Just going on to another matter, which is PNG. Is that again you, Dr. Kassar and Mr. Feld?
It depends what the question is, Senator.
All right. You said in a recent answer to a question on notice that Home Affairs is having regular meetings with officials in PNG concerning the remaining refugees held there. Has the government committed any further funding for that group, and if so, how much?
So, Senator, yes, PNG and Australia have a package of further capacity building support, which occurred in July 24, to assist PNG's ongoing independent management of that caseload.
All right. Well, I might just share a document with you, which is it's a series of fact sheets that are handed out as a group to. I've only got 2 copies. I'm sorry.
Senator Shoebridge,
I'll just
sharing.
That's
well, I'm
fine.
sharing with the intent to table. So if it's just the committee, I'll seek to table it.
When I indicated that you had one more question, it wasn't an invitation to start a new line of questioning.
I thought it might be useful, though, Chair, to get the document in the hands of the officials, so as
totally
they could
fine,
consider
but I
it
have to share
between now and when I return. So
that's a good thing to do. Senator Patterson, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have the call?
I want to go to this issue of the social cohesion and other related grants that we discussed at the previous round of estimates. I got an answer to a question on notice, SE 24189, which stated that no groups have had their funding rescinded. Is that still the case today?
I believe it is, Senator, but I'll get Ms Chatterjee to rejoin me at the table.
Thank you. Apologies, Ms Chatterjee, you're a frequent flyer today.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I tabled a long document at that round of estimates which showed those organisations and directors of those organisations involved in open praise for listed terrorist organisations and terrorists, incitement to violence against the Jewish community, anti-Semitism and other extremist content. So is it that the government is not concerned about that content, or that once the grants were paid there was nothing that could be done to rescind them?
So, Senator, I think we provided evidence last time about the manner in which we went about the awarding of the grants. The grants are fundamentally there to support the community, and as we gave evidence last time, the selection of the organisations was not actually about views of individuals associated with the organisations, but their track record of delivering outcomes for their communities and, of course, the consistency with the grant guidelines.
So glorifying terrorism is not a relevant criteria for deciding whether someone's appropriate to receive a grant like this?
So, Senator, I've just explained the
and that's why I'm asking for
process.
clarification, so that it's not an issue if a grant recipient has glorified terrorism.
Senator, I can only repeat our evidence that we in fact assessed the grants against the criteria and the capacity of the organisations to provide support to their communities.
Okay, so one of those organisations specifically was Palestinian Action Relief and Action, which received a $1.375 million grant on the 6th of September. They were specifically invited to apply for the grant by Mr Hill, the Assistant Minister. That's a group that has met with the Prime Minister, met with the Minister for Home Affairs, met with the Education Minister, including one photograph looks like in the Prime Minister's office, meeting with him. Ms Reem Burrows is a director of PARA, and after she received this fund, after her organisation received this funding, she posted on her Instagram account a reference to Yahya Sinwar. She said, and I quote, "Yahya Sinwar's final moment gave us even more strength to stand up against the atrocities the powers that be supported or ignored for over 8 decades, as well as the genocide today. That was our real-life Palestinian Braveheart moment, freedom." That appears to be a pretty explicit endorsement of a deceased terrorist from a listed terrorist organisation. That wasn't enough to cause a grant like that to be re-evaluated?
Senator, the funding agreement that the department enters into is with the organisation, not with the individual, and it is the due diligence processes that we outlined in our previous evidence at the last estimates was around the assessment of the capacity and capability of the organisation to deliver on the public purpose for which it's been provided funding.
Yes, but some other examples I've provided are not just of directors of the organisations, it's organisations themselves. I won't go through it in detail now because we've done that previously, and it doesn't seem material to me, based on your answer just then, whether it was the organisation or not. If the organisation shared exactly that same material, would that be grounds for cancelling the grant?
I think the point that Ms Chatterjee was making, Senator, was that we're assessing the capacity of the organisation to fulfil the requirements of the grant.
Yes, and some of these grants have been handed out on the basis that they're to promote social cohesion in Australia. And so I'd ask you, their capacity to deliver social cohesion would depend in part on whether or not they endorse and facilitate extremism, wouldn't it?
So, Senator, there are specific provisions within the grant which are monitored by the team to ensure that the objectives of the grant are being achieved.
Yes, and so is it consistent with the grant objectives, another post on the 18th of October from Ms Burrows, which says, "When will they realise every time they martyr a leader, the resistance only grows stronger? We witnessed today a leader fighting in the trenches to protect his people and was defiant till his very last breath. Now millions more will rise up to protect the innocent and fight for their freedom." Another reference to Mr Sinwar. Is that consistent with the grant guidelines for that organisation? There's nothing in the grant guidelines that say it's not acceptable to praise a terrorist organisation?
Senator, the guidelines go to specific capacity issues which Ms Chatterjee can outline for you if that's helpful.
Given that we have such a serious problem with anti-Semitism and social cohesion in this country, don't you think it would be a good idea to have in the grant guidelines or in the agreement you enter into with these organisations that they're not involved in promoting extremism or glorifying terrorism?
Thank you. Senator, I think that's asking for an opinion.
Okay, well, if you're not willing to express a view on that, I accept that, although I would have thought that it's not a high bar to say we don't want people to support terrorism who are involved in promoting social cohesion in the middle of a social cohesion crisis. Is the government contemplating any further grants to promote social cohesion?
Is the government...
Does the government have any further social cohesion grants out for approval, open for application?
Senator, as part of the $25 million social cohesion package, the competitive grants round for the Australian, Palestinian, Muslim and Arab communities process is completing assessment and will be considered by government.
Okay, what's the timeline for a decision on that?
Senator, my team have just finalised those final elements of the assessment and providing recommendations to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs.
Okay, as part of this round of upcoming grants, has any due diligence been done on the organisations or their directors to see whether they have been involved in fomenting dissent or promoting anti-Semitism or glorifying terrorism?
Senator, the assessment associated with the the APMAC round is the due diligence that's been conducted is consistent with the Commonwealth Grants framework and includes the legal capacity of the organisation, the eligibility criteria of the grant round, the review of information that we've been provided from community liaison officers in our network around the country who engage with organisations, self-declared information about criminal activity and legal and financial matters that could impact on the delivery of the grant.
So does it include a review of any of their social media content?
No, Senator.
So is there a risk that we will about to again hand taxpayers' money to extremists? How confident can you be that this round of social cohesion grants won't go to anyone who's praised a terrorist organisation or a terrorist?
Senator, I think Ms Chatterjee's just outlined the process that we will take to review the applications.
Yeah, I'm concerned based on the answer that it won't be any different to the first round or previous rounds, and that there's a high risk that again we'll have organisations receiving taxpayers' money to promote social cohesion who are actually undermining social cohesion. Isn't that a public policy problem?
Senator, I don't think we have anything to add to our previous evidence.
Okay. Minister, are you comfortable with taxpayers' money for social cohesion going to people who praise terrorists?
Well, of course, the government has done an enormous amount already to try to improve social cohesion. I would make the point that comments from particular individuals associated with a group do not necessarily represent the views of that group. And it wouldn't take me very much time to find outrageous comments on all sorts of topics made by coalition MPs and senators that does not preclude those parties receiving public funding for election campaigns. So I'm not sure that it's fair to hold some organisations to a different standard to others. I think I reject every single one of the statements that have been made by those individuals, categorically. But as I say, I don't think it's fair to characterise those individual statements as the views of those organisations.
Last time in Senate estimates I provided you some examples of organisations who'd promoted those views on their official social media accounts. So would it trouble you if not the directors? You're fine with the directors endorsing terrorism, but if the organisations themselves endorse terrorism, is that a problem?
I'm not sure who's responsible for the administration of those social media pages. And as I say, you know, for example, there's a Liberal Party senator who I won't name, out of respect for the minister as an individual, who has referred to the fictitious crisis of Islamophobia. Now, we don't hold that comment, which and I would hope you reject against the Liberal Party as a whole, which receives public funding.
Yeah, sure, Minister, but political parties receive public funding because they are entitled to under the law, because they receive a certain number of votes, and you know how that system works. This is a discretionary grant that your government is about to hand out to a series of organisations, apparently without having done any due diligence, as to whether social cohesion grant recipients are themselves undermining social cohesion by endorsing terrorism. This is not just like views we might disagree with. This is endorsing terrorists and terrorism. Surely you can say it's not appropriate for taxpayers' money to go to people who endorse terrorism.
I don't think those comments are appropriate. Just as I think that Liberal Party senator's comments about Islamophobia being fictitious are appropriate. The department does its due diligence on organisations. It has criteria for funding them. And I think it's a bit of a dangerous trend to hold an organisation as a whole accountable for the comments of individual members, because if we did that, you know, Senator Antics had plenty to say about plenty of topics over the years. Well, there you go. He doesn't resile from all sorts of outrageous and divisive comments that he's made, and we don't hold that against the Liberal Party as a whole. And equally, I think that we should.
Senator.
Well, I'm glad you finally contributed something today, Senator Antic.
Senators, Minister, Senator.
So, Senator Patterson, I think you understand the point I'm making.
Not really.
Senator Patterson, I'll have to share the call in a few minutes.
Thank you. I'm happy to end on this. I don't really understand your point, Minister, because these are grants handed out by the department to promote social cohesion, and some organisations which have received those grants in the past have undermined social cohesion. The policy of your own government is not being delivered, in fact.
Well, I don't think that's correct, because the department has already talked to you about, and criteria for these grants are that the particular groups undertake work to boost social cohesion.
Yes.
One of the examples we've provided before is the, I think it's the United Muslims organisation, I think it is, or association, which has done terrific work to improve social cohesion and to work with young Muslim Australians about these issues. And I don't think it's fair to deny those types of organisations, which on the whole do positive work towards social cohesion, and to deny them funding because of statements that might be made by an individual, associated with that entity.
So Ahmed Bassel, who's associated with Sydney Community Connect, posted a social media tile which had pictures of the Biden administration cabinet members and an Israeli flag next to the Jewish members of the cabinet. He said, Jews make up less than 2% of the population but hold every senior level cabinet position in the Biden administration except Secretary of Defence. How on earth is an organisation which employs people like that, which has members like that, an appropriate recipient of a taxpayer-funded grant to promote social cohesion?
Well,
how does promoting conspiracy theories about Jews controlling the US government consistent with your objectives?
I find those views repugnant.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
And I completely disagree with them.
Well, what should you do about it?
And just as I find various statements that Senator Antic has made over the years repugnant, just as I find various statements that were made by Senator Rennick when you had him in your party, or Mr Craig Kelly when you had him in your party.
That's a diversion and a deflection.
No, the point you're trying to make, Senator Patterson.
Order. Senator Antic, I've called you to order already.
Senator Antic.
No, Senator Minister. Senator Antic, when I call you to order, you stop speaking. Senator Antic, it's not a debate. You're not in a debate with me. When I call... Sorry? It's not a...
Senator Antic, it's not my fault that your party won't let you ask any questions at these estimates hearings.
Senator Antic, I've called you to order multiple times. You're continuing to speak over me. I'm not sure why you think that's appropriate behaviour. Senator Antic, stop. I've called you to order. I'm calling the Minister to order as well, because I've given Senator Patterson extra time to answer this question. I think that was your last one, Senator Patterson. Senator Antic.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, for now.
Thank you. I have a very brief set of questions, then I'll hand over the call, and hopefully we can get a steer on where we are with outcome 3, which we're anticipating soon, hopefully. We've had evidence today. The Leader of the Opposition made a claim that people from Gaza were being expressly pushed through citizenship ceremonies, and that was proven untrue today. I just want to go to another issue around misleading information about visas. On around the 28th of January, there was media reporting, Ms Foster, about the number of partners and family visas granted to temporary visa protection, visa safe haven enterprise visa holders. Are you aware of those reports? There was quite a number of them through the News Corp mastheads, front pages mostly. Those reports stated that there was around 20,000 through the resolution of status visa, in relation to resolution of status visa. What was the actual number?
Senator, the figure was about a tenth of that number. As far as we can tell, the number that was reported came from a answer to a question on notice.
To Senator Shoebridge?
To Senator Shoebridge, yes.
And what was the number in that question on notice?
2,158.
And
So-
they included the one.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. But the number that was reported was over 20,000. Is that right?
That was in the reports I saw, yes.
Yeah. And the department obviously wasn't the source of the media reporting, but did you provide some advice about how that number might have come about?
Chair, I'd have to check with our media team. I know that we thought that perhaps it was a mistranscription of the superscript, which was a footnote that followed the 2,158.
i.e. instead of taking it as a footnote, it was read as an additional digit at the end of the number.
Yeah. It's a big difference though, from 20,000 to 2,000.
Which is why we're wondering if there was just an error in...
Well, obviously there was an error,
Yeah.
but I'm guessing the front page media reports didn't come from you, Ms Foster. Somebody else has misinterpreted the data and it's found its way on the front page. Those reports were, I think, corrected by some of those media reporting. Did you know that the front page that has the incorrect number is still on Senator Patterson's website?
I didn't know that, Senator.
Okay. That number that you've provided us today, can you provide an up-to-date number on the number of...
I can't today, Senator. I have to take that on
You
notice.
can take it on notice. Okay. Thank you. And my last question is just in regards to those numbers there. Will you seek to provide that information in a different way next time rather than providing a footnote so people like Senator Patterson don't read it incorrectly, and then provide it to the media so that we have front page news about 20,000 visas being provided when really it's only 2,000?
Senator, I think the use of footnotes is fairly standard, but we'll have a look at our presentation and make sure that we do everything we can for our data not to be misread.
I think there's a style guide, Senator, that we follow in terms of footnotes.
Yeah, maybe it comes down to the interpretation of your data as well. Pretty easy to not misread a footnote. Thank you. Senator Shoebridge, you have some questions maybe on the same.
Well, I'm happy
I'm happy to be critical of Home Affairs where there's criticism, but I don't see any criticism of Home Affairs, and they provided the data with a footnote. From memory, there are other footnotes on the document. It was very clearly, there was no, I don't see any fault in Home Affairs, to be clear, or in how they provided the answers. It was clear to me when I read the answer to my question. So, but I would hope that nobody is relying upon figures that are inflated tenfold in any of their politics. I might just go back to PNG. Has there been any further, I think you provided a general answer about any further Australian government funding to PNG for the group of people who were sent to PNG from Australia, some of whom the bulk of whom were, as it turns out, unlawfully detained on Manus Island. What is the current status of the funding?
So, Senator, the funding, the first payment was made in December 2024. But I must add, the Minister has agreed to a claim of PII for the funding arrangements and the contents of the agreement.
All right. Well, how much was paid in December 2024 to PNG?
So, Senator, that detail is covered by the PII claim that the Minister has provided.
All right. When is the next payment due?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
What does Australia get in return for the payments? What do the Australian taxpayers get in return for the money being given to PNG?
So the support, and again being cautious of the PII claim, is to help Nauru build a settlement framework and a package of community support. So speaking generally...
Sorry, the payment was made in December to who? To which country?
To PNG, Senator.
All right, sorry, it's just Dr. Casa, you said Nauru.
Sorry,
If
apologies.
there's
PNG.
a separate payment to Nauru, we can deal with that.
Apologies, I meant PNG. Yep. So speaking generally about the services, noting the PII claim to PNG is to work with them on things in the community such as, housing, case management, health, mental health.
All right. Are they the... I think I shared with you a document that's at least is headed ICSA Papua New Guinea, which has a number of fact sheets, one about additional supports, one about budget management, one about community accommodation, community health services, training support and durable migration options. Did you have that document?
Senator, I've not got that document.
I don't know what else I can do. Do you have the document, Secretary?
I do now have the document.
So if you look through those documents, the first one is about additional supports and community management. Do you see that? Which is, if you look...
Additional supports, community management, and then community accommodation.
You see perhaps it's easiest if there's family composition, a single client gets 1,800 kina a fortnight. Do you see that? Yes. And then training support up to 5,000 kina for training, job linking support up to 5,000 to assist in secure employment, other support up to 10,000 for business initiatives. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
Yes.
Yeah. Are these the supports that are the subject of the payments coming from Australia to PNG? Is this an artefact of that?
As I said before, the Minister has lodged a PII claim about both the level of funding and the content of the agreement. And so what our role is, as we've gone through with you in previous estimates hearings, is providing support to PNG on a bilateral basis. How then PNG translates that into a program to support the cohort is a matter for the government of PNG.
Well, I'm going to ask, are these payments identified in these fact sheets, and I've taken you to those 4 payments, are these funded by Australia under payments made from Australia to PNG?
So, Senator, we have provided an amount of funding to PNG to assist it. How it disperses that is a matter for the PNG government.
Well, I'm sure it's a matter for an agreement that you have with the PNG government that you're not providing details of because you've made a PII claim.
That's right,
I'm sure it doesn't just say, we'll give you a bunch of money, you do whatever you like.
That's correct, Senator.
So I'm asking you the very specific question, are these payments, are they being funded by the payments made from Australia to PNG?
And, Senator, I'm afraid I can only repeat my earlier evidence, which is that the details of the funding, including the content of the agreement, is the subject of a PII claim.
Well, I'm going to press for an answer now. So if you wish to make a fresh
I'll certainly
PII
take that on notice, Senator.
These documents, Secretary, when I was in PNG at the end of last year, these documents were provided to me, and the uniform response from people in PNG was, these are not documents that have been drafted by the Papua New Guinea. They don't look at Papua New Guinea government. They don't look like anything the Papua New Guinea government ever provides. And the uniform response was they have been drafted by the Australian government. Is that true? Were they drafted by the Australian government?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Were Home Affairs officers involved in the drafting of these documents?
Senator Michael Thomas, Group Manager, Immigration Compliance. As part of our support to help enhance PNG's settlement program, we did provide support to them in constructing a range of documents, but ultimately the documents are PNG ICSA documents, and they decided the final content, format and distribution.
So, I mean, and I appreciate the frank answer, Mr Thomas. The Australian Home Affairs were involved in the drafting of these documents, but I accept your position is the final document, though, is the product of the PNG government. Is that your position?
Correct. It was just sort of logistical support, if you will, in how to construct a document.
Is there any requirement for reporting by the government of PNG to Australia on how funds are distributed under the agreement?
I think that would go to the content of the agreement over which there is a PII claim.
Well, I'm going to ask that simple question, so I'm going to press it. Is there any requirement for reporting from PNG on how Australian taxpayers' funds are distributed under the agreement?
So, Senator, that is a part of the agreement that's covered by a PII claim. If you wish me to take that on notice and seek another PII claim, if that is indeed necessary, I'm happy to do so.
It is. I think Australian taxpayers have a right to know where their money is going and if there's any actual requirement for reporting on it, particularly if it's given to a third country. Are there concerns or have concerns been raised with Home Affairs about the possibility, the very real possibility of funds provided by Australia under the agreement not being directed for their purpose, but being directed to unlawful payments and diverted in PNG? Are there any anti-corruption or other transparency measures that Australia has insisted on?
Senator, again, as the Secretary has said, the content of the arrangement and arrangements around those provisions are subject to an existing PII. Again, we can take that on notice and consider them again.
The uniform response from people that I got in PNG was they were deeply concerned that, as with other large payments made by Australia, a large chunk of these payments would be siphoned off for corrupt purposes. You must have, was Home Affairs aware of those concerns from people in PNG?
Senator, in discussion with the PNG government around this arrangement, we've made it very clear on our expectations and the fact that the funding is provided to PNG to use for this program and to expend on this program.
Were the Home Affairs officials in PNG advised of corruption concerns from their counterparts or others they met with in PNG?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, to know if there was
Are there any anti-corruption provisions or requirements in the agreement to ensure that Australian taxpayers' dollars is not sent off for corrupt purposes?
Senator, that again goes to the content of the agreement over which there is a PII claim.
Well, I press for an answer.
And Senator, I can take it on notice should you wish me to, but it is the subject of a current PII claim.
Are there any ongoing discussions with PNG for potential agreements such as have been recently announced with Nauru that you're aware of? It's to you, Secretary.
Senator, we typically wouldn't discuss negotiations underway with a foreign government. That's not to imply that there is or there isn't. So let me take that on notice, Senator, and see if it would be appropriate for me to recommend a PII claim to the Minister.
All right. I might move to a different point now about resettlement.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll share the call if you're going to start a new topic. Because we've got 45 minutes till dinner and we're about 2 hours behind with outcome 2, we'll just shorten our blocks a little bit to try to get through as much as we can. So Senator Shoebridge, I'll come to you for about 10 and we'll go back to Senator Shoebridge. And then...
You were looking at me, but you said Senator Shoebridge.
Sorry, Senator...
You're both offended by that too.
Well, yeah. Senator Patterson.
Thank you. Chair, I have some questions about Ministerial Direction 110, if the relevant officials are available. But I will start with you, Minister. Obviously, the government made changes to Direction 110 after the issues with Direction 99. Would you say that Direction 110 is working as the government intended?
Oh, look, especially being the representing minister, I don't know enough about every case that's been decided under Direction 110 to give that sort of an opinion.
Okay. Secretary, do you think Direction 110 is working consistent with the government's stated policy intent?
So, Senator, the direction has been, obviously there are 2 stages in this, both the departmental decision and then any decision that might be taken at the AAT. And I'll let Mr Thomas take you through the statistics around how that's operating as a way of addressing that question.
Okay. Senator, since the implementation of MD 110 on the 21st of June 2024 to the 31st of January 2025, MD 110 has had a loss rate of approximately 31%, which is comparable to the loss rate on previous MDs, going back to MD 79 in 2019. So it has reduced the overall loss rate from MDs prior.
The government, when they announced Direction 110, made it clear that their expectations were that community safety be put first, and that the purpose of it was to protect Australians. So, do you think it's achieving its policy intent?
Senator, in terms of guiding both the ART and the department, yes, it is guiding decision makers on decisions.
Yep, and is it ensuring that the right sort of people are allowed to stay and the wrong sort of people are deported as they should be?
I'm not sure that officials can be asked for opinions, which is the
I'm just asking if the Direction 110 is achieving what the government set out for it to achieve.
Well, that you're asking for an opinion.
That's not an opinion. Is the policy achieving its stated intent? I'm not asking what
opinion that
Senator, I
should be.
Mr Thomas has indicated that the failure rates are consistent with MDs covering the same issue over previous years.
Okay. Are we familiar with the case of Robert Michael Main?
Yes, Senator.
And you're aware that the ART Deputy President last week ruled that Mr Main should be able to remain in Australia?
This, just for context, this was the gentleman whose visa was cancelled by Mr Dutton in 2020, and that cancellation was quashed by the Federal Court, who found that elements of Mr Dutton's statement of reasons were illogical, with no logical connection between the evidence and the inference drawn. Is that the same, Mr Main?
As we've discussed once or twice before, Minister, it's not my role to answer your questions in this forum. My question was to the officials as to whether they're familiar with this case, and sounds like they are. In the decision of the Deputy President of the now ART, one of the things that was cited was his significant relationships to Australia, was it not?
That's correct, Senator.
And isn't it the case that in Ministerial Direction 110, ties to Australia remains a primary consideration?
That's correct, Senator.
And wasn't it the case that the last coalition government's ministerial direction, the name I can't remember now, the number I can't remember now, ties to the community was only a secondary consideration?
Senator, I think you're referring to Ministerial Direction 99?
No, the one that preceded 99.
Oh, 90?
90 or 79.
90, yes, I think it would have been 90. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
I think, Ms Sharp, you and I had a conversation about this in a previous hearing.
Indeed.
Where I asked, wasn't it a risk to keep ties to community as a primary consideration? Do you recall those exchanges?
Yes, I do, Senator.
And haven't those fears been borne out in this case?
I think, as we did talk about in that hearing, any MD can only guide a decision maker.
Indeed.
The decision maker cannot fetter or in any way direct a particular outcome. I think, as Mr Thomas has indicated, the overall rate at which the ART is affirming the department's cancellation decisions indicates MD 110 is working as intended. I think a loss rate of around 30% is something that, as a department, we're comfortable represents what you'd expect from de novo merits review.
Okay, so it's working as intended to allow someone who has killed 2 people to remain in our country without their
that is a ridiculous misrepresentation of what the department is saying. And can I add, my understanding is the department is considering whether it will appeal the decision by the ART in this case.
I would hope so.
And that consideration includes analysing whether the ART incorrectly interpreted Direction 110. In addition to that, Minister Burke has requested that submission be provided to him so he can consider whether it is appropriate to re-cancel Mr Mayne's visa if appropriate. And I remind you that Mr Mayne would never have had to have been considered under Direction 110 if Mr Dutton had done his job properly in the first place and the federal court hadn't overturned Mr Dutton's original visa cancellation because his statement of reasons was illogical.
Thanks, Minister. So let's
Yet
go
again,
to...
we're cleaning up Mr Dutton's mess.
Thanks, Minister. Let's go to another case. Officials at the table are familiar with BQHJ.
Do you have any surrounding facts that might jog out
I can help you with that. And in fact, I can provide you with the ART's decision. I'll give that to the Secretariat. In BQHJ versus Minister for Immigration and Multicultural Affairs, a convicted rapist released as part of the NZYQ cohort applied for a protection visa and was denied. This man was convicted of an extremely serious rape in company, which he committed as a minor, and which involved the applicant and 2 other men driving an intoxicated young woman to an isolated place and sexually assaulting her. This individual also had domestic violence protection orders made against him. He appealed the decision to deny him a protection visa, and the ART sided with him and applied Direction 110 in doing so. They overturned the decision and they granted him a protection visa. Does that assist you to be familiar with the case?
I'm not familiar with that one, but we can certainly... do you have a question about it?
I will have a series of questions, but it'll be harder to ask if no one's familiar with it. Is there anyone in the room who's familiar with BQHJ?
No, Senator, not with the detail.
So he was on a BVR and that had monitoring conditions attached to his visa, but now that he has been granted a protection visa by the ART, citing Direction 110, he no longer has those monitoring conditions attached to him. Does that seem like a perverse outcome?
Senator, we're really not in a position to comment on individual cases in this way. What we did in the last instance was acknowledge the facts that were in the public and then speak about the application of MD 1110 generally, But in terms of commenting on facts of a specific case, that's not something we can do.
And just to reinforce what the Secretary said, if one of us were to comment on our opinion, and then if the Minister were to, for example, exercise his power under Section 501BA, any comment that someone from the department made, or even this kind of an exchange, could expose us to an attack.
Aren't proceedings of the Parliament protected by privilege? They can't be introduced into proceedings?
It still could. You'd be amazed what gets brought into hearings in terms.
Well, I mean, that would be a profound constitutional crisis if parliamentary privilege was being overruled by the courts.
I think
I've looked very deeply at the issue of parliamentary privilege, I can tell you, Ms Sharp, and I believe it's extended too far by the courts, so I'd be absolutely amazed. But
Senator, I think the basic principle remains, though, whether or not what we say at this table can be used in a court proceeding. We don't comment on individual cases.
Okay, without commenting on the case,
domain.
Fair enough. Okay, without commenting on the case, at paragraph 64 of the decision, the tribunal member states, quote, "The strong ties that the applicant has to the Australian community is a factor that weighs heavily in favour of not refusing the protection visa. Isn't this the inevitable consequence of a ministerial direction that keeps ties to the community as a primary consideration?"
So I think Senator Ms Sharp has already provided evidence, and as has Mr Thomas, that the rate of failure, or in fact, if I put it the other way, the rate of our decisions being affirmed is similar to the directions which preceded MD 99 that were in place with the construct that you have outlined.
Okay. I presume then that you haven't had an opportunity to brief the Minister on this case if you're not familiar with this case?
Senator, in a general sense, all matters after a loss in the AAT are raised with the Minister's office within a couple of days for their awareness. They're then assessed against the thresholds in place, and then if they meet that threshold, a submission is prepared for the Minister in general. That's applied to all losses under MD 110. In addition to that, the Minister is able to request specific cases should he wish to.
Well, this decision was on the 5th of February, so if he was briefed within a matter of days about this case, he should have already been briefed, and surely someone here would be familiar with it.
So, Senator, I think we're going to have to take that on notice. It's there's a two-part process with ART cases. The first advice is simply a flag that it's been overturned, and our first process is to look at whether there is, in our view, judicial error in the decision.
Okay.
And then we turn to the question of whether or not the Minister wishes to intervene.
Sure. Well, could you take on advice whether the Minister is considering cancelling the visa, if he has the power to do so in this instance, and also whether the Department's considering appealing? And I'll just go to one other case, which is Fotu v Minister for Immigration. Is anyone at the table familiar with that case?
Again, if you could give us a brief summary, Senator, that would help.
Okay. So the matter of Fotu and the Minister for Immigration and Multicultural Affairs is a case from Western Australia in which the applicant, Mr Fotu, was convicted of making a shocking aggravated home burglary and armed robbery. The victim was a woman who was in her home having a shower when Mr Fotu and a group of young men smashed the rear glass sliding door of her home and entered the house. She was chased into the bedroom by Mr Fotu and 3 other men. Mr Fotu was holding a hammer, one of the men was holding an axe. These 4 men stood over her and demanded she hand over money and jewellery. When she pleaded to keep some of the rings that had sentimental value, one of the men raised an axe above his head and said, "Give them to me or I'll hurt you." The victim was understandably terrified that she was about to be raped or murdered. Mr Fotu was permitted to stay in Australia under Direction 110. And again, I can provide the ART decision for you.
Senator, I think our answer is the same, that we can't discuss this specific case. We can reaffirm what is happening more generally with Direction 1110, and we will take any more specific action on notice.
Okay, so this is...
I want to share the call in a moment. So
okay, last question on this matter.
Yeah.
This is a case from the 18th of December. Again, taking Mr Thomas's evidence earlier, if the Minister is briefed within days of any loss in the ART, he should have been briefed about this already. Has the Minister been briefed? Has he decided to cancel the visa? Is the Department appealing? What is the status of this case?
Senator, this case does sound familiar, but I would need to take it on notice to tell you exactly where it's at in the process.
So just conclude again, Minister, there's 3 cases now that we've discussed. Is that consistent with your hopes for Direction 110? Is that what the government hoped it would achieve?
I don't think that any government can ban the AAT making certain decisions. What a government and a minister can do is provide direction to the AAT about the government's policy on these matters. And it might be the right time to remind you, Senator Patterson, that when Mr Dutton was the Home Affairs Minister, he released 102 convicted sex offenders into the community from immigration detention, including 64 child sex offenders, and not one of those people was subject to any form of electronic monitoring, curfew or other conditions while they were released. And one of the people who he released from detention is one of the people who went on to be one of the alleged assailants of Ms Nanette Simons in her home in Perth in April this year. So, you know, governments, ministers do what they can with the AAT, but the AAT has the right to make these decisions. And you've already heard that as a result of Ministerial Direction 110, there has been a different approach from the AAT.
And Senator, I'd just make one more point that, of course, these cases are only in the ART because the department has refused visas based on our interpretation of MD 1110.
Yes, and they've only been allowed to stay because of the ART's interpretation of Direction 110.
Well, of the 3 cases you presented to us, one of them involved someone who managed to get their visa cancellation overturned because Mr Dutton's original decision was illogical, with no logical connection between the evidence and the inference drawn. Let's have a look at the other 2 cases as well before we cast too much judgment.
Senator Patterson, I need to share.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I have two issues that to cover, and then my questions in this outcome will conclude, and hopefully get that done before dinner. The first is in relation to the resettlement for transitory people. Secretary, the numbers I have from the sector, perhaps you can provide some more detail about it. There are about 900 people who sought asylum by sea who are currently in Australia now. These are largely unaccompanied minors and others who are brought to Australia on a medivac and the like. Is that number about right, about 900?
Senator, as of the 31st of December 2024, it was 927, but I do understand that currently it is a touch under 900.
All right. Thank you. The current arrangements for people to be settled outside of Australia for that cohort are primarily with the US, New Zealand and Canada. Is that right, Ms Thomas?
With the US and New Zealand governments, Senator, the arrangement with Canada is a private program in Canada.
And that's, the Canada is the community sponsorship program.
That's correct.
Yep. Have we thought about doing that in Australia?
Senator, if you're interested, we could ask Mr Kiley to talk to you about...
We'll deal with CRISP later,
program.
but CRISP is a pilot, a tiny pilot that hasn't been expanded, but the funding has been confirmed. Is that right?
I think that's
For about
right, Senator.
200 people a year?
I think that's right, and Mr Kiley, correct me if I'm wrong.
And Ms Thomas, you'd be aware that Canada has thousands and thousands of places for that, for community sponsorship, is that right?
Senator, I'm not aware of the exact number.
Yep. Anyhow, maybe we should go down Canada's path. But can you tell me what the current status is with the United States, given the Trump administration's freeze on refugee programs? I think the US was providing 1,250 spaces. Is that still the situation?
That's the correct number of the arrangement, Senator. Recently, there was an executive order issued by President Trump on the 20th of January this year that paused the United States refugee admissions program. So all active US resettlement cases have been paused for the time being while that's worked through.
And how many in that cohort of 900 odd from Australia have been impacted by that?
It's currently affecting approximately 29 transitory people in Australia with active cases.
And they're just in the deep freeze until the US decides otherwise, is that right?
The New Zealand arrangement is still open to them, Senator, or other options, but for the US arrangement, yes, that is on pause.
So of the 1,250 spaces the US provides, how many have been filled?
Senator, again, as of the 31st of December, there have been 1,109 resettlements to the United States. That number is lower than the total number, largely because a number of individuals have withdrawn from the program and are no longer pursuing resettlement in the US.
All right. So apart from the 29 people whose matters are frozen, are there any others which together makes less than 1,250? What about the balance of those spaces?
I believe, Senator, that's the conclusion of the program once that freeze unfreezes.
All right.
And that's concluded.
Has there been formal communication from the United States government about the freeze on the 29 people?
They did inform us of that, Senator.
How did they inform us?
I'd have to take it on notice. I'm not sure exactly how they informed us.
Can you provide whatever information the United States government gave to Australia? If it was an email or a letter or a communication, can you provide that to the committee?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
When were you advised?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
What's the current status of the arrangement with the New Zealand government?
Senator, again, at the 31st of December, there had been 219 resettlements to New Zealand and a further 54 positive decisions. Since that time, there have been further resettlements and decisions as well. They have continued.
Can you give me an up-to-date answer on notice?
I can.
Or if you have them now, do you have them there, Mr.
I can
Thomas?
take it on notice. I don't have the updated numbers with me.
And what is New Zealand, I think, had committed to 450 spaces, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
Has New Zealand retained that commitment?
Yes, Senator.
So there are well north of 500 people who there really isn't a pathway from either to the US or Canada or to New Zealand. There is no pathway for more than 500 people, is that right?
Through those formal arrangements with New Zealand and the US, that's correct.
So what is the plan for them?
Senator, we have ongoing engagement on future programs and potential expansions. We will continue having those discussions to identify other third country resettlement arrangements.
This isn't a cohort who are the subject of negotiations with PNG or Nauru, is it? I mean, many of these are unaccompanied minors.
Senator, not currently, no.
Given many of them were unaccompanied minors, Minister, is the government considering a pathway for resolution of status so as they can remain permanently in Australia?
Sorry, I'd have to take that on notice. I just don't know.
Was there any objection made by Australia to the United States when the United States froze an agreement midway through? Secretary?
Sorry, we were could you just repeat that one?
Was there any objection made that you're aware of by either Home Affairs or the Australian government when the United States government froze an agreement midway through? Did anyone take issue with it, or did you just roll over and have our belly tickled?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, to understand how the Australian government was informed of the pause.
Well, not just how they were informed, was there any... Did Australia object to the United States freezing an arrangement midway through?
Again, Senator, I'll have to take that on notice.
Ms Thomas, what is the current visa status of, I think, some 900 odd people who are in Australia? Do they have working rights? Do they have access to Medicare? Do they have access to education? What's their current visa status? Because this could go on for a very long time.
Senator, it will depend on the individual, but of the 927 number I mentioned from the 31st of December, 810 were on a bridging visa E, 112 were in residence determination, less than 5 were in held detention, less than 5 were on a bridging visa are, and less than 5 were babies.
All right, so of the 810 on a bridging visa E, can you provide on notice how many had access to work rights, Medicare and education?
Yes, Senator, I can provide that on notice. It will vary depending on the individual circumstance.
Yeah, yes. And can you provide a breakdown of the ages?
I will take that on notice, Senator.
Yep. And that's for the whole cohort, if you could.
Yes.
To try and just push things through, given the time we're a long way behind, I might just quickly ask questions about the visas for Afghan nationals. Who's best to answer that? To you, Secretary, or to Ms. Colley. At the end of last year, there were roughly 36,000 Afghan nationals with an application with the department that was under review who are living in Pakistan. Do you know what the number is now?
As at 31 December, there are 41,464 applications on hand across both the humanitarian and the family visa programs.
All right. And they're from Afghan nationals resident in Pakistan?
Yeah, and the vast majority are in the humanitarian stream.
Yeah. And if you could give a breakdown on the two, do you have the number?
Yeah, 40,315 in the humanitarian stream, 1,149 in the family stream.
All right. And I assume they're being treated separately?
Yes.
Is the Australian government, well, what response has been taken, given this statement was recently made by the Pakistan government? The government stated that they had decided to immediately remove all Afghan refugees, including those holding ACC and POR cards from Islamabad and Rawalpindi, and that their expulsion from the entire country is imminent. Has that statement by Pakistan led to any increased resourcing for processing for these claims, many of them who worked with Australia during the occupation of Afghanistan?
So thanks, Senator. So as we've briefed this committee before, there's a range of we have some arrangements in place to respond to the government of Pakistan's foreign repatriation plan to Afghanistan. We continue to give effect to those arrangements, including providing letters of assurance to those individuals, providing lists of individuals in the visa pipeline to the Pakistan government to provide safety of movement around Pakistan, as well as prioritising visa applications alongside that.
All right. Are you aware of the report that some embassies in Australia are claiming that Australia will give priority to people in that situation in Pakistan who are applying for a refugee visa when they're connected to family in regional Australia? Are you aware of those reports? And I'll give you one example. The Turkish embassy is apparently making those claims.
I haven't heard anything like that, no, Senator.
Has there been any communication between Home Affairs and any embassy or High Commission officials to that effect?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Is it true?
We continue to process visas for Afghan nationals in line with agreed government priorities, as we've briefed this committee before.
Is one of those priorities the fact that they have family living in regional Australia?
The closeness of family links generally is part of the prioritisation process, but not where those family members may reside in Australia.
So to the extent those rumours are circulating and being presented by some embassies, they are untrue, is that right? There is no priority given for
There is
people?
no priority given to visa processing based on the location of family members in Australia.
All right. Can you provide on notice what the intention of the government is to do with not just the 40-odd thousand people, Afghan nationals who had connections with Australia and are seeking refugee claims in Pakistan, but the balance of the individuals who are Afghan nationals who have sought access to the humanitarian program? Can you provide on notice what, if any, plans there are and what the expected numbers are?
So as you'd be aware, Senator, a number of years ago, the government made a commitment of 26,500 places to Afghan nationals in the humanitarian program up until the 25-26 program year. In that time, between 15 August 2021 to 31 December 2024, 23,801 offshore humanitarian visas.
But there have been more than 250,000 people who have applied. Well, what are the numbers of applications?
So 64,847 applications for over 280,000 individuals.
Yes. Well, so I'm asking you what the plan is to deal with that.
As I said, we continue to give effect to the government commitment of 26,500 places up until through to and including the 25-26 program year.
Maybe you ask the Minister and then we can move on.
Yeah, Minister, obviously that's not going to touch the sides of the number of people who say that many of them were partnering with Australia, put their lives and their families at risk in the 20-odd years that Australia was involved in the war in Afghanistan. Is the government, does it have no answer to the 250,000 other people?
Well, I mean, we are dealing with a very, very large number of people. I acknowledge that. The reality is that number of people is far beyond Australia's humanitarian visa intake. And of course, there are other countries from the world that people are seeking humanitarian entry as well.
But not where we're involved in a 20-year war in their country.
No, but I mean, you can get into a comparison about to qualify for a refugee application, people have got to meet certain criteria, which, putting it simply, involve great distress. And we have to, there have been particular measures taken for special intakes of people from Afghanistan, as there should have been. But the sheer volume of applications is more than any country can take in.
I need to share the call if it adds to this answer. Yep.
Just very quickly, Senator, you'll be aware, I think we provided evidence before that we give the highest priority to those who were employed as locally engaged staff assisting Australians in Afghanistan.
Thank you. Senator Patterson, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have one or possibly two quick matters and then I'm done for this outcome, although Senator Scarr has a couple of questions in this outcome.
Yeah, we're due to go to the dinner break at 6:45.
I understand.
It would be wonderful to come back to outcome 3, I think, for officials and everyone
involved.
involved.
I'd love to do that too.
Thank
I'm sure the Minister will assist by not intervening too much in this bracket of questions and maybe we'll get there. Can I have clarity about whether onshore immigration detention centres are in this outcome or outcome 3?
Outcome 3.
Great, there you go, one down, Chair.
Well
made
done.
good progress. That means I now only have one final matter in this section. So, former Israeli Minister Ayelet Shaked had her visa to visit Australia refused for a speaking tour. Was this a decision of the department or of the minister?
Senator, I think the Minister has made it clear that it was a ministerial decision.
Okay. What was the date the decision was made?
Senator, I have to take that on notice.
Was it a decision made on the recommendation of the department or the minister's own judgment?
It was a ministerial decision, Senator.
Okay. So the department hadn't provided any advice that it was necessary to cancel this visa or refuse this visa?
The department typically provides a submission with relevant information, but it is a decision for the minister.
Right. The department never recommends that a visa should be refused?
No, Senator.
Okay. Ms Shaked's been granted a visa previously, hasn't she?
I believe that's correct, Senator, but I'll just get that confirmed.
I'm not sure, Minister.
I believe she has visited Australia previously. Just to clarify, presumably you don't provide a brief to the Minister for every person who applies for a tourist visa or any sort of visitor visa to Australia. It must be a small subset that are provided to the Minister, either on the department's initiative or the Minister's initiative. In this case, was it the department's initiative to provide a brief or the Minister's?
Senator, I have to take that on notice to check, but I understand the Minister requested to make a decision about the refusal.
Okay. Did the Minister provide you any material or the department any material? Did the Minister's office provide you any material?
So again, I think we'll need to take that on notice, Senator. It's a little while ago.
Okay.
But Senator Patterson, it is a matter of record that the person you're talking about has called for the killing of non-combatants and has called for the bombing of entire cities, presumably in relation to the recent Gaza disputes.
My questions, Minister. Thanks, Minister. This is not conducive to us getting through this outcome by dinner time. I have simple questions for the department. It was reported in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 14th of December by Matthew Knott that, quote, in the lead-up to Shaked's planned visit to Australia for a conference, the head of the nation's biggest pro-Palestinian lobby group, Nasser Mashni, met with the Home Affairs Minister, Tony Burke, to argue against her being allowed to visit Australia. And the report continues, his group, the Australian Palestine Advocacy Network, also provided Burke's office with a dossier containing her most problematic statements. Have you seen this dossier? Are you familiar with this dossier?
I have no knowledge of either the visit or a dossier, Senator.
Okay. Mr Thomas, the same for you?
Same, Senator.
Dr Cassar, no knowledge. Could I ask on notice for a copy of that dossier, please?
Well, you're assuming the department has it.
No, you may. The Minister's office may have it in his position.
Right.
It's a question to you as well, Minister, and I accept you won't have it to hand now, but that's why I'm putting it on notice. So you can't comment on whether it's accurate or not that Mr Mashni is the person who suggested this visa should be refused?
No, Senator.
Or that a dossier was provided?
No, Senator.
Okay. Is Mr Mashni a suitable person to be providing advice about immigration based on his own record?
Well,
They haven't said that
you're describing it as him providing advice. I'm not sure that that's necessarily what he did.
That's what he's claiming.
Well, sure, but that's what he's claiming.
How many times has the Minister met with Mr Mashni?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Are you aware that Mr Mashni has called a convicted plane hijacker of a prescribed terrorist organisation a hero?
I don't think I'm aware of that, no.
Okay.
Well, can I also point out that you're focusing on this particular visa cancellation involving a former Israeli minister?
Yes.
It should be pointed out that Minister Burke has also cancelled at least 2 visas that I'm aware of people who've made unacceptable comments towards the Israeli population, and also I probably shouldn't give the person's name in case it's not public, but a Pakistani Muslim whose visa was cancelled and deported after he posted videos showing himself throwing the, forgive my pronunciation if it's wrong, Gutka Sahib, a sacred text on the ground outside the Canning Vale Gurudwara. So, you know, it would be wrong to presume that Minister Burke has only acted against, you know, former Israeli ministers or people on one side of this debate.
I haven't suggested it. I just want to understand the decision-making process around this particular matter, and I'd be grateful if you could provide on notice how many times the Minister has met with Mr Mashni. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Patterson. Senator Scarr, lucky last 5 minutes.
Do my best. Crisp, who can help me on crisp?
Mr Kiley can help us with crisp.
Okay, so I'm going to start asking you the question as you come in, because we're trying to get through this. I understand that on Friday the department announced that and for the benefit of the Hansard record, Community Refugee Integration and Settlement Pilot would become a permanent program in 2026. What funding has been provided to allow this extension?
Thank you, Senator. As you noted, the Community Refugee Integration Settlement Pilot has been a program for the last few years. Testing.
If you need to take the question on notice, just take it on notice.
No additional funding has been provided. The funding needed to support the ongoing delivery of the program will come from the allocation to the Humanitarian Settlement Program.
Okay. What is the cost difference of supporting a refugee family through the CRISP program compared to the regular support provided through the traditional support programs that are funded by the government?
I don't have sort of a breakdown.
Take that on notice,
but happy
please.
to take it on notice.
Thank you. I note the permanent program is earmarked to support an initial 200 refugees in 2026-27. Isn't this a reduction in the number of people that the pilot program catered for?
No, it's based on delivery throughout the pilot. So the pilot was funded to deliver up to 1,500 places over the course of the pilot. And since August 2022, a total of 548 refugees have entered under the pilot. So based on experience to date, and it'll be an initial 200, and we'll, based on delivery, we could consider what steps to take following that.
So on an annualised basis, the 200 reflects the past. After 2026-27, is there any proposal to increase it beyond 200, or are we looking at 200 permanently? Is it going to be under consideration?
So it'll be an initial 200, and then based on delivery, further decisions could be made about expanding or how to take it forward from there.
Okay, I note the 200 places is within the overall humanitarian program. Was consideration given to having those places in addition to the humanitarian program?
Not in the context of this decision, no.
Okay, thank you. And what is the timing of the, and I'm quoting here from the department's website, so hopefully you recognise these words, you might have written them. What is the timing of the competitive and transparent process to select the organisation to administer the program into the future?
So I don't have a detailed breakdown of the timing, but we are hoping the permanent program will commence from the 1st of July 2026. So between now and then, we'll need to finalise the design of the program and run that tender process.
I'd be very happy for you. I've got one other question I need to ask, Secretary. I know you. I'd be very happy for you to take on notice the breakdown of which community groups have had people come in who they've provided support to under the program. And I asked that question on the basis I was with our wonderful Hazara community in Brisbane on Saturday night, and I was sitting at a table of tilers, and they told me how they'd be keen just to accept anyone of Hazara background to receive employment in their company, which I think's the wonderful thing about this program.
Happy to.
Could you take that on notice?
I've got a state and territory breakdown. I'm not sure if our records will break it down by community group, but we'll see what's possible.
Just
based
take it
on
all
our
on
data.
notice. That's fine. Yeah. And lastly, I have some quick questions in relation to the Palm visa. Anyone?
Yep,
Mr. Willard.
Mr. Willard up.
Thank you, Mr. Willard.
While he's sitting down, Senator, I was just going to make the point that, of course, the number in the humanitarian program increased quite significantly, so it's sitting at a high of 20,000.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Secretary. Mr. Willard, is the department concerned about a reduction or the reduction of palm workers? And have you had discussions with the Department of Employment about ways to address this? And in particular, I'm thinking about the reduction in palm workers in the horticultural sector.
Senator, there has been a slight reduction in the number of palm visa holders in Australia. I would make the point that some of the measures taken in respect to the palm program are around the integrity and quality of the program.
Yep.
So in that context, not significantly concerned about a very slight reduction in the context of the goal to achieve a better program with fewer incidents of workforce exploitation and fewer people leaving the program. And yet we speak with DEWA frequently about palm.
And I'm aware of the instances of exploitation. Have you provided advice to your minister about the impact the changes made are having on the number of palm workers? Have you been giving advice to the minister with respect to the decreasing numbers being connected to the changes that were made to the scheme, albeit, as you say, they were introduced for integrity reasons?
Yeah, I'd have to take the answer to the specific question on notice.
If you could. And if you could also take on notice whether or not you're looking at options, and this is to the Minister as well, if you could take it on notice, Minister, whether or not the government's looking at options to increase the number of palm workers, especially in the horticultural sector.
Happy to take it on notice, but I suspect this will be canvassed again at the DEWA estimates on Wednesday, because DEWA has carriage of the program.
Okay.
We can come back to that. We are due to go to a break. If you've got a number you want to give Mr. Willard, go ahead.
Read my mind. It's 1.3% less than the same number last year is the reduction.
1.3%.
In the horticulture sector?
No, that's the whole palm program.
Okay. If you could give us some...
In short, there has been a decrease in horticulture, or agriculture as it's called. There's been an increase in meat processing, and certain other categories as well, which is where I would expect you get to that percentage difference that we're talking about.
We can talk about this later in the week.
Or in your estimates, yep.
We're due to go to a break. Senator Shoebridge.
Yes, sorry, Chair. I have, and I know we're going to go to a break, I have a very narrow set of questions on fast track and ministerial intervention. If we can't resolve it now, I'm happy for every other official for outcome 2 to be released, only those
We're due to go to a
back.
break, so unfortunately we have to keep witnesses back past the break, but only for fast track.
Fast track and ministerial interventions.
And then we'll go to outcome 3 straight after that. We'll also seek to get some advice for agencies that are appearing later this evening. I think there's some that are appearing hopefully via video conference. Oh, they're all in person. Okay, well, thank you. We'll just suspend the hearing there until just past 7:30.
And if we could have
Its hearing. Thank you. Now we're still in outcome 2, but not for long, I'm assured. Senator Shoebridge, you had a small set of questions, I think, and Senator Patterson, if you had any follow-ups, but then we'll move on after that.
Cool. Thanks, Chair. First of all, have we managed to get a copy of the translated speech?
Yeah, sorry, Senator, I was going to say this to you before the break, but we had run out of time. What we had was an unofficial translation, which is not validated in any way. And so my advice is that we run the risk of causing significant offence to table a document which has no official status, which could or could not be an accurate representation of what the President said. So I'm absolutely not trying to be unhelpful, but I think the risks of me tabling something that does not represent an official translation are too high.
Sorry, but was it undertaken by a NATI accredited translator?
I don't know, Senator. All I can say is that it's not an accredited. It's not an official translation.
What is an official translation?
So in this instance, Senator, I would expect that DFAT, for example, would say we have a translation of this speech that you can use. And as I said, I'm absolutely not trying to be unhelpful. I just am very reluctant to provide something where I don't have confidence in the translation.
Well, there is no such thing as an official translation, Secretary. There's either translations done by a NATI accredited translator or they're not. So where has this term official translation come from?
So, Senator, often when we're dealing with diplomatic documents, for example, when we're exchanging documents where countries speak different languages, we will have a translation that's done by someone that, and it's typically DFAT will say, we're confident that this is an accurate translation.
That's for treaties, memorandums of understanding, where there's an exchange, an agreement entered into between two state parties. This is not such a document. This is just a speech by the Nauru Prime Minister. So I ask you again, where did this term official translation come from? Because it doesn't have a place when you're talking about an utterance from another country. There is no such. You're not going to get a Nauruan approved translation because it's not part of a bilateral agreement.
But Senator, I might get a translation which an organisation like DFAT is able to say to me, we have validated that this is an accurate translation of the President of Nauru's speech. Absent that, with no confidence in the quality of the translation, I'm not comfortable to produce it. And of course, should you wish me to, I will take that on notice.
Well, so my question that I asked was it a translation performed by a NATI accredited
And
translator?
I've already said, Senator, I don't know the answer to that.
Will you provide that answer on notice?
When I can get it, Senator.
And you have a copy of the translation, but you're unwilling to provide it because you say your words are it is not a official translation. Is that right?
Well, Senator, I can reframe that. I'm not sure whether it's accurate or not, and I'm not prepared to provide something which may be an inaccurate record.
Can you provide on notice what, if any, what amounts to an official translation, and can you also provide the document that you have to this committee?
I'll take that both on notice, Senator.
On the last occasion, we were in estimates. I asked some questions about the fast-track processing, and I think some other questions went on notice. And I think you indicated that there were 3 potential ministers who could provide ministerial intervention determinations. Do you remember that?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. Of course, one of those ministers, we now know, the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs, has never
never been troubled in that regard. Is at least hadn't been as at the date of 14 November 2024. Is that still the case?
Senator, I thought that we had the statistics broken down by Minister. Mr Kiley's just told me that his statistics are a total rather than broken down by Minister. So I'm sorry, I'll attempt to establish that, but I don't think I'll be able to do that.
Well, the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs had made a grand total of considered a grand total of naught ministerial intervention matters as at the 14th of November 2024. You'll take on notice whether that's continued?
I'll take on notice what the breakdown between the three ministers is, Senator.
All right. And just to make this quick, there was a series of questions asked in SE 24066 about onshore asylum fast-track applicants' ministerial intervention. Can you update the data that was provided in that answer to date?
I don't recall the exact nature of those questions on notice, but I do have figures of bar lifts for the 24-25 program year, if that would assist.
All right. Well, so if you could take my first question on notice and then provide what you have, Mr Kiley.
Yeah, so
and I'll take nods as agreement.
So what I have is in 24...
Sorry, yes, Senator.
Yes. Well, only for Hansard's purposes.
I get it.
In 24-25 through to 31 January, the minister or a minister has lifted the 48B bar 377 times.
All right. And we were given in answer to SE 2406, which is questioning about ministerial intervention decisions by the minister. Ms Foster, you initially said we have 3 ministers, and then I asked about ministers exercising that power, and then I asked a breakdown of asked for what, if any, decisions have been made on ministerial intervention for fast-track applicants, and the answer I got was a grand total of 19 interventions had happened as at the 14th of November 2024.
I'd have to refresh my memory on that question on notice, but I think that question was time-bound, so that was the number of interventions made in a certain period of time, but I'd have to see the exact question.
So the following table outlines ministerial intervention submissions, 46A and or 48B, including unauthorised maritime arrivals, considered by a minister since commencing in the portfolio to 14 November 2024.
As Mr Kiley remembered, it was time-bound, and I think you're saying, Mr Kiley, you don't have an updated figure?
Not broken down by minister, but as I said, over the course of this program year, the number of 48B bar lifts are 377 across all ministers who've been in the portfolio in that time period.
So the information you gave us was that as at the 14th of November 2024, and I think considered by a minister since commencing the portfolio, and I think they commenced in July, that there were 14 interventions and bar lifts under either 46A or 48B. Are you saying, Mr Riley, that there have been more than 300 since the 14th of November?
No, what I'm saying is that that question relates to the period from when the ministers who are in the portfolio now were appointed to the portfolio. Given that was late July, there may have been bar lifts made in this program year prior to these ministers commencing in their portfolios, in addition to bar lifts that have been made since the 14th of November.
Are you involved in that process, Mr Wright?
It's my teams who provide submissions to ministers, yes.
Have there been more than 300 interventions by the minister since 14 November 2024?
As I said, Senator, I don't have a breakdown of when those...
You would know if it had been anything like 300. Has it been anything like 300?
There have continued to be bar lifts over the course of this program year, and that includes bar lifts made since the 14th of November, yes. I don't know off the top of my head the number of bar lifts that have been made, but I'm happy to take on notice.
So we have... The answers you've given were from... When did the ministers start?
My memory is it was in late July.
Yep. definitely July. I've forgotten the exact date.
So from late July when they started to the 14th of November 2024, there were 19. And potentially from 1 July to whenever they started, there were more than 350. That's one conclusion, isn't it, from the numbers you've given me?
My understanding is that there have been somewhere between 150 and 200 bar lifts since November, but I would not want that to be taken as the number. I'd have to take it on notice to give an exact breakdown of numbers of bar lifts over the course of the 24-25 program
Can
year.
you provide that breakdown by minister and also by looking at from 1 July? So as we get a sense of if there's been any substantial change in practice with the change from ministers?
Yes, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Regardless of how you cut the numbers, if you go on the figures that were provided up to the 14th of November, it would take, my calculations, over a century to resolve the legacy caseload from fast track, the more than 7,000. Do you agree with that basic set of maths, Mr. Riley? Mr. Kiley?
I think what I would say is that individuals who were refused through that process, who have no ongoing immigration matters or pathways, are able to seek ministerial intervention. We spoke at the previous estimates about how that process works, and my teams give effect to those ministerial intervention requests.
Well, I've just almost finished here.
Okay.
It takes on average 5 days for a ministerial intervention, according to data that's been provided in numerous court cases. There's about 7,000 people in the cohort. The number just falls out, doesn't it? If that processing rate had continued, it would be more than a century. And even with the slightly increased processing rate, we're still talking decades and decades and decades to resolve the legacy caseload, aren't we?
Senator, we're not aware of the 5-day average to do a ministerial intervention. You may be right, but we don't have that information to hand. It also assumes a kind of linear process from where we are now. Government may make other decisions.
I'm asking with the current
cohort.
policy settings, Ms Foster, and on the current policy settings, we're the only pathway for the thousands and thousands of people who were rejected by the unfair fast-track process but have not had any substantive visa determination given. Their only existing pathway is ministerial intervention, and on these numbers it's decades. Surely you accept the maths, the basic maths, Secretary.
So, Senator, I guess I'm just not accepting the premise that the policy position will stay the same or that the processing time that you give is accurate and would hold should we choose to progress these issues in a particular way. So I'm not arguing.
I'm asking
with your
on the
mathematics, I'm
current
just arguing
policy
with
settings. I'm not asking, it would be wrong of me to ask you to speculate on change. I'm not asking about hypothetical, I'm asking about the current policy settings. On the current policy settings, it will take decades and decades and decades to deal with this cohort through ministerial intervention. That's just a basic set of maths, isn't it, Secretary?
Senator, I guess what I'm trying to say is that assumes that we will progress at a similar rate, and I just don't accept that as a starting proposition.
Well, tell me what the current determination is for the 7,000 people who are in that fast-track cohort. What is the current arrangements for giving them a resolution of status or some other option to challenge their unfair rejection by fast track?
So, Senator, we went through that last time. There are a range of cohorts that the Minister has asked us to look at, and Mr Kiley is taking you through the figures on that. Others can apply for ministerial intervention, and there may be many ways in which that ministerial intervention could be progressed. That's why I'm not confirming the mathematics that you're doing.
Well, can you tell me how many people in the 7,000 cohort are the subject of potential earlier consideration by the Minister. How many people does that amount to? I think you said unaccompanied minors and people who came here before a certain date.
So I don't have a breakdown of those cohorts on me, but I'm happy to take that on notice. But as we've discussed, it's individuals who arrived as children with their families, individuals who arrived as unaccompanied minors, those who arrived on or before 2010, in line with ministerial intervention for a number of years, those who have potential changes in country circumstances that might give rise to new protection claims, and other individuals who may have migration visa pathways as well.
And my final question on this. In October of last year, Minister Burke went to Bangladesh and reportedly said that there were 97 Bangladeshis who would be returned from Australia after entering Australia without a valid visa. Are any of those people in the fast-track cohort?
Senator, we'd have to take that on notice and check what the Minister actually said and how that applies to the cohort.
All right. And on the, oh no, I can deal with that next outcome.
Okay, thanks, Senator Shoebridge. And that's all the questions we have for outcome 2. So thank you to officials. We'll just suspend really quickly while we get outcome 3 officials who shouldn't be too far away to the table. So and I now welcome officers from the Department of Home Affairs in relation to outcome 2, and welcome Commissioner. Would you like to make an opening statement before we go to questions?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Gavin Reynolds, Commissioner, Australian Border Force. Since becoming Commissioner, I've been inspired by the professionalism and dedication of the people who work in the Australian Border Force. Since the ABF last appeared before this committee, our people have continued to deliver on our priorities. For example, in just 1 week of operational activity this month, the ABF prevented 50 million illicit cigarettes and 5 tonnes of loose tobacco from entering Australia. That equates to $79 million in tobacco duty that would have been evaded. In that same week, we seized 43,000 vapes. We also interdicted 346 kilograms of illicit drugs, saving lives and reducing harm to the community by an estimated $110 million. Passenger numbers are steadily increasing at our airports, with 14 million arrivals this financial year compared to 12.8 million at this time last year. Our Generation 3 smart gates allow arriving passengers to pass through the contactless gate in 9 seconds. Economic factors have seen an increase in illegal fishing in Australia's northern waters. The profitability of trepang, or sea cucumber, procured in our waters is a key driver for illegal foreign fishing. The success of the ABF-led Operation Luna has been effective in dealing with this increase. Overall, our aerial and maritime surveillance is increasing, with aerial surveillance seeing an 11% increase in the second half of 2024 compared with the previous 6 months, and sea patrol days increasing 10% in the same period. For the first 7 months of this financial year, we have collected $8.2 billion in revenue on behalf of the government in duties on goods crossing the border. This is just a fraction of the work we do. As Commissioner, I am proud of our people who dedicate their careers to the security and prosperity of our nation. This is why cultural reform is a priority, and we're working with the Australian Human Rights Commission to deliver the most positive workplace possible to match our great work at the border. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Senator Patterson, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, congratulations on your appointment. Good to see you continuing in a senior national security role for government. Is it the case there was a United Workers Union industrial action at detention facilities on Friday?
Senator, that is correct.
What can you tell us about that industrial action?
Senator, I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Holborn to join me at the table and we'll work through that for you.
Thank you.
Senator?
Deputy Commissioner, what can you tell me about the industrial action at detention facilities on Friday?
Thank you for your question. Vanessa Holborn, Deputy Commissioner, Regional Operations, Australian Border Force. So we are aware of protected industrial action that took place on Friday and took place again today. So there are ongoing conversations, discussions that we in the ABF and Department are having with Serco. So they relate to industrial agreement, enterprise agreement discussions between Serco and their workers.
Okay. As part of the contract with Serco, are they required to provide a minimum number of staff on duty at detention centres?
That I would need to take on notice, Senator.
Okay. Did the industrial action impact on the ability of the facilities to deliver what they're required to?
No.
There were no security incidents as a result of the industrial action or during the industrial action?
We've had two security incidents during the industrial action being undertaken.
Right. What were the security incidents?
We had detainees on the roof at Melbourne Immigration Detention Centre.
At only the Melbourne Immigration Detention Centre?
As far as I'm aware, yes, Senator.
There was no detainee on the roof at Villawood Detention Centre?
Not that I'm aware of, but I will take that on notice to be exactly 100% sure.
I would encourage you to check that, and if there's anyone in the room who has any knowledge of that, if they could come forward to assist, that would be helpful.
I will ask Assistant Commissioner Sarah Nicholson
Thank you.
to assist.
Good evening, Senator. Sarah Nicholson, Assistant Commissioner for Onshore Detention. Yes, you are right. There was also a detainee on the roof at VIDC on Friday evening.
Okay, so 3 security incidents during the industrial action, or 2 at 2 different facilities?
Correct.
2, okay. So 1 at the Melbourne Detention Centre and 1 at Villawood in Sydney. Right. Who normally responds to a security incident like that?
Serco, Senator.
But who in Serco's team? Is there a particular division or function that's responsible for that?
It could be their emergency response teams. So they've got ERT teams that are situated in every centre. It could be a detainee services officer that also responds. The initial response will be those that are closest to the incident. Just in relation to the Melbourne incident, Sarah Ms Nicholson can correct me, but I think that incident, the detainee was on the roof for approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. Do we know how long the detainee was on the roof at the Villawood Detention Centre?
I would need to take the exact time on notice,
Okay.
but I believe it was about 15 minutes, but I wanted to take the exact time on notice.
Where were the emergency response teams at Villawood and Melbourne when these incidents occurred?
Senator, I would need to take that on notice.
Is it the case that the emergency response teams were on the picket protesting while there were detainees on the roof?
Again, so I would need to take that on notice. I don't know the makeup of those officers that were taking the action.
And is it the case that it took longer than it normally would to respond to the security incident because the emergency response teams were on strike?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
What's the normal length of time it takes an emergency response team to get someone off the roof or respond to a security incident?
It depends on the situation, it depends on where the incident is occurring in the centre. So it depends solely on what's the incident, what is the incident, the circumstances of it. So it can vary, Senator.
So there's no standard or expectation that ABS have of a service provider to respond to incidents within a certain time frame?
It could be. 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 It could be.
Ms.
Not
Nicholson?
that I'm aware of. I think the expectation is as soon as possible.
How can you evaluate their performance on things like security if you don't have a standard to measure them against?
Within the contract, certainly that there are provisions to inform us of an incident. So part of our performance management framework is the timeliness of reporting the incident to the ABF. I would need to take on notice if there's provisions within the contract to respond to an incident. Our provisions are about reporting, and then obviously we also do post-incident reviews on each of those incidents that meet a certain threshold.
It would be strange if there wasn't something in the contract or in the performance framework that you mentioned that didn't go to incident responses, because otherwise you could have a service provider who wasn't incentivised or appropriately motivated to promptly deal with incidents. Presumably promptly responding to security incidents is better than not promptly responding to them.
Well, the expectation is that they promptly respond.
Sure.
But I would take that further detail on notice, Senator.
Ms Nicholson, you're not aware of anything in the contract?
Not to that level of detail. We'll need to take that on notice. Serco are required to respond to incidents as soon as possible, particularly those security-related incidents. And as the Deputy has said, a detainee being on a roof protesting about something may have been because they didn't like the meal and they wanted something changed. There's a whole raft of reasons why someone would be on a roof and the time in which they would come down.
So is it your evidence that, to at least your state of knowledge now, that as soon as possible is not defined in any way in the contract or the performance framework?
I would need to take that on
notice.
notice.
Are saying they don't have that detail and they'll take it on notice.
Yeah, okay. Is there any way we can get that answer tonight?
Yes, I think we will certainly attempt to get that to you before.
Thank you. I'm grateful for that. Has the department or ABF briefed the minister on the potential impact of the strike action?
Yes.
What form did that briefing take? Was it in writing? Was it in person?
Written correspondence.
Okay. And what was your advice to the minister?
Well, I'm not sure that officials can disclose advice that's provided to ministers. They can disclose the fact that advice was provided, but I've been through this many times before, and officials are not able to disclose the precise advice that they've provided.
There's specific grounds which they can refuse, and if a public interest immunity claim needs to be made, happy to hear that out. But
if they choose, they're able to take on notice the question to then determine whether an immunity should be claimed.
What would be sensitive about the advice you provide to the minister of the impact of strike action at a detention facility?
Well, that's a matter for the officials to determine.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking them to provide.
Senator Patterson, when I used to be in your chair, I used to try this on and get officials to tell me about advice they provided to ministers. It's not permitted. It wasn't permitted when I was in opposition. It's not permitted now.
Well, the Senate determines what's permitted, not the minister at the table. Let me ask a different way. What concerns does ABF have about the possibility of the impact of this strike action?
Our overarching responsibility is to ensure that we have a safe and secure immigration detention network. And that requires us to work with our service providers, both healthcare and for welfare and garrison, to ensure that we have an appropriate level of staffing within those centres to manage those centres. So that's paramount for us to ensure that we actually have a staffing footprint that can respond to incidents, provide medical. Really, this is about us ensuring that we work with our partners closely so that we don't have our atmospherics, as we call it in the detention network, rising.
It's obviously not ideal if you have detainees on the roof, whether it's for 5 or 15 minutes or 1 minute. That's not a secure environment for the detainees or for the staff, is it?
No, we've had detainees on the roof at other times across the year and across the years without industrial action. So as Ms Nicholson has provided in her evidence, there's a range of reasons why a detainee might get on the roof.
Well, if you could take on notice what the usual response time is when an incident like this happens,
yes,
that would
we'll take
helpful.
it on notice.
What action, if any, has ABF taken to stop the strikes?
So ongoing conversations with Serco, and I've not been personally involved in those conversations, but my staff have, and also as a collective with the UWU, so United Workers Union, really to ensure that we have a safe and secure network, and the negotiations will continue between UW and Serco, and we will be involved in those as they progress.
Has ABF or the department taken any action in the Fair Work Commission?
Yeah, I was just about to say, we've
Yes.
taken some legal action. Michelle will take you through that.
That would be helpful. Thanks, Michelle.
Yes, so today we had a matter heard in the Fair Work Commission. We made a Section 424 application to suspend or terminate the protected industrial action. The Fair Work Commission heard the evidence and submissions today. Sorry, you'll forgive me for reading. It's just that this was happening live as we were going. So, the matter was adjourned this afternoon, and I understand the Fair Work Commission will publish its decision in about 5 days, I think.
Okay. So did the government attempt to take any action at the Fair Work Commission on Friday when the first two stop work meetings
My
happened?
understanding is, as Ms Holborn has outlined, we certainly raised our concerns with Serco and with the relevant union about the safety and security of the facilities. We were given some assurances that the level of staffing would be sufficient. After the disturbances at Villawood, the department formed the view that that we did consider that the safety and security of the facilities could be at risk if the action went ahead, and that was why we filed today in the in the Fair Work Commission.
Where did you file today? What time?
We filed yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Okay.
So we filed, I think it was about 7 or 8 p.m. last night.
Yep.
It was late.
You've said that the Fair Work Commission will publish its decision in 5 days. Does that mean the union's entitled to continue to take protected action until then?
I understand that there's a non-publication order over what the Fair Work Commission said today. So.
Right, so it's possible there's some kind of interim order that prevents further industrial action and a final decision will be made in 5 days?
I'm hesitant to say any, without having seen the terms of the non-publication order, I'm reluctant to answer your
Sure, I don't want
question.
to get you in trouble even in this setting, but just for clarity though, it kind of is important whether or not the union can continue to take protected action or not. When will you know whether the union can continue to take protected action?
My understanding is that following the hearing and the decision that came down, instead of taking a four-hour stop work action, they were all significantly, so far, and it's still happening, it was scheduled to go from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m, and that in fact what occurred was that they went for shorter periods following the Fair Work Commission's ruling today.
Tonight's action was reduced.
That's right.
Are there any more protected actions planned to your knowledge?
We've not been advised, Senator.
Right. So if it is possible for the union to continue to make these strikes, what contingency plans does ABF have in place to ensure the security of the centres?
So it's really the assurance that we will have, as I said before, an appropriate level of a staffing footprint. We can also work with the department too, particularly on the inflows to detention, because as you know, really what you want is a stable network while this is going on. So we do have to manage the ins and the outs of detention so as to not to increase the number, because of course that increases the risk of incidents. So we've got a multi-layered approach, which is clearly working with Serco. Our contingency planning is to ensure that we've got enough staff within the centres. The ABF also, as you are aware, are in the centres to support any of those other ancillary or supplementary services that Serco provide. That's a very base level of administration.
Sure.
It's not to go in and secure the centre as Serco would do.
So you don't have a kind of any supplementary workforce you can rely on to provide security at the detention centres if...
I understand there had been conversations with Serco about whether there was supplementary staff that they could draw on from their other contracts in corrections, for example. But of course, it's a very different environment. So that would probably for the ABF, we could discuss that further, but it would be the last resort, just given that's a very different environment that they'd be working in.
What about ABF staff? Are ABF staff trained to do these roles if need be?
We've certainly, we can certainly do that, and that's part of the contingency planning.
Right, so you have ABF staff on standby if need be?
Correct. We've actually got within Villawood, we're trialling an enhanced, longer staffing footprint for the ABF, so they work longer hours. They're in the centre now till I think it might be 10 or 11 p.m. at night. So the coverage for the ABF has expanded, and that started a couple of weeks ago. So that does give us also some further coverage into the evening.
I have to share
Senator,
in a moment, Senator Patterson.
Sorry, just one further point. Sorry, it's a bit of a live one. We should, so the union is required to give us 3 working days' notice, and we understand that we should get the Fair Work Commission's decision before there's any further action.
So the union hasn't notified of any action in the next 3 days?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Patterson. I just have a couple of follow-ups, I think, and then I'll hand to Senator Polly. It sounds like Senator Patterson is drawing out the issue of staff reduction and the impact of safety at your facilities and across the work that you do. So it'd be remiss of me not to ask questions about the impact of reductions in your staffing levels, given that the Leader of the Opposition has confirmed today again that he will cut 36,000 public servants. What are your current staffing levels, Commissioner?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So our current headcount is 6,178, and that's based on full-time equivalent staffing of 5,633.
5,633. So a 20% reduction in that staff would be significant. How many of those staff are located in Canberra?
There would be approximately 1,500 of those staff located in Canberra.
And your staff in Canberra, what are their main priorities?
It's a multitude of priorities. It's right across the business,
Right.
Senator.
Okay. And a reduction in staffing, as Senator Patterson has asked today, about workers that aren't directly employed by you, but obviously if there's a change in staffing levels to the work you do, there is an impact on the services you're able to deliver. With a 20% reduction in your staffing, what impact would that have on the protection of borders particularly, but also the detention facilities we were talking about just earlier?
Senator, the approach we always take is to prioritise our workload based on the resources that are available to us and the direction from government.
Okay. Have you had an increase in staffing in Canberra in the last, under this government, or has most of the staffing allocations been outside of Canberra?
It's been
I
mixed.
just say because I've actually met some of your wonderful team at the Cairns Airport, actually. Yeah.
It's been mixed,
Yep.
Senator. So, for example, with new policy proposals around illicit tobacco,
Yep.
there have been increased numbers of staff both in Canberra and outside Canberra.
So they're part of the new public servants. They'd be part of the 36,000 that the Leader of the Opposition is proposing to sack.
Point of order, Chair. Again, I think it's unfair to put the official in a position to interpret what future policy may be under a future government. Sorry, Senator Polly. I'm still taking.
Why you may not.
Senator Polly, order. Senator Scarr is making a point of order. Is entitled to do so.
I listened very carefully to your line of questioning, Chair, but I think when you get into the realms of speculating about which public servants should go from which department, I think you're putting the official. I think you're putting the official in a very difficult position. I'm sure the minister at the table would be happy to answer your question.
Well, Senator Scarr, thank you, and you're right. It's not for Mr. Reynolds to explain where those cuts will come from. It would be fantastic if your leader would explain, but that's not going to happen.
Well, sorry, Chair. I took, with due respect, point of order. I took a point of order, and I think was very happy with how you started answering the response to the point of order, but it wasn't, I think, especially in this situation, maybe we can just stick to the point of order without the debate.
Well, Senator Scarr, I'm entitled to ask questions. I'm putting these questions to Mr Reynolds, given that the issue of staffing reductions and the impact on the safety of Australians and detention facilities was raised by your colleague. I think we're entitled to ask the question. We don't have further details, so we are unfortunately having to speculate. So I apologise for putting you in that position, Commissioner, but that's the line of questioning that I think is important to ask. We may have more questions, particularly around the work that the illicit tobacco team is doing, but I'll hand the call to Senator Polley.
Thank you, and welcome to Estimates. Broadly speaking, what steps has the government taken to prevent the importation of illicit tobacco and vapes into this country, and what's your role of your border force?
So to answer your question, Senator, I'm going to ask for the Commissioner of the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Task Force to come to the table, Commissioner Dahl. I also ask for Acting Deputy Commissioner Smith, who's responsible for the Illicit Tobacco Task Force, to come to the table.
Thank you.
I'd ask Commissioner Dahl to answer first.
Thank you, Senator Erin Dale, Interim Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner. Can you repeat the question, please?
I just want to know what the government's position and the role of Border Force in combating the illegal importation of tobacco and e-cigarettes, and what the role of Border Force is.
Obviously, as the Commissioner mentioned in his opening address, the Australian Border Force's responsibility is at the border. I can speak to my specific role as the Interim Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner, but I might ask Acting Deputy Commissioner Tony Smith to elaborate on the border activities.
Thank you, Senator. Acting Deputy Commissioner, National Operations, Tony Smith. From an Australian Border Force perspective, we've had an enduring response to illicit tobacco at the border for some time now through the Illicit Tobacco Task Force, which commenced in 2018. More recently, under the 23-24 budget, we received additional funding of $188.5 million to be able to support an end-to-end enforcement and compliance model, working offshore to try and disrupt illicit tobacco consignments potentially coming to Australia, but also enhancing our border response at the border. And that includes our ability to target, use intelligence, connect with other Commonwealth and state and territory partners to have an enduring effect in terms of seizing tobacco at the border. Since that initial funding that we received in 23-24, certainly this year, financial year to date, we've seized 1,324 tonnes of illicit tobacco that's been attempted to come through the border. That includes 1,302 million cigarette sticks that have attempted to come through as well. And that equates to around about 36,304 detections. So when you look at it that way, that's around 99 detections of illicit tobacco a day that we're seizing at the border. But our job is at the border, but it has to be working in partnership with partner agencies as well. So needless to say that as much as we can seize large volumes of tobacco at the border, we have to be working with our partners to try and dismantle organised crime that's behind illicit tobacco importations.
I was going to ask you, you preempted my question. I've been on this committee for a while now, and the rise in illicit tobacco is continuing, but organised crime is a serious element of this. So can you outline what the role is and how you're combating that?
Certainly, from serious organised crime perspective, Senator, we do still continue with the Illicit Tobacco Task Force. It's a dedicated investigative team that works in partnership with the ATO, AUSTRAC and ACIC and the CDPP. The focus of the Illicit Tobacco Task Force is to focus on 6 of our priority in illicit tobacco networks. And that essentially is focusing on serious organised crime that's behind the largest importations of tobacco into the country. And our focus is in terms of how to dismantle that both onshore and offshore, and again working with states and territory partners, because as you'd be aware, Senator, whilst serious organised crime may be associated with illicit tobacco, they're also associated with many other nefarious crimes. So it's essential that we're working with states and territories and Commonwealth partners to identify other means to take prosecutional action against them. Significantly dismantling those serious organised crime networks will have an enduring effect in terms of the volumes coming through the border.
So how much of that volume is stopped at our borders as opposed to the intervention before it reaches our shores?
We've stepped up our international disruption capabilities, so part of the additional funding that we received also includes the establishment of tobacco liaison officers. So these are ABF positions that are posted offshore, one in London, one in Bangkok, and we're looking at posting another one in South Asia as well. The main focus of those three individual officers is to work with partner agencies offshore to try and understand the organised crime aspects behind some of the importations to Australia, but also to try and stop the illicit tobacco before it even embarks upon vessels or through air cargo to Australia. Recently, we've had significant disruption seizures with like-minded partners in Japan, Korea, China, for example, Hong Kong as well, where we've been able to seize large quantities of illicit tobacco offshore before it arrives at our borders. Some of those containers are in excess of 12 million cigarettes at a time. They also include significant arrests that are undertaken by those offshore partners as well.
Has there actually been an increase in the illicit tobacco as opposed to vapes?
In terms of that, I might turn to the Illicit Tobacco E-Cigarette Commissioner to be able to have a look at this from an end-to-end perspective in terms of the change of demand that's in Australia.
Thanks. Thank you. The illicit tobacco is the largest volume, not only at the border, but also domestically as well. There's been some increase in e-cigarettes or vapes. And as the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner, I am working with not only Commonwealth entities like ABF, ACIC, AFP, our law enforcement partners at the Commonwealth level, but also working with state and territories and health and TGA, who are predominantly does the investigations at the domestic level.
So I understand in December 24, there was a symposium that brought Commonwealth and state and territory agencies together. Can you tell us more about who attended and what the outcomes and discussions were agreed to at that symposium?
Yes, Senator, thank you. So I've actually, since my appointment, as you know, my role is to bring together a coordinated approach across Commonwealth as well as state and territories. And when I undertook the initial consultation following my appointment, that is one of the big calls from state and territories and the Commonwealth agencies to come together to discuss best practice, understand each other's issues, especially criminal networks don't just work in one state, they work across state borders. So our focus was to first share information and understand each other's pressure points, what are the actions that can be taken. So as you said, the symposium I've hosted in December, first of its kind. We had over 80 participants from not only from Commonwealth, but also state and territory, from health departments to law enforcement to regulatory bodies. And the outcomes came out of that symposium is better data sharing practices between Commonwealth and state and territories to tackle this issue. and also the role of the organised crime and the different syndicates playing in this space to get a better understanding, but also share best practice between state and the Commonwealth agencies to better tackle the issue, as well as the other component came through is the storage and transport, which we are working with Commonwealth and state and territories to see how we can alleviate some of the pressures, as well as ongoing collaboration around joint activities, not just each agencies, but how do we actually come together in a joint-up way to be able to tackle this issue.
Can you give us any advice in relation to the ports of entry for this illicit tobacco and vapes? Is there a common thread of whether they're coming through ports or whether they're coming through airports? Where's the entry point?
Senator, there's a definite there's a change of behaviour that always occurs whenever additional attention is given to tackling commodities at the border. We're definitely seeing an increase in sea cargo detections, which also means that the volumes are a lot higher as well. In the past, we also saw quite a few illicit tobacco detections coming through the mail environment. That has decreased slightly as serious organised crimes got more involved to the fact that they are bringing in larger consignments through sea cargo. So our primary focus is around the sea cargo containerised cargo coming through the border. Additionally, we've also seen an increase in travellers coming through airports with luggage full of cigarette cartons inside them as well. So a syndicated effort where we'll see several travellers of the same syndicate group coming through on the same aircraft with nothing but cigarette cartons in their suitcases.
Senator Polly, I'll have to share the call in a moment.
Okay.
But we can come back to you.
You can come back to me, but just before we do, in terms of sea cargo and the change in practice, how many officers are monitoring and participating at seaports?
So in terms of the Australian Border Force in general, because all ABF officers are focused on addressing all priorities and threats that come through, so not necessarily focused purely on tobacco, the 188.5 million that we received enable us another 160 headcount to be able to reinforce not just the border but the back end as well in terms of intelligence support and also in terms of capability support such as destruction, etc. But the seaports themselves have seen an enhanced posture of around about 20 to 30 officers in the major ports around Sydney and Victoria.
So a cut to those people of 160, my maths with the aid of is 32. That would have an impact on identifying the illicit tobacco and vapes coming in, which would have an impact on the Australian community. And thank you, Chair. I'll hand over the call.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. To return to the issue of the recent deal that's been cut with Nauru, the Nauru president has said that none of the individuals covered by the deal are refugees, but rather non-citizens who have served prison sentences in Australia and subsequently been released into the community. Can the department guarantee that none of the people who are the subject of the Nauru deal have had a protection finding or a well-founded fear of prosecution?
So, Senator, these individuals are from the NZYQ cohort, so it's correct to say that they have served a prison sentence and as a result of the High Court decision have been released from detention into the community.
But Senator, many of the individuals in the NZYQ cohort have had protection findings made in respect of a country that is clearly not Nauru, but a different country somewhere else in the world.
Yes, but then the Nauruan Prime Minister came out and said these individuals are not refugees, but rather non-citizens who have served prison sentences. So was the Nauruan Prime Minister correct, or have these people had protection findings?
Senator Shoebridge, I think and it is President. I believe you're referring to President Adiang rather than Prime Minister.
It's right. It's President Adiang.
I think this goes to our concerns with relying on a transcript that isn't official. I think, and this is almost speculation, that when he said refugees, he's trying to draw a distinction between the cohort who are on Nauru for regional processing, who are being subjected to a refugee determination process, as opposed to this group of people who are not Nauru is not accepting for refugee processing.
Sorry, but I assume you're making your comments based upon whatever translation you have of President Adiang's statement. Is that right?
I think what Ms Sharp was trying to convey was that in the absence of a translation in which we can have confidence, we're unwilling to speculate about what the President may have said.
Sorry, Senator Shoebridge. It's also not Senate estimates for the Nauruan government, and so if you have questions of the Australian government and the department, it's just a matter of framing, but you'll have to direct your questions to what is in the mind and the knowledge of the officials in front of you.
That's what I was asking.
Oh, well, I think we were straying into what was in the mind of the President, is it? And that's something I don't think that Ms Sharp can answer.
I wasn't asking what was in his mind. I know what he said. He said these individuals are not refugees, and that's not true, is it, Ms Sharp? You know it's not true. The 3 individuals had protection findings.
Senator, we're not in a position to comment on individual cases, as is our long-standing practice for privacy reasons.
You're returning people who've had protection findings to Nauru in circumstances where the President has said they're not refugees. You're in gross breach of pretty much all of our requirements under the Refugee Convention, and trying to avoid the answer by saying you're not going to talk about individuals is deeply inappropriate. These people have had protection findings, haven't they?
So, Senator, I repeat my answer. I'm not going to provide details of individuals in a public forum.
Has anyone...
But I am, if you could let me finish, Senator, I am happy for Ms Sharp or for me to take you through our refoulement obligations in general and Nauru's and the application of that in anyone we would transfer to Nauru.
I'd just like my questions answered, so we'll go through my questions rather than where you'd like them to be, Secretary.
Senator Shoebridge, we got to 8:30 tonight without you being rude to a witness, and that was incredibly rude.
Well, I would like my questions answered, and
no, but
that wasn't my question.
You weren't here at the start of the day when I read out a very long preamble to the hearing about being courteous, respectful to witnesses, because we have behavioural standards to uphold.
Yes.
We don't need to treat witnesses like that. You just need to put the question in a way that Ms Foster, I called you Senator again, sorry, Ms Foster can answer the question.
So, Senator, speaking generally about the NZYQ cohort, there are people within that cohort that have protection findings. It is well within our legal obligations to transfer those people to a third country against which they do not have a protection finding.
Well, unless it breaches, there's a risk that it's going to breach our non-refoulement obligations, Secretary. You couldn't return them to a third country if you had a reasonably held fear that they were going to breach our non-refoulement obligations, could you?
So part of our non-refoulement assessment, Senator, is a chain non-refoulement assessment, correct, and that's undertaken in each case.
Yes, but now President Adiang has created a problem for you because he's said that the long-term goal remains the eventual repatriation of these individuals to their home countries. And is that why we're not getting the translation because it so clearly shows that Nauru is not respecting that and is looking at chain refoulement.
No, Senator, I've been very clear about why I'm not providing the translation.
Well, you know that President Adiang has said that the long-term goal remains the eventual repatriation of these individuals. If any of them have had protection findings, that would be in breach of our obligations under the Convention, wouldn't it? Ms Sharp.
If we were exposing people to chain refoulement, that would be a breach of our obligations. And rather than talking about the speech itself, it might be worth looking at the Nauruan regulations that have been passed that expressly contemplate that there will be no chain refoulement as a visa condition for any individual who's granted one of these long-term visas.
Are they translated regulations?
Yes, they are. You can
by who?
Yep.
Who's translated them?
They were published by the Government of Nauru in English.
The President, the leader of Nauru, has said that his goal is the repatriation of these individuals to their home countries. If they had protection findings, that would be in breach of our non-refoulement obligations, wouldn't it, Ms Sharp?
I think you're asking me to comment on...
That's what he said.
On a long-term goal. I've drawn your attention to the Nauruan regulation that is their law and the terms on which they've issued the visas.
Whether it's short or long-term, it's in breach of our non-refoulement obligations. There's a protection finding that's been made.
Senator, the Nauruan government has released regulations which make it clear that they understand those non-refoulement obligations.
Ms Sharp, how does breaching the refoulement obligation in the long term, how is that legally different from breaching it in the short term?
So condition 1 of the visa is that they've granted a visa for a minimum period of 30 years. Condition 5 says the holder of a visa shall not be removed from the Republic where there is a risk of A, deprivation of life, death penalty, cruel or inhumane or degrading treatment, punishment or persecution, B, chain refoulement.
All right. So how does that accord with the President's statement about this, that the goal remains repatriation of those individuals to their home countries? Senator, they don't stand together, do they?
Yes. What I'm saying is I can't comment on his speech and what was said in the speech. I'm just drawing your attention to the regulations as made.
Minister, the Nauruan President has made a clear public comment that his goal is to return these individuals to their home countries. In circumstances where they've had a protection finding, that would be in breach of Australia's non-refoulement obligations. What, if anything, has your government done to clarify this with the President?
Well, I'm happy to take the specific question on notice, but I remind you of what the officials have said to you, which is that irrespective of the comments of the Nauruan President, their law is what is set out and has been read out to you.
You see, Secretary, I asked you these questions about non-refoulement and chain refoulement in the inquiry into this, into the legislation that led to this, and the answer we got from the department was nothing to see here, can't possibly happen. And when I put to you the concerns that countries like Nauru would potentially return people where they have a risk of persecution. You tried to negate that, but now the President of Nauru is saying the exact thing.
So, Senator, I can only repeat Ms Sharp's evidence. The regulations released by the Nauruan government commit to not returning people, not sending people to persecution, etc., and not to chain refoul.
Well, whatever the regulations are, this is the President of Nauru. He could remake the regulations tomorrow. What if any, protections have you put in place to ensure that President Adiang doesn't do what he said he'd do?
Senator, the Nauruan law stands.
Until President Adang changes it.
Senator,
what protections, if any, are in place to ensure the President won't do what he said he'll do?
Senator, the regulation states expressly that there will be no chain refoulement.
Secretary, when the Minister was asked about the costs of the arrangement with Nauru, he said, this was on the ABC 7:30 report, he said, and I quote, "The costs of arrangements like this don't get disclosed, and that's been the case for decades." That's not true, is it, what he said? It's just plainly not true. It's not true, is it? Secretary, it's not true.
Senator, I think the Minister has said what the Minister has said. I'll refer you, for example, to the details of the arrangement we have with PNG, which are confidential and which have not been revealed.
Well, you see, even the former Morrison government told us how much they were giving to Nauru. And indeed, on question on notice B22-088, they provided year-to-cost figures of the arrangements and with Nauru and the costs under the 2012 MOU with Nauru for each year from 2012 to 2021-22. So we have Minister Burke saying, the costs of arrangements like this don't get disclosed, and that's been the case for decades. But in fact, we have every year's cost of the arrangement with Nauru provided by the former Morrison government from 2012 to 2021-22. I put to you again, what the Minister said was plainly untrue, wasn't it?
Senator, as I've explained before in evidence today, these two arrangements are not the same. One relates to regional processing and one is an arrangement about the removal of non-citizens who no longer have a right to be in Australia.
So I'm going to ask you how much Australia is paying to Nauru under this arrangement, and can you at least give us the same amount of information that the former Morrison government gave us about expenditure under the 2012 MOU with Nauru?
Senator, I'll take that question on notice so I can seek the Minister's views on a PII claim in the context of our bilateral relationship with Nauru.
When you saw the Minister make that statement on ABC 7:30, and I assume you did, he's your Minister, I assume you watched it, is that right?
I either watch or read transcripts of my Minister's speeches.
Did you then call him up or contact him and say, well, actually, that's not true, Minister. The former Morrison government detailed all of the annual costs with the MOU with Nauru from 2012 to 2021-22. Did you try and clarify it and correct it?
So, Senator, when I heard that statement, what I did was relate it to the position we've taken on the PNG agreement.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll have to share the call in a moment if you can wrap
what
up.
is, when the Minister went to Nauru in February and he visited the regional processing centres, which regional processing centres did he visit on Nauru?
I might need to take that on notice unless official.
Is anyone here with him?
Senator, the Minister visited there is only one regional processing centre on Nauru, and he visited that centre.
But the statement from the Minister was that he visited regional processing centres, plural. So was that statement true?
He may have been referring to different areas within the regional processing centre, but I'd have to take that on notice to confirm.
Well, so what current facilities does Australia have an interest in when it comes to regional processing, refugees, transfers, etc., on Nauru? What are the current facilities that Australia has an interest in?
So, as previous evidence that's been provided at estimates, Australia supports the regional processing arrangements on Nauru, supports the government of Nauru to deliver on those arrangements. We have specific interests in what is known as RPC1, which is the Regional Processing Centre that receives transferees from and we support the services provided in that centre through our service providers, which includes welfare and garrison and health services.
And so is Australia's interest only in RPC1?
That's correct. As has previously been explained, people spend a short time in the Regional Processing Centre before transitioning into community accommodation, and that community accommodation is managed and provided by the Government of Nauru.
Are the people who are being transferred to Nauru under the most recent arrangement, are they being transferred to the Regional Processing Centre?
No, this arrangement has no relationship to regional processing.
Senator Shoebridge, I'll have to hand the call over.
Yeah, my last question is, what, if any, costs has Australia incurred in relation to the Regional Processing Centre since 2022?
So, Senator, when we're talking about regional processing, I think we agreed earlier that that was part of outcome
Do you have the answer?
2.
Ms. Foster?
We'll see if we have any information available to us to assist you.
Come back to us if you do, otherwise.
I think one aspect of it was under outcome 2. I think it's still covered by outcome 3, the regional process.
If you can assist,
we'll assist if we
I'm
can,
sure you
Senator.
will. Senator Patterson, you have the call. We're going to a break at 9, so you'll take us through to there.
I have questions about the NZYQ cohort and in particular about the community safety orders. Ms Sharp, I suspect this will be one for you. How many community safety orders has the Minister for Home Affairs applied for?
Senator, no community safety orders have been applied for yet.
Right. So you will remember the many times we've discussed this issue in the past. Most recently in November 2024, in which you said, and I quote, "We anticipate the Minister will apply for the first order in the coming weeks." That was 16 weeks ago. What is the hold-up for the first application?
One of the most challenging aspects of putting together these cases is how fluid the cases themselves are, as in the people are in the community and their facts are constantly changing around you. So I believe what I said you didn't ask to put this to me, but I do believe what I said at that hearing was true to the best of my knowledge at that point in time.
I'm sure it was. I'm not suggesting otherwise.
But the facts change, and these cases are some really complex confluence of mental health and criminal offending, and so the case was delayed. Or the case, those front runner ones have been delayed a bit. Getting them once we kind of re-establish facts, we then need to collate the evidence because of the exculpatory evidentiary requirement. We then need to make sure we've got completely up-to-date records and sometimes send them back round to the expert again. It's hard to overstate how painstaking the process of putting one of these applications together is.
Sure. As you know, and as I put to you previously, it's not the first time that someone has said that an application was imminent. The former Minister for Immigration, Mr Giles, in May 2024, said that there were 6 cases before the expert review stage, which is the last stage before a matter can go to court for a court to make an order of preventive detention. And he said there were 26 in an advanced stage of preparation. I mean, that was May. We're not far away from a year on from when that statement was made. Do you think the Minister misled the public with that statement?
The only thing I would say, and I think we've brought to this committee's attention before, that in the sister scheme, in the high-risk terrorism offenders scheme, it took over 3 years to put together the first application. I think we threw everything we could at doing this as fast, and we were ambitious. I think the longer we're rolling this out, the more we're getting to understand that 3 years and why it did take so long.
And so Mr Giles' evidence, Senator, was correct. Not his evidence, his statements were correct in that there were a number of cases that were at the expert review stage. There were many more which were at an advanced stage, by which he meant for which we had sent out and were processing all of the requests for information relating to those cases. What we didn't know at that time was what Ms Sharp has just explained to you, just how challenging it would be for us to pull all of that together.
So the Minister of Home Affairs on the 16th of February said there are no cases for preventive detention that are nearly ready to go. Is that statement correct?
The threshold for preventative detention is really high. So when I've been talking about orders with you, I have been talking about both types in my mind, both types of orders. He was correct that there are no cases that I'm aware of that are very close to being filed that relate to preventative detention. The ones that are more advanced do relate to community supervision orders.
So we've gone in May 24 from 6 that were almost ready and 26 at an advanced stage to November, when you said there was 1, and now in February there are 0. It seems like we're going backwards, not forwards, in the time that's elapsed. How can the public have any confidence that these powers are ever going to be used given that trajectory?
So if I could just, for clarity, Senator, note that Minister Giles' statement referred not specifically to detention orders, but to the scheme overall. And I think we've just explained the...
Actually, no, he did say preventive detention specifically in his quote. Let me quote, which is the last stage before a matter can go to a court for a court to make an order of preventive detention.
Senator...
You're not responsible for the former minister, who is no longer the minister for a good reason, but, I mean, the public is entitled to rely on statements made by ministers and the government about this, and it seems like we're getting further away, not closer, from these powers being used.
So, Senator, I would only say that the terminology, the complexity of this is such that it may well have been that the minister meant the scheme more generally, because it's difficult for us at the stage of